Good morning, everyone, and welcome in here on Live Now from Fox. The time 7:57 on the East Coast and 4:57 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories and breaking news from across the country and across the world. I do want to get to some of that breaking news that we are following at this hour. Take a look at your screen right here. This is from just minutes ago as 4 hostages held by terrorists since the October 7th attack on Israel have arrived at a hospital. This is all east of Tel Aviv. The 4 women were in captivity for a total of 477 days, and they were freed this morning in exchange for hundreds of Palestinian prisoners and became the second group of hostages released under the current ceasefire agreement between Israel and the Hamas terror group. Again, this video coming in just moments ago as they are loaded up onto a van and taken to another area to be checked out by officials. Also want to pop up this image coming in from the Israel Defense Forces here also moments ago, and it does show these hostages there being reunited with their family members. Very emotional photos. And it says on that post there, a hug 477 days in the making. Again, the Israel Defense Forces posting photos here all throughout the morning. Also want to take you over to this video coming in. This was obtained by the Associated Press and Reuters, and it shows the hostages marched through the streets of Gaza by Hamas militants just a few hours ago before being transferred over to the Red Cross and driven back to Israel, where again they were reunited with their families, then flown to a hospital near Tel Aviv to be checked out by officials. We also do have a live look right here coming in from our Fox News team, and I want to pop this up for you as well. This is coming in out of a location near Israel. Hundreds of Palestinian prisoners, as I mentioned, are being released in exchange for the hostages. All of this going on as we're seeing large crowds gather. They are holding those prisoners on their shoulders and chanting there. Again, a large crowd. Looks like it is over in that area outside of Israel. This all happening as the Israel Defense Forces spokesman says that Hamas has violated the terms of the agreement by not returning all female civilians first as part of the exchange. Israel is, quote, extremely concerned about the fate of the Bibas family. That's according to spokesman Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari. They say that an Israeli woman and her 2 young children, including Kafir Bibas, who was just a baby when he was kidnapped, they're concerned about their well-being. I do want to take you over to a very brief statement released here by the IDF spokesperson, again, moments ago.
Since the October 7th massacre, our mission has been clear. Bring home all the hostages held by Hamas in Gaza. Today, as part of these ongoing efforts, we welcomed home 4 more Israeli hostages after 477 days in Hamas captivity. Liri Elbag, age 19, Naama Levi, age 20, Karina Arayev, age 20, Daniela Gilboa, age 20, 4 IDF soldiers who were all abducted by Hamas from Nahal Oz on October 7th, 2023. Today, we salute and embrace them and their families as they reunite just now after so long. We cannot and will not forget the 90 hostages, including women, children, and elderly men, still remain in brutal conditions in Hamas captivity. Hamas failed to meet its obligations to first release Israeli female civilian hostages as part of the agreement. We are determined to the return of Arbel Yahud, an Israeli citizen kidnapped from Nir Oz, and also Shiri Bivas and her 2 children, Kfir and Ariel, whose welfare we are extremely concerned about. We appreciate and thank the efforts of all international mediators, United States, Qatar, and Egypt, and we expect them to make sure Hamas stands in accordance with the agreement. IDF troops will continue to be deployed and operate and to do everything to protect the citizens of Israel, our mission is not over until every single hostage comes home.
All right, as we mentioned, those 4 female hostages, part of the ceasefire agreement that is going on for 6 weeks at this point, but could potentially be extended. You have the photos of all 4 hostages there on your screen. And again, we saw that video a bit earlier that we played for you showing their arrival at the hospital in Israel. We'll make sure to bring you all of these updates here on this breaking news, as we always do, as we get more information. Do want to head over to some other local news that we are covering here back in the U.S. Take a look at this image right here. This is a live look over the Capitol in D.C. as we are just hours away from a vote in the Senate on whether to confirm South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem as the head of the Department of Homeland Security. That, of course, the position that was previously held by Alejandro Mayorkas during the Biden administration. Noem is expected to be confirmed to the position with a discussion set for 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time this morning and a vote tentatively slated for 11:30. If confirmed, Noem would be the 4th of President Donald Trump's picks to advance out of the Senate. We've been bringing you all of the details here as all of this has been confirmed. Take a look at your screen, as those already confirmed include Secretary of State Marco Rubio, CIA Director John Ratcliffe, and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. Late last night, Vice President J.D. Vance cast the tie-breaking vote to confirm Hegseth, a combat veteran and former Fox News host, to lead the Pentagon. There's obviously so much to discuss here, so I do want to bring in Casey Myers, professor and director of graduate studies in the School of Communication at Virginia Tech, and also a political expert and friend of the show. Thank you so much for taking the time, as always, to be here with us and discuss this further.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. Well, first off, I do want to kind of go in reverse here and talk about Hegseth. We know that he was confirmed just barely there. It was 50-50, and we did have J.D. Vance cast that tie-breaking vote. Does that say anything about other picks from President Trump that might be a little controversial, and what to expect there?
Well, the big news on Hegseth is that the person that really kind of pushed it to this razor-thin margin was Mitch McConnell, and that's been a kind of a question going on about how would he vote on other nominees. I think that looking at the 2 senators that didn't vote for him, particularly Susan Collins, I mean, that's not terribly surprising given the fact that she's operating as a blue state Republican, kind of an unusual situation. And the Alaskan senator also voted against Hegseth, and she is a moderate and has been a critic of Trump. McConnell, I think, voted against because of his foreign policy stances and interventionist stances that he has and how they compare with Hegseth. At least that's what he cited. So, but the other thing is that Hegseth kind of presents the most controversial of the nominees. And, you know, maybe you could say that the next most controversial is RFK Jr. for different reasons. But I think that one of the issues that we see within this vote is that Hegseth represents a real challenge for the president. And I think that he also represents something that the president has, a challenge that he's gotten through.
When you talk about Kristi Noem here, we are expecting that vote to take place around 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Do want to pop up this here. This is coming in from Chad Pergram at Fox News. He says the Senate is in today at 9:30, the confirmation vote at 11:30. Does it appear that just based on what you've seen that she is going to be confirmed?
Yes, I think that that's probably all likely to be confirmed. Her nomination has not been as controversial as Hegseth. I think that the next batch coming through may present some challenges for the president. But again, we'll just have to wait and see how some senators may vote. I would suspect that most of them going forward will receive a majority of Republican Senate votes. I would be surprised if Vance has to vote the tie-breaking vote on any of them, and you may on some of them even see some Democratic support. Marco Rubio's nomination, for instance, was bipartisan in all respects. We're receiving an overwhelming majority, I think a unanimous vote for him. So again, not all of these nominees are in the same category of controversy, but again, it does present an issue, and I think it presents a discussion about this razor thin majority in the Senate where you can only lose 2, maybe 3 votes on the Republican side, and then Vance has to come in and cast a tie-breaking vote. And that's the real question: is that this going to repeat itself throughout the Trump administration with some of the initiatives that they have?
When you talk about how quickly these picks by the president are normally confirmed, are we kind of on track? Does it depend on the administration that's involved? Is this where we should be as far as the confirmed picks?
Well, I think that we're on track in this cycle. I think that one of the things that you see is that typically your controversial nominees, if they're not going to be confirmed, you kind of know that before you go to a full vote. I mean, that's sort of a discussion that goes on in committee. So if they're getting out of committee, I think that there's some sense that this is going to be a confirmed nominee. Given Hegseth's kind of razor thin confirmation, there is always, that issue of, do you have enough votes in the final tally? But ultimately, I think that, this is on par with other administrations. I think that Trump should have his cabinet in place by probably the end of February. There are some nominees that have not yet gone through even the committee process yet, and some of that is logistical. And so we're waiting on some of those. But you'll notice here that these are all the major cabinet level positions that are going forward early on. And with the discussions that are going on today, we see kind of this issue around immigration. And so those cabinet level positions that are kind of influence that issue are going to be confirmed or going up for confirmation. And then, of course, yesterday with the Department of Defense, and now, and of course, earlier with Marco Rubio, kind of the international side. So I think it's on track, and I think that they feel confident going forward.
We know that Hegseth is actually expected to be sworn in later on today by J.D. Vance, so we'll bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox as it does get underway. I want to talk just a little bit more about Marco Rubio, because we know that he was sworn in earlier this week as Secretary of State, and it appears that his first trip is going to be over to Panama. What is the significance of that? Is it significant?
I think it's very significant, and it's one of those things that kind of dovetails with many of the issues that the Trump administration has talked about being their priority, and that is, international trade and the economy, and it kind of intersects also with this issue with China. And of course, the Panama Canal has become an issue. Trump mentioned in his inauguration speech about controlling the Panama Canal and how, taking it back, and what does that all mean for trade and international relations. And it goes beyond just U.S. Panamanian diplomacy. It goes farther into kind of this geopolitical stance that Trump has taken in terms of foreign policy with American interest in mind. I think that Rubio's visit there certainly signals that this is a top priority for the administration, and that this is not just rhetoric, but something that they are looking at actively to make a change about and maybe renegotiate a deal. How that plays out kind of remains to be seen, because we haven't heard too many details on it, but certainly we know that it is top of mind for the administration and for President Trump.
My last question for you here. We know that President Trump has been going nonstop since his inauguration on Monday. He spoke after the inauguration. He attended all of the inaugural balls. There were 3 of them, made remarks there. He was on several different trips yesterday. He went over to North Carolina and surveyed damage from Hurricane Helene, met with a lot of the victims. He also then went over to Los Angeles County, met with Gavin Newsom, the governor in California, and surveyed some of the damage from the wildfires. Is it normal to see a president doing this much over the course of several days? Do we see this kind of activity at the start of someone's term? And is it likely to hold up as the weeks and months progress?
Well, that's a great question. I would say that it is typical for presidents to be very active in the first days of their administration. Now, Trump has been an outsized activity with both what you mentioned with the travel, but also executive orders. And so one of the things that we've seen is this kind of hitting the ground running, doing all of this activity to implement the administration's vision. And I'd say that in and of itself is typical. I think the pace is probably atypical. We talk about sometimes a Trump pace of the presidency, which is so much stuff crammed into just a short amount of time. And I think that there is a reason for that. One is it kind of demonstrates, I think, that his philosophy of being hands-on, getting things done, getting his agenda implemented. It also just is a personality trait of his to be more active. And I think he certainly has shown that he has the stamina to do that. Will it hold up? I would suspect it'll hold up to a certain degree. But one of the things that we're seeing with particularly around executive orders and some of the challenges that he's facing domestically with natural disasters requires a more immediate response. And so I think getting that in place, you may see the pace change a bit different, but it also just depends on what the political issues are of the day. He's just now getting settled in to his second term, getting his cabinet in place and getting those executive orders implemented. We'll see that unfold over the next several months.
All right. Casey Myers, as always, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here and break it all down. Anything else you want to add about any of this before I let you go?
Well, I would just say that with the Trump cabinet picks, I would suspect to see those confirmed in the next month or two. And I would also suspect to see more executive orders coming out addressing some of the domestic issues that he has been talking about.
All right. Casey, thank you again for being here today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And I do want to take you once again to this post here from Chad Pergram, as he does say the Senate is in today in just a little more than an hour at 9:30 a.m. Eastern time. The confirmation vote set for 2 hours later to confirm Kristi Noem as the DHS secretary. We're going to take you onto the Senate floor and we'll be there live, raw, and uninterrupted for the vote itself. We'll have everything you need to know all throughout the day here on Live Now from Fox. And we are taking a live look right now over the Capitol in D.C. as later on today, not only is that vote expected, but we also expect Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth to be sworn in by Vice President J.D. Vance. Caroline Shively has more on that.
The Vice President votes in the affirmative, and the nomination is confirmed.
In a late-night vote Friday, the Senate approved President Donald Trump's controversial pick for Defense Secretary. From the moment Pete Hegseth was nominated to head up the Pentagon, senators began fighting over the combat veteran and former Fox News TV host's fitness for the job.
Given his lack of experience, it's much more likely that the bureaucracy is going to crush Mr. Hegseth than he is going to crush the bureaucracy.
And Mr. Hegseth will bring a warrior's perspective to the role of Defense Secretary and will provide much-needed fresh air at the Pentagon.
Hegseth faces allegations of excessive drinking at work events, mismanaging 2 nonprofit veterans groups, and abuse of his second wife. He was also investigated but never charged with sexually assaulting a woman at a Republican conference in 2017.
There is no world where we should have a predator running the Department of Defense.
Hegseth strongly denies all of those allegations.
I was falsely accused in October of 2017. It was fully investigated, and I was completely cleared.
While critics say he has less experience than most nominees, supporters point to his time serving in the National Guard in Iraq and Afghanistan.
We just heard that we have a great Secretary of Defense. We're very happy about that, and we appreciate everybody's vote.
The Defense Department is the country's largest government agency with more than 2 million service members, 780,000 civilians, and an $850 billion budget. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
All right, Caroline, thank you so much. We do have that vote set for 11:30 a.m. Eastern time for Kristi Noem. That will be here live on Live Now from Fox. Also want to remind you that we have several different hearings that will take place next week. You can see them right there on your screen. And we're going to have live coverage as next week on Wednesday, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. will have his confirmation hearing for Secretary of Health and Human Services. The next day, Thursday, Tulsi Gabbard will make her case before the Senate Intelligence Committee as to why she should serve as Director of National Intelligence during the Trump administration. I say it all the time, but we are live, raw, and uninterrupted, so we will have those hearings right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's head to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour now at 8:17 on the East Coast and 5:17 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and you're watching Live Now from Fox. Do want to head over to the Atlanta metro area now, where rumors have spread online that police departments are working with ICE, that is Immigration and Customs Enforcement, to check the immigration statuses of people who could be in the country illegally. Do want to bring in Lindsay Tuman with Fox 5 Atlanta joining us to explain what's going on. Lindsay, good morning. Obviously, a lot to this and a lot of people are talking about it.
Yeah, it's certainly something that has a lot of people talking and some people nervous. But here in Forest Park, the police department says that as of this time, they have not been contacted by Immigration and Customs Enforcement, and they want to put those rumors to rest.
People are afraid. They're still afraid not to come over here.
Rumors on social media are spreading, saying police departments like Forest Parks are working with federal Immigration and Customs Enforcement, saying they are checking the immigration status of people who could be migrants or undocumented.
I heard on Instagram, on Facebook, on social media.
Those posts are having an impact, like at the farmers market here in Forest Park.
It was full of people. No, ain't nothing. Look, dessert.
Forest Park Police Chief Brandon Chris says ICE has not been conducting operations here.
Forest Park Police Department did not have any knowledge of that type of enforcement if it was going on, nor were we participating with ICE at that point in time.
Forest Park and Clayton County shared a post on social media saying, quote, "We are not engaged in any activity with ICE by any means, nor have we been notified that they're conducting business within city limits. We are not targeting our Hispanic citizens."
We want to dispel that rumor.
But the situation is fluid and federal operations could happen here. Chief Chris says his department would cooperate with law enforcement at the local, state, or federal level if it came to it, but that would only be as a backup role, which has not come up at this point.
We don't want anyone inside the city of Forest Park to feel uneasy or uncomfortable.
Well, there have been other rumors in this area as well, including roadblocks, but the CEO of the Latin American Association says it doesn't appear that any of those rumors have any merit at this time. Reporting live in Forest Park, I'm Lindsay Tuman. Back to you.
All right, Lindsay Tuman there with Fox 5 Atlanta. As always, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us. And those are not the only rumors that are circulating. There's also been rumors and a lot of buzz over in Chicago about an ICE raid at a school. However, it appears that is not actually what happened. Casey Cronus with our Fox 32 Chicago team reports.
In the city's back of the yards neighborhood near 48th and Bishop, Hamline Elementary School families were thrown into confusion when Chicago Public Schools leaders announced that ICE agents showed up Friday morning. They say staff followed protocols, kept them outside, and contacted CPS's law department. It caused disarray among parents and in a frenzy. State and local lawmakers who believed agents were there to raid the school took to social media, calling it cruel, traumatizing for children, and sickening. CPS CEO Pedro Martinez even went on MSNBC to talk about it.
For an individual to be able to either ask for information or to even talk to our students or staff, not only do they have to have the proper credentials, but they also have to have a valid judicial order, a court order.
But it wasn't ICE that showed up to the school. They quickly debunked the claim. And instead, the U.S. Secret Service says they were in the neighborhood responding to a threat from a student related to the TikTok ban. They first responded to an area home, but the person they were looking for wasn't there, so they went to the school. That's where Secret Service officials say they handed off their business card and left. For hours, CPS could not be reached for comment. Just before 7 p.m., they issued this statement, writing in part, "Our original communication was a result of a misunderstanding, reflective of the fear and concerns in the community amid the new administration's focus on undocumented immigrants." The school's response demonstrates that our system, in partnership with community organizations, is prepared and ready to keep our students and staff safe. Brandon Lee from the Illinois Coalition for Immigrant and Refugee Rights says regardless of who showed up, it's important that school officials took the right steps.
It's understandable that there's heightened concern among the community, and we're glad that people remain looking out for one another, and we're glad that the school took this precaution today.
That was Casey Cronus there with our Fox 32 Chicago team. We have been checking in with our different Fox affiliates all over the country as they speak with different people, different officials about all of this. I want to check in with our Fox 12 Oregon team as they have more from local officials about what happens next amid these circulating rumors of ICE raids.
Less than a week into his presidency, Trump is following through on a campaign promise to crack down on immigration by carrying out mass deportations, and he's doing so by reversing a policy that has been in effect since 2011. Now, federal immigration agencies are allowed to make arrests at churches, hospitals, and schools, all places that used to be considered safe spaces.
I think schools, hospitals, and safe places should be safe places for everyone.
With the 14-year-old policy now ending, immigrant parents and those from vulnerable communities are left wondering if they should be sending their kids to school.
My kid, his friends, they're all talking about it. They're all worried. Even though they're citizens, they don't know what their luck will be.
Anna Guzman-Real is a parent in the Beaverton School District. She did not want to go on camera, but she told us while this new policy does not impact her kids, it does impact some of her loved ones.
I have family which are afraid of going to shopping for groceries or looking for options. They don't want to send their kids to school. They don't want to even go to church. They don't want to go to the hospitals and seek medical attention. So definitely brings a big impact.
With the growing concern, now local school districts are working to reassure parents that schools are still safe places for their kids. The Beaverton School District sent a statement to families on Friday saying the district does not ask about nor track student or family immigration status and does not require immigration or citizenship information of children or families to register students for school. Students have the right to an education that is free of harassment and discrimination.
With any parent, I think we just want to protect our kids, and so I think that the highest priority should always be protecting our children. Whether or not that applies to me, I think it's a universal thing. We should be thinking about the children first.
And that was our Fox 12 Oregon team with that story. It is 8:26 on the East Coast and 5:26 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but on the other side, we will get right back to that breaking news coming in out of Israel after 4 female hostages have now been released. All of this part of that Gaza ceasefire deal. That's coming up here in 2 short minutes. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 8:29 on the East Coast and 5:29 on the West Coast. After 477 days in captivity, 4 hostages held by terrorists since the October 7th attack on Israel have now returned home. Take a look. This is actually some of the video as they were marched through Gaza before being taken over to the Red Cross and have since arrived back in Israel, where they've been reunited with their families. The 4 women freed this morning in exchange for hundreds of Palestinian prisoners became the second group of hostages released under the current ceasefire agreement between Israel and the Hamas terror group. As we mentioned, those Palestinian prisoners are being released at this hour. I do want to pop up this live image that we do have here. This is actually showing a large group gathering, and we've seen a lot of these different prisoners released and kind of popped up on the shoulders of people who are there, just kind of waiting for that release. At some point today, again, we do expect to learn a little bit more about the conditions of the hostages and how they're doing. But the Israel Defense Forces spokesman saying that Hamas has now violated the terms of the agreement by not returning all female civilians first as part of the exchange. Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari saying that Israel is, quote, extremely concerned about the fate of the Bibas family, an Israeli woman and her 2 young children, including Kafir Bibas, who was just a baby when he was kidnapped. It's not clear if this will have any sort of impact on the agreement, which is set to last for about 6 weeks before another discussion then takes place about moving to phase 2 of the plan. So much to discuss as always, so I do want to bring in Mark Chandler, Director of Government Relations and Professor of Practice at Coastal Carolina University, also a former senior intelligence defense official. Thank you so much, Mark, as always, for being here with us to discuss all of this.
You're very welcome, Josh, and good morning to you.
Good morning. Well, first off, I do want to talk about this violation, according to the IDF, of the ceasefire. What do we know about that, and what do we expect, if anything, could come from it?
Well, before this morning, I would have said the ceasefire is progressing rather well, except that what we see today was the release. And I don't want to take anything away from the emotional joy that is being experienced in Israel right now, especially with those hostages' families. But Hamas is technically violating the ceasefire agreement. The first hostages who were supposed to be released included women, children, and you just addressed that family situation, and then sick and wounded individuals. Thus far, only females have been released, and today was 4 female soldiers, IDF soldiers. They're known as watchers in the Israeli military. And so they released that when there was supposed to be a civilian woman released in this group that was not. And then so I think what you're seeing is, and it came out of the Prime Minister's office this morning, is a strong statement that Hamas is technically violating the agreement. And so I'm a little bit concerned about how that's going to play out, because actually Hamas is working, I would say, from an advantage, especially using emotional blackmail, knowing how important these hostages and releasing them are to the Israelis.
And the hostages are being released in exchange, as I mentioned, for hundreds of Palestinian prisoners. We do have this live image that is coming in from Fox News and the Associated Press, and you can see they are propping up folks on their shoulders there as the prisoners are released. What do we know about some of these prisoners overall? Do we know much?
Well, so when I look at this, let's look at the deal. There's going to be 33 Israeli hostages released. And unfortunately, not all of those are likely to be living hostages. So there'll be some bodies in that 33 number. In exchange, Hamas gets 1,900, almost 2,000 prisoners released. And of those, at least 800 are known terrorists and serving prison sentences for terrorism, terrorist acts against Israel. Now, let me break that down a little bit further. So out of those 800, there are some really, really bad individuals. There are members and former leaders of, let's say, the Al-Aqsa Brigade, which is part of the Fatah terrorist arm and armed militant arm in the Fatah and the Palestinian organization. They're going to go right back into planning attacks on Israel, working and coordinating attacks against Israel, just like Sinwar did when he was released. So the ratio of hostages to Palestinians and especially terrorists is grossly imbalanced, in my opinion, as we're looking at this. And it's just going to further feed additional attacks on Israel. It may not be tomorrow, but these guys are their goal is eliminate Israel and eliminate the Jews.
What does the next phase of all of this consist of? We know that phase 1 is underway. It's expected to last for a total of 6 weeks, could be extended there. Do we know what phase 2 really does consist of?
Well, just as a quick reminder to your audience, we are in phase 1, as you just pointed out. It's a 3-phase process. Phase 2 should begin after day 42. Now, the critical time coming up, and it's even more critical now with Hamas violating the ceasefire agreement at this stage, is day 16. So that's about a week and a half from now, when they are supposed to, both sides are supposed to gather again and start negotiating phase 2, what happens on day 43 and beyond, which is where they're going to release more hostages, perhaps all the hostages, obviously in exchange for more Palestinian prisoners, terrorist prisoners, and the like, and then work to phase 3. Phase 3 is a long, drawn-out phase that does include reconstruction within the Gaza Strip. And that's going to take a lot of international involvement. So that's what we're looking at. We're not even to day 16 yet, and Hamas is already violating the agreement.
This week, we heard from President Trump as he redesignated the Houthis as a terrorist organization. You and I have talked a lot about the Houthi terrorist group over the last several months. Do we know what that really does? Does it change anything about the situation taking place to have them officially categorized as a terrorist organization?
Well, actually, it does. It does set up some international parameters on that. It sets up some financial parameters and travel issues that focus on that. And let me point out, Trump originally did this in his first administration. Then Biden came in and pulled that designator. Now, there are some who are going to misinterpret what Biden did because he redesignated him, but he only did that as a special terrorist category, which is not the full terrorist organization category. So what we're doing now is any financial transactions, whether it's within the United States, from the United States, or among foreign powers to support the Houthis, is now in violation. So sanctions can be imposed on there. Obviously, no Houthi travel. I don't think that's going to be a big issue. But what I think you're seeing is President Trump coming in, as he said, and he's trying to push from a position of strength. Now, there have been U.S. strikes, but what I think what this sets up really is negotiating, if there will be any, against the Houthis to stop what they're doing, to stop their attacks and to stop their terrorist activities. But I would also think it would be prudent among the Trump administration right now to begin military planning, to look at a consistent and sustained level of strikes to work against the Houthi targets that are being supplied by Iran. So they're getting continual missiles and UAVs to strike Israel and that shipping. I think what you may see is this is a precursor to some possible military action focused against stopping the Houthis once and for all.
And what you're looking at there on the left-hand side of your screen, that is over in Hostage Square. We have seen that same image just about every Saturday over the past several months. We're talking 477 days as folks are gathering to welcome home these 4 women who were freed earlier on this morning in exchange for hundreds of Palestinian prisoners. My last question for you here, as we kind of stay on the Houthis in general, you and I, again, always discuss this, but what have they been up to, so to speak, recently? Has there been as much activity as there had been months ago?
Well, since early last week, so about a week and a half ago, the Houthis conducted a series of strikes, missile strikes and UAV strikes, or attempted strikes against Israel in the early part of that week. And so since the inauguration this week, there's been very little aggressive Houthi activity. They say they are supporting the Hamas ceasefire, and they're only going to attack Israel-associated or Israel-bound shipping through the Red Sea. So that's an issue that they've got the threat out there. There's been a wrinkle. About midweek this week, they released prisoners that they had gotten from one of the ships called the Galaxy Leader. And there were 25 of those crew members released about midweek this week. And then just today, in a surprise move, the Houthis released 100 or so prisoners from the Yemen civil war. Now, that's not a new development. That's the Houthis trying to garner some sort of public support, as you see there. It really doesn't further anything. And I think what they're trying to do is to present themselves in a good light to the international community. But again, there's thousands more prisoners that they're holding, and they're actually still holding UN members. So I don't think the Houthis have turned over a new leaf. I think they're maybe trying to get that public opinion, which is so easily manipulated, to turn in favor of the Houthis, if you will.
All right, Mark Chandler there. As always, thank you so much for being here, especially this early in the morning. Anything else you want to add before I let you go?
You're welcome, Josh. One thing I would like to add is, and it shows in your video of the hostage release. You know, that's a long process where Hamas will take them, parade them through, and then turn them over to the Red Cross, and then they're turned over to IDF and flown back into hospitals and then meet with their family. But that key part that you're showing right now, this is, look at the amount of Hamas fighters. And something I know that this is all playing for propaganda purposes. This is showing that Hamas believes they have the upper hand now in these negotiations and in the fight with Israel. I'd also like to point out the uniforms. What I find very surprising, those uniforms look brand new. I mean, I'm not looking like I'm seeing combat uniforms that have been through a war. So there's some sort of supply process going. And the Hamas is definitely trying to show that they're coming out ahead, and they're going to continue to use this for propaganda purposes. The other video about the Palestinians being released, it's like a New Year's celebration taking place there with all those folks being released. And now Fatah, the Al-Aqsa Brigade, is starting to get in on this. So really, I think it's a tenuous situation, and we need to not be subject to the propaganda that Hamas is going to try to utilize this for.
And yeah, you're looking at this live image right here. And again, you can see as the prisoners are released, they are hoisted onto the shoulders there of the people who are gathered around to watch all of this. Mark, thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to join us and discuss this further. We appreciate it.
You're welcome, Josh. Hope you have a good day trying to cover everything.
You too. All right, we are going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break right now. We will have much more live coverage coming up in a matter of moments. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 8:44 on the East Coast and 5:44 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. A lot to get to, but do want to take a live look right now at the Capitol building here over in D.C. as I remind you that we are just a couple hours away from a vote in the Senate on whether to confirm South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem as the head of the Department of Homeland Security. That, of course, the position that was previously held by Alejandro Mayorkas during the Biden administration. Noem is expected to be confirmed to the position with discussions set to begin sometime around 9:30 a.m. Eastern time this morning and a vote tentatively slated for 11:30. So again, that's just about an hour before we have that discussion begin, and then the vote a few hours later. We're going to bring all of that to you live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox, as we always do. Again, that'll start here in just a matter of an hour. Want to pop this up for you right here on your screen, and this shows you who has already been confirmed by the Senate. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, CIA Director John Ratcliffe, and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. Now, Marco Rubio has already said that his first trip will be this coming week, and he's going to head over to Panama as well as several other locations. It's likely we will get some news conferences as that does happen, so we're going to bring all of that to you here on Live Now from Fox. Late last night, Vice President J.D. Vance cast the tie-breaking vote to confirm Hegseth, a combat veteran and former Fox News host, to lead the Pentagon. Didn't really hear too much about the confirmation of John Ratcliffe, as that was expected to kind of go through pretty quickly. But we know that Marco Rubio was sworn in earlier on this week. And later on today, J.D. Vance is expected to swear in Pete Hegseth to that role of Secretary of Defense. There are also several hearings that are scheduled to take place next week. We know that on Wednesday, we'll have that hearing for Robert F. Kennedy Jr. That's, of course, connected to his confirmation for Secretary of Health and Human Services. And then on Thursday, Tulsi Gabbard will make her case before the Senate Intelligence Committee as to why she should serve as Director of National Intelligence during the Trump administration. I keep saying it, but I do want to remind you that we are going to have extensive coverage of all of this here, live, raw, and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox. Taking a live look at the White House now, we are going to sneak away for our final 2-minute commercial break, but so much more to discuss in a matter of moments. My name is Josh Breslow, and you're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 8:49 on the East Coast and 5:49 on the West Coast. Over the last several days, we have heard a lot about different plans across the country from different sheriffs and other law enforcement agencies related to immigration and their stance. As we've heard that President Trump, one of his big selling points here is that he is going to crack down on the problem at the border as well as illegal immigration. Want to head over to Teller County, Colorado. That is where the sheriff said that his department will continue to work with U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, but they will not be doing any raids. I do want to send it over to a news conference that was held by the sheriff as he explained why.
Hi, I'm Sheriff Jason Mikesell. I'm with the Teller County Sheriff's Office. Today with me, I have Congressman Jeff Crank, Commissioners Dan Williams, Eric Stone, Bob Campbell. From the city of Cripple Creek, I have Cody Schwab, the city councilman, Chief Bud Bright. From Woodland Park, I have Mayor Kelly Case. Police Chief Deisler couldn't make it today. He's been sick. City of Victor, I have Councilman Buck Hake. From ICE, I have Assistant Field Director Robert Coltrip. And here's what I wanted to talk about today. I want to talk to you about our partnership with ICE and really what that means for us and what it does. Because here's the biggest thing we found. We are dealing with foreign nationals and criminal and illegal aliens within our county. We're rural Colorado, or what people see as rural Colorado. And I'll tell you, it's just not a Denver issue. It's not just an Aurora issue. It's just not an issue for big cities. It's an issue for every small community in America right now. And I'm going to show you why and what we've done and help and work with ICE. So recently, we've arrested 4 different individuals that we are investigating with ICE. One of the first one is from Venezuela, Jorge Alexander Cardona, conspiracy to commit forgery and forgery. Now what's happening is we're having titles that are being forged and brought to our clerk's office, and through the very quick and smart thinking of our county clerk and recorder, Stephanie Keys, she was able to identify that they were actually forged. Those forgeries are on Colorado state documents. It's an illegal offense to forge something in Colorado. So what I'm trying to tell you is that when you commit a crime in our county, because of our programs and our commitment to working with ICE, we are going to locate you. The second person was J.D. Rondo Paez. She was also arrested for forgery and attempt to commit forgery for those same documents. We arrested a gentleman named Gregorio Gonzalez. He's an FTA warrant for larceny and an FTA warrant for no insurance and registration on vehicles out of Aurora and Lakewood areas. The last person I have was also from Venezuela, and that was Jorge Alexander Cardona for conspiracy to commit forgery. So those 4 people, 1 from Colombia and 3 different people from Venezuela, were all arrested on charges in Teller County. We are working with ICE on those same individuals, and they have taken several into custody. And I wanted to explain that it's not just that issue here in Colorado. It's an issue all across our nation, but here locally we have the same issues. We have another party we want to talk to you about today. Renee, can you please bring that photo up? This is a picture of Luis Chavez. This gentleman is a criminal illegal alien also in the United States. He's a person of interest in a homicide that was conducted in this county, and we are attempting to locate him. In the past, without being able to work with ICE, this is a person we would not be able to locate. Because we have local charges and we do our own criminal investigations, and we need to locate this person, I'm asking the public to please let us know if you run into this person. We need to see him. We need to speak with him about a crime that was committed within this county. So he is a person of interest. So all of these parties would not be possible to deal with if it wasn't for ICE. And that's why I'm standing in front of you today to tell you that in the state of Colorado, and I know there's a lot of rhetoric at the state capitol about these people aren't doing anything wrong, we don't have these issues, we don't have a Venezuelan problem, we don't have gang issues in the state of Colorado. I'm here to tell you today that we do. And what I'd like to do is turn it over to Congressman Jeff Crank to say a few words.
Well, thank you, Sheriff. I appreciate
all that you're doing here and the efforts of local law enforcement all across Colorado. And I know they've been frustrated. They want to do their job. And part of their job is working with other law enforcement agencies to get bad people off the street. That's just common sense. And that's really the only way our government works, is if different branches or different levels of government work together for the good of the people. And that's really what we're asking here. Myself, Congressman Gabe Evans, and Congresswoman Lauren Boebert sent a letter to the governor the other day, asking him, because he did say in his State of the State address that he would cooperate with federal agents coming in and doing their job. And our letter just simply reminded him that's good. We hope that that's true. But there's a little problem with that, in that there are several bills that have been passed that he signed into law that created what they like to call a sanctuary state for illegals. And we called on him to repeal that law. And I would just say this: there's one person in Colorado who could make that happen, and that's Governor Jared Polis. If Governor Jared Polis were to call today for those bills that he signed to be repealed in this legislative session, he'd have the votes of almost every Republican at the legislature, maybe every Republican, and he'd probably have half to 3/4 of the Democrats. It would happen if Governor Polis wanted it to happen. And so that's simply what we're asking, is for us to all work together to solve this problem. There's a very clear message sent in November here in Colorado and across the country, and that message was, we want the border crisis solved, we're tired of the crime, and we want it fixed. And this is an opportunity for Democrats and Republicans to come together and work together. And I'm not here to call out the governor and try and make political hay out of this. We sent a letter asking that question. We'd love to work with them. I think it would be great. And I'd stand at a press conference with Governor Polis and say that he did the right thing if he repealed those laws here in Colorado. So thank you for being here today.
Commissioner Dan Williams, who's the chairman of the Teller County Commissioning Board, would like to say a few words.
Thank you, Sheriff, and thank you, Congressman. It's an honor to have you here. Hey, I want to put a sharp point on it. So I'm Dan Williams, Teller County Commissioner. I'm here with Bob Campbell and Eric Stone, fellow commissioners. I happen to be the chair this year. As importantly, we have the mayors of our 3 incorporated cities, city council members, and all the chiefs of police. There is no light between us on this issue. Look, we've long talked about an urban-rural divide in Colorado. In fact, the legislature is off to running again with almost 200 bills in the first 200 days or 2 weeks. And I will tell you that we look at those things. When a city called Denver creates a sanctuary and then we begin to see a change in policy, where do you think those folks go? So look, as a reminder, 75% of Colorado is rural or frontier. Teller County is one of those. These folks, these criminals, were captured less than 3 miles from my house. They were captured in the cities that are represented by the mayors and council people behind us. It's not just Teller County residents. It's a big tourist town. We've had ice castles up here with 40 to 50,000 people. We've got casinos here. It's not just urban or not just rural residents that are at risk. It's you too. And I stand and we stand next to our law enforcement and the rule of law. It is wrong to tell local officials that we can't cooperate with federal agencies. This is the United States. And by the way, this is Colorado. This is a Colorado issue. So the policies that happen in Denver with sanctuary cities have now impacted rural Colorado, and we've had enough. And so we stand with our sheriff. I agree with our congressman and with the sheriff. We need to work together on this. In a few minutes, the sheriff's going to talk to you about a bill that we've introduced, and we're going to go fight, and we're going to try to get this fixed. And look, a final message to those in Teller County and those all throughout rural Colorado: don't take matters into your own hands. I know we're heavily armed. You know, we're excited about this. We're upset about this. We're done with this. But I'd ask you to continue to have faith in your law enforcement officials. If you see something, say something. And that includes the tourists that come up here. If it doesn't feel right, it probably isn't. Contact one of our local law enforcement people or one of the hotlines. And for those in our community, we're a small community up here. We know everyone. We've long since had a long Latino community. We've had a long community of color. Feel safe. That's not what this is. This is about illegal criminals who have known records, who are leaving the cities now in droves because they think they have sanctuary in the high country. You have in fact turned us back into the wild, wild west, and we know how to deal with that. So again, I really appreciate the congressman being here. I really appreciate Jason Meisel. We stand with our law enforcement in Teller County. We'd ask the rest of Colorado and our legislators to stand with us so we can fix this problem. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you, Dan. This year with Mark Baisley's assistance, who's our Colorado State Senator for our district, I sat down with him and wrote a bill. That bill is 25-047. I and Sheriff Joe Roybal out of El Paso County have come together to work on this bill to assist our state with repealing the laws that have been set forth previously by the legislature. This law would then allow law enforcement to work with ICE, to be partners with ICE, to deal with the criminal illegal aliens. So I want to make it specific and understood, because what oftentimes happens is someone says, well, you're just going after those people as like stop and ask for papers. We're going to remove children. We're going to do those things. That's not the case. What we're looking at is criminal illegal aliens that are a cost on our taxpayers, a tax on our correctional facilities, that are a tax on our prosecution and the cost of the taxpayers throughout Colorado. Some of these run over $100 million in these programs to have to hold somebody in a prison in a parole issue or in a state issue for all these types of charges when they should not be here and they need to be deported from our state. If you're going to commit a crime, you should not be here in this state. So what we are only dealing with is criminal illegal aliens. Last year I went to the legislature and they wanted to tell me that we have no such thing as illegal aliens. We do have illegal aliens. But what we requested was to deal with the criminal illegal aliens. I think we all wish that they would do something to change how we deal with illegal aliens coming to the U.S. and fixing some of the issues so they can be legal to work here. But the issues that we deal with as law enforcement are very specific, and that's outlined in the bill. It also talks about the fact that we don't do roundups, because we as law enforcement don't. We use probable cause in the attempt to contact somebody, find if they committed a crime, and then if they're a criminal illegal alien in the United States, that's when they would be deported or they would be dealt with by ICE. But without those partnerships, this is why we have cartels in Colorado. Without that partnership, this is why you're seeing a rise in fentanyl, car thefts across the state. I listened to a press conference where we talk about Colorado having reduced crime. I think what we do is we change numbers so it looks like we reduce crime. Because when I stand here and I ask how many people have been victimized by a crime in the last several years in Colorado, what you'll see is about 90% of people raising their hands. And that comes from everything from some type of stolen property, some type of identity theft, sometimes your credit card's stolen, and a lot of that is dealt with through cartel organizations. That's who's doing those things. So with understanding of what we're really dealing with and how we're dealing with it, that's what causes us to be able to deal with the criminal illegal aliens. So my hope is that with this bill, 25047, we can actually get back to where Colorado makes logical decisions on dealing with criminal issues throughout Colorado, and we don't try to politicize it and create a state where we don't want to touch an illegal alien or a criminal illegal alien because of the fact that somebody may sue us, such as the ACLU or anyone else. Because I'm going to stand with you today and tell you, I've been under those issues for the last 7 years and been on the point of the spear dealing with the illegal immigration issues in the state of Colorado. We have over time have told everyone that these issues were going to occur, and they have continued to occur until now when everybody is seeing it because it's affecting communities so much in our state. And I'm tired of having to sit with victims and explain there's not a whole lot we can do because of these laws that have been passed in Colorado. So we ask for your assistance. We are going to build a coalition, I and Sheriff Roybal, to combat and help push this bill through. And we hope that we have many that will join us through sheriff's departments and police departments and local government officials and our citizenry throughout Colorado. So we'll have more information on that next week as I and Sheriff Roybal roll out that program. But I will tell you, we are not going to back down from a fight that allows people to be victimized in the state of Colorado, because as sheriffs, we deal with peace and order. We're here to protect our citizenry. And for laws that are brought up and forth that people don't understand what they're actually putting forward has really curtailed a lot of those things in this state. So thank you, folks. I'll answer any questions you have.
So it sounds like there's a couple different charges for those four folks. Is there a specific location where you found them? Were they staying in like a house or an apartment or a hotel or something like that?
We know that they're staying in this area. And Renee can give you more information on that, Tyler, when we're done with this. Some of that is still in our current investigation and can't be released because we have more arrests to come.
So those 4 people have been arrested, or you have warrants to arrest them, but you can't because of...
These 4 people have been arrested.
Okay.
And several of them have already been transferred to ICE detentions.
Sheriff,
Yes, sir.
piggybacking off of that, are you guys going to be conducting any more raids? Or I guess that might be the appropriate way to phrase this, but are there plans with ICE to be conducting any more raids up here in Teller County?
Well, we're not doing raids. So this is part of an extension of our 287G program, which, by the way, is still well and good in this county. This Court of Appeals and the ACLU wanted to put it out that we can no longer do that. The State Court of Appeals agreed that I can have a 287G program. I still have it, and it's still well and good. And we're still violating people through those issues and giving them to ICE. So that 287G program is, again, alive and well. So yes, do I continue working with ICE on these issues? Yes. If ICE is conducting an investigation in Teller County where they need our assistance, I will gladly give our deputies for that assistance. If they request that assistance through us, they're always going to get it. They are a federal partner. At no time in the United States' history have we ever told a federal agency that we would not assist with those things until Colorado decided to do that. So just to be clear, we're going to continue to assist. And I think more and more sheriff's offices are going to be doing that.
Can you just kind of describe, because there's obviously a discussion of the law that you guys are trying to put forward and the one that you've kind of been dealing with that's kind of handcuffed you here and there. I guess just kind of describe what the difference is of what this agreement has allowed you to do, what maybe these new federal policies might allow you to do, or what you might do differently in relation to still following Colorado law.
Well, I think right now, we always follow Colorado law, regardless, right? Colorado law does not stop me from doing an investigation with ICE, right? I think it was the perception of the law that did so. Now, the other side of that, though, it does stop us in holding detainers. So that means I can't hold someone and then turn them over to ICE through just a detainer. Now, once they're released, I can have ICE pick those parties up, and we can work with ICE, and we're still going to do so. On the investigation side of it, the federal law and state law both say that I can assist with those investigations, and we're going to continue assisting with those investigations. That won't stop. But there is more determination on courts, I'm sure. But I got a funny feeling a lot of this is going to be repealed here shortly. Either one way or another, it's going to have to change because Colorado citizens are way too often the victims of crimes done by criminal illegal aliens now.
And can you just to clarify, so the man here on this poster, it's a person of interest. What was the relation to working with ICE that you were able to do that? Because you're saying this would have been possible.
ICE is helping us locate that person now. Because previously, since this person is illegally in the United States, at some point I'm really not even supposed to talk to them, right? So now with their assistance, we're going to find this person. Any other questions?
How is this conjunction with ICE going to work? How are you guys?
Well, it's going to work well, I'll tell you that.
And for those people that are coming here illegally, that don't have crimes, that are not doing the bad things, how is that kind of, or what is your message for them? I know they came in here illegally and that's a big no-no, but what's your message for them to be afraid, to not be afraid to kind of showcase themselves, come out and be like, hey, you know what?
I can answer that really easily, right? We don't care. If you don't end up in my jail and you've not done a criminal offense and you're not under investigation for a crime, I don't care. And at this point, I don't know that ICE wants to deal with that anyways. I think they're looking at criminals. We want to deal with criminals. And that's all we're asking for in this state is to be able to deal with criminals. So instead of harboring them, instead of sanctuarizing our state, let's deal with the issues that are criminal. No person should walk free from a jail in Colorado if they have sex assault charges and are from another country. And here's the other side of that. All of these laws are creating more of a victimization within people that don't talk, right? So that's the bigger issue that we're seeing. The belief was in the legislation that it would protect illegal immigrants from being charged or being deported. What it really did, they were not going to be charged or deported most likely anyways. The issue for them is that we release that criminal illegal alien back into their groups because that's who they have families with and that's who they have friendships with because that's where their cultures come from. And then they're preyed upon again and they know not to tell us what they're doing. So that's why your sexual trafficking has become so big. That's why your fentanyl. That's why your gangs. That's why homicides like these happen. All of those issues are what we want to deal with. That's the criminal aspects.
How hard is it for you guys to catch them or to find them, since some of them don't have IDs, some of them live under other names, some of them buy even pens and things like that, like Social Security? How hard is it?
Oh, it's extremely hard, but that's why we have ICE. That really is that piece that joins that together. Because you got to understand, if you commit a crime here in Colorado, right, and you leave and you go to another state and we've not identified that person to ICE that this is an issue, they may be out on bond. They may be able to go victimize other states, and they don't care because they may have 2 or 3 different names, one in this state, one in this state, because in Colorado law, we only see them for what their driver's license or the information that we have. We don't know that they violated coming across the border 3 and 4 times and had been into fentanyl distribution and those things. That's where ICE comes into play, and that's why it's so important. How many people in Colorado are tired of dealing with cartels in their counties and in their cities? How many people are dealing with the fact that they can't raise their children in an area that they used to be able to because of all the shootings and the gang issues that are cartel driven? We have a cartel problem in the state, and until we start working with ICE, we're not going to get rid of it. So I will tell you, you have to deal with it at that source, and you have to work with ICE.
Do you think this is going to lead into profiling?
No.
I don't know, it's my neighbor, and he looks a little bit Hispanic or whatever, and I'm just like, I'm going to call the ICE just on them because this matches what you're saying, or this matches the type of person.
Yep.
And if not, how can people differ that?
Well, it won't happen. See, in Colorado, we have laws that deal with probable cause and contacts for reasons, right? In this law that I'm just talking about, we're going to give you a copy of this. It basically talks about that the only reason we are able to contact you as state law enforcement officers is because we have probable cause to do so. So unless you steal a car, unless you commit domestic violence, unless you do those things, we're not going to know. That's why we're going to come for you, right? Now, once we identify those factors, and you're not from here, and you're here illegally, and you've done criminal activity, and you become a criminal illegal alien, that's when we're going to deal with you. The whole profiling thing doesn't happen in law enforcement anymore. We have so many things set against it and policies to stop those things. A lot of people like to throw that out there because they want to say, oh, law enforcement is bad because you're profiling. No, you've committed a crime. That's what we deal with. It's probable cause. And that's why we're out there. Yeah, Tommy.
Clarification, and then just one final question is, so just to go off the answer you gave me before, in terms of following the laws you say you always had, so are you or are you not prepared to detain any people on behalf of ICE?
If it's for a criminal investigation in Colorado and we arrest them for a charge, that's when we detain. For us. And then they go through our 287G program that identifies somebody that's here illegally, criminally, and that ICE wants those people. So, and then they detain those people.
You said you have.
Sorry, this is my one other. Is as far as and this may be more of a ICE question since you're the one that maybe handles deportations. Should a deportation happen for for example, maybe a person sentenced on a murder case that is serving as a state sentence or is in the process of getting a sentence?
That's an ICE question. I'll tell you quite honestly, though, why do we want to keep paying for somebody in our prisons that have done something here? Why don't we want to send them back to those countries and make them pay for it? Venezuela released a lot of their inmates to come to the United States. Guess what we're dealing with? You're dealing with criminals, right? So why do we need to continue doing that? Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you said you had a difference in perception in Colorado law currently on cooperation with ICE. What is that difference in perception?
Well, I think there's perceptions by some law enforcement organizations that as soon as they touch an illegal alien or a criminal illegal alien, they're going to be sued, right? Because the ACLU sent out a threatening letter to all the sheriffs basically saying, we sued Teller County, so we'll sue you if you deal with this. Because they're worried. Because if all of Colorado law enforcement start arresting people like they should be, it's really going to create havoc for them because those laws are going to be overturned very quickly. And they're the ones that got those in place because I was doing these things, right? So it will change.
Would you support, at some point, if it was possible, the detention of people for ICE in your facilities?
Yes, if it's legal, we are going to do it, yes. Because if I would release those and not follow those detainers, I'm releasing somebody back into those same communities and organizations that the United States of America wants because they're saying there's a reason for them. What happens if that person goes out and blows something up tomorrow or commits a heinous act somewhere? Who's that on, right? It's on the sheriff that released him, or it's on our government officials for allowing it. So some of these things, like the homicide suspects or the issues with rapes that you've seen in the news, whose fault really is that? I would venture a guess that it's actually the people that passed those laws and that have created this for the United States. Folks, I'm going to end questions, but if you have further questions, please submit them in writing. We'll be more than happy to talk to you. But thank you so much for the day. We really appreciate all of you. Absolutely.
And that was over in Teller County, Colorado. We heard from the sheriff and other officials there speaking about the situation, the partnership there with ICE, but saying they will not perform any sort of raids with ICE. 9:14 on the East Coast and 6:14 on the West Coast. I do want to get back to some breaking news that we have been following throughout the morning here. Take a look at your screen as this is video from just about an hour ago here. 4 hostages held by terrorists since the October 7th attack on Israel have arrived at a hospital east of Tel Aviv. The 4 women were in captivity for 477 days and were freed this morning in exchange for hundreds of Palestinian prisoners, and they became the second group of hostages released under the current ceasefire agreement between Israel and the Hamas terror group. Take a look at this post from the IDF, the Israel Defense Forces, as they show the different women there, all 4 of them reunited with their family members. Very emotional a situation before they were taken over to a hospital to be checked out. The IDF post says a hug 477 days in the making. Do also want to take you out to this video right here. This is coming in from Fox News and the Associated Press. This was just a few hours ago, as we do know here that these hostages were marched through the streets of Gaza by Hamas militants in uniform before being transferred over to the Red Cross and driven back to Israel, where again, they were reunited with their families and then flown to a hospital near Tel Aviv to be checked out by officials there. We also do have a live look here from one of our many cameras. This one does show hundreds of Palestinian prisoners being released in exchange for the hostages. There was a lot more activity outside of this area a bit earlier on this morning. It has calmed down as it appears that maybe more of those prisoners or most of those prisoners have been released. We saw those large crowds gathering, and they were hoisting the different prisoners on their shoulders, acting as though it was a kind of parade. Now, the Israel Defense Forces does say that Hamas has violated the terms of the agreement by not returning all female civilians first as part of the exchange. Israel is, quote, extremely concerned about the fate of the Bibas family. That's according to the spokesperson for the IDF. That is an Israeli woman and her 2 young children, including Kafir Bibas, who was just a baby when he was kidnapped. It's not clear if this will have any sort of impact on the agreement itself, which is set to last for 6 weeks before another discussion takes place about moving to phase 2 of the plan. We'll keep you updated as we always do right here on Live Now from Fox. Do have to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, the first one of the hour, but a lot more news to get to in a matter of moments. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and you are taking a live look over the Capitol at 9:19 on the East Coast and 6:19 on the West Coast. Do want to remind you that coming up in just about 20 minutes or so, we do expect the conversation and discussion to get underway in the Senate. All of this ahead of the confirmation vote for South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem as she is looking to lead the Department of Homeland Security. The vote set to take place around 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time. We're going to have all of that right here on Live Now from Fox as it does get underway. I want to talk about another big story that we have been focused on here, as President Donald Trump has said that he will make it a priority to remove people from the U.S. who are in the country illegally. Two Massachusetts state lawmakers have proposed a resolution that seeks to enhance cooperation among local and state law enforcement, as well as ICE, U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. One of those lawmakers is Ken Sweezy, a Republican state representative in Massachusetts. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us here live and discuss this a little bit further.
Yeah, of course, Josh. Thanks for having me.
Of course. Well, first off, can you kind of explain overall what this resolution would really do?
Yeah, absolutely. So in Massachusetts, as many people can imagine, we have some unique laws around immigration. So back in 2017, there was actually a court case that ruled that local law enforcement, our sheriffs, our jails, cannot cooperate with ICE and honor federal detainers, which, for those that don't know, a detainer is just, hey, someone is in your jail. This is not even ICE going out and doing anything extra. There's someone already in custody. We want to talk to them either for another crime that was committed or something of that matter. Could you just hold them so that we can come and take them? So that's what this legislation seeks to do, is to rectify that problem with the law. We will make sure that ICE agents can come in, partner with local, state, county officials, and just take custody of those individuals in a controlled environment. So it's really about safety, making sure. So, anybody that's concerned about federal agents being out in the neighborhoods, this will actually decrease that and increase safety for residents and for those public safety officials.
What was it that made you want to be a part of this and take part in it?
Yeah, absolutely. So before I was in the legislature, this is my first term. I actually, my background's in law enforcement. I was a forensic scientist, a civilian crime lab employee, and just kind of saw how crime was really starting to take a big upward trend, if you will, as everybody saw post-COVID. So I've always been, really interested since then to make sure that I'm sort of giving back and have my ear to the ground on that community and what needs to be done. And I have a great relationship with all of our chiefs, our local, law enforcement, public safety, and the sheriffs, and they do a really, really good job, and they really come in good faith and work on re-entry and making sure everybody's getting what they need when they're in the correctional system. So when I saw that this was a big need and understood this was something we could change, I jumped at the opportunity to work with everybody on this.
And I have to ask, what are the odds that all of this does pass? Is that something that you've really thought about so far?
Yeah, absolutely. And, being a freshman Republican in a blue state is not always the easiest thing to do, but it's a worthwhile conversation. This bill's going to get a public hearing. I look forward to, many of our partners in law enforcement to come and help testify. And, even in Massachusetts, we are seeing the tide turn a little bit. I think everybody is, I'm hopeful people are coming with an open mind. Even the governor has said, we want criminals out of our communities, which has been a shift from what other officials have said, that they want no cooperation with the administration, at a federal level. So, I'm optimistic that the governor's office here and other public safety officials and everything are going to be open-minded to this partnership. Where the specific law goes, I think that's yet to be seen. What this will unfortunately, the wheels of legislatures often turn pretty slowly, so this will play out over the next few months or a year, but we'll see where it goes.
Looking a little bit deeper into the issue itself, are there any misconceptions you believe that people out there maybe have about the legislation or anything related to all of this?
Yeah, unfortunately, I think this gets grouped in with a lot of other things that are going on. Fox News itself was embedded with some immigration enforcement in Boston just this past week, and saw some people being taken into custody. And one went viral, I believe, where they were yelling about the president. We don't want this legislation to get confused with other operations that might be going on by federal officials. This is strictly a law that allows detainers to be honored. So people that have already been accused or known to be criminals that are already within the justice system. So this is not giving any additional authority or access or anything to federal officials to go into communities, to go into any of these sensitive areas that people are starting to talk about. This simply just makes it safer to make sure that there's no reentry going on for individuals that there shouldn't be, as well as, again, if ICE is going to take custody of these individuals, do we want it happening in our neighborhoods, or do we want it happening in a controlled environment in a jail where safety is the #1 priority? So it's really about keeping people safe. I mean, we had a Border Patrol agent that was just killed in New England, unfortunately, this past week. So anything we can do on the legislative side to make sure that, you know, our public safety officers are safer is a good thing.
On that same note, people who maybe don't agree with this, let's talk about lawmakers specifically, what would you say to them as you're trying to convince them, so to speak, that it is a good idea?
Yeah, I would say, you know, please ask questions. I think there, as we just touched on, there's some misconceptions about what this specific piece of legislation will do. And also reach out and listen to the communities. I mean, I think it was also noted by Fox News that when that individual was being taken from into custody in Boston, a community member actually thanked the law enforcement agency. So, I mean, people that are in the neighborhoods, people with common sense, people that care about the safety of themselves, their neighborhood, their children, they want common sense legislation. This is not radical. This is not something that is really new. It's something that is practiced all over the country and previously before 2017 happened here in Massachusetts. So, you know, we urge everybody to ask questions. Happy to talk to myself or co-sponsoring it with Rep. Soter, the sheriffs, in our state as well. Yeah, we're excited to partner with as many people that will have us regardless of party.
My last question here, you are a freshman Republican state lawmaker, and we know that President Trump was inaugurated just several days ago. I want to know what your thoughts are on what you feel he's accomplished over the first several days and what you hope for in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, there's a big difference in disparity, right, between, you know, the authority given, especially on immigration matters, to the feds and to the state. But, you know, I think that people are really seeing that there's just a lot of options, right? I think people started to feel helpless the last couple of years in particular, that, you know, oh, there's nothing we can do. This issue, you know, whether it's the economy or immigration is getting so out of control. You know, I think that the best thing that the president has done is shown that there's options, that action is important, that rhetoric is not, you know, the end of the solutions. You know, obviously, plenty of people, especially here in Massachusetts, can not like the way that the president says things, but I think actions speak louder than words. And, you know, I hope that the administration here in the governor's office and anybody just continues to keep an open mind, because if we can make things better, whether it's at the state level or down from the top on the presidency here, then I think we should be open to it.
Ken Sweezy, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here. Anything else you want to add before I let you go?
No, I appreciate it and hope to be back. So
we'll definitely have you back. Thank you again.
Awesome. Thanks, Josh.
And it is now 9:27 on the East Coast and 6:27 on the West Coast. Over the past several days, we have told you about the comments from the mayor of Newark, New Jersey, as he said an ICE raid was performed at a business. Now, we do have new information coming in, including some surveillance video obtained by our Fox 5 New York station.
This surveillance video appears to show federal agents escorting a man outside the Ocean Seafood Depot in Newark. They stop near an SUV for a short time. It's unclear if they're searching him or cuffing him. Next, you can see he's put into the back of the vehicle. The video offers a look at a federal operation at this Newark fish market. Several workers were taken into custody yesterday.
Some ICE agents raided a business in our city without a warrant. People were fingerprinted. Pictures of their IDs and face were taken there. When I got this information, I was appalled.
Trump's attacks on immigrant communities is now at our front door.
Community leaders and immigration activists holding a press conference at City Hall this morning in reaction to what happened.
What we learned from folks that stayed behind was that ICE walked in like it was their empire's own conquered land. They were heavily armed. There was no prior announcement. They were blocking off entrances and exits. They were scrambling up delivery ramps. They were banging down bathroom doors to make sure no one was hiding inside.
Back at the fish market today, this woman on her way into work describes the lingering fear.
People, it's like a little bit afraid because they working for many times here.
This man lives across the street.
That there was a ICE raid at the place.
What's your reaction to the new president's crackdown on immigration, the promise of these mass deportations? We're starting to see these promises play out with that ICE raid.
Well, illegals, or I don't say only illegal. If they're a criminal, then I believe what they want to do is deport them.
This woman lives close by.
Mucha tristeza.
A lot of sadness that they're coming to get people who are working when there's a lot of people outside doing things they shouldn't, she says. The Newark mayor and activists tell us 3 people were taken into custody, but before that, several more were questioned, including a military veteran. In a statement, an ICE spokesperson said U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement may encounter U.S. citizens while conducting field work and may request identification to establish an individual's identity, as was the case during a targeted enforcement operation at a work site yesterday in Newark, New Jersey. Under the new administration, ICE raids are unfolding in cities across the nation. While the administration says the initial focus is on wanted criminals who are in the country illegally, the administration also says anybody in the country unauthorized is subject to federal consequences.
The problem with this is that none of these people were rapists or murderers or criminals. The problem with it is that ICE went in there without a warrant.
And that was our Fox 5 New York team with that coverage. You are taking a live look right now on the Senate floor as we expect debate to get underway in just a matter of minutes, all related to the nomination of Kristi Noem. We're going to bring you that right here on Live Now from Fox. It looks like they are getting everything ready to go, and actually they're speaking now, so let's pop up the audio.
Enter the gates of our hearts. Come into our lives and remove all false pride and disunity, replacing them with humility and harmony. Reside with the members of this legislative body. Create within them a hunger for holiness. Lord, may they dedicate their work as a gift of love to you, consecrating even their thoughts for your honor. Generate in their minds a spirit of expectancy that the best is yet to be. Increase their joy and peace as they experience the power of your presence. We pray in your mighty name. Amen.
Thank you. Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The clerk will read a communication to the Senate.
Washington, D.C., January 25, 2025, to the Senate. Under the provisions of Rule 1, Paragraph 3 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, I hereby appoint the Honorable Ashley Moody, a senator from the state of Florida, to perform the duties of the chair. Signed, Chuck Grassley, President pro tempore.
Thank you. Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Under the previous order, morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, Department of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem of South Dakota to be secretary.
All right, so they are getting this discussion underway. They're just all getting into place. So right now, I do want to take a quick 2-minute commercial break, but everything should be getting underway in a matter of moments. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 9:37 on the East Coast and 6:37 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. Coming up in a matter of minutes here, we do expect everything to get underway on the Senate floor as there is a vote on the confirmation of Kristi Noem as the Secretary of Homeland Security. I want to pop up this live image right here. It appears there's no audio just yet as they are making those final preparations. But again, there is discussion that is set to take place for about 2 hours or so. And then right after that, that is when the vote will take place. Kristi Noem is expected to be confirmed as the Department of Homeland Security Secretary. However, they will discuss the reasons for and against. You'll hear all of those, and we're going to play it all for you right here on Live Now from Fox, including the vote itself. Now, the vote is slated for 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, but all of that is contingent based on how long this discussion goes. Either way, keep with us here on Live Now from Fox, and we'll make sure to bring all of it to you. Also want to remind you that coming up here in just a bit, we expect Pete Hegseth, who was confirmed as the Defense Secretary just last night. He's going to be sworn in by Vice President J.D. Vance. That is going to happen a bit later on this morning. I believe it's sometime around 10:30, so we'll make sure to take you there for that swearing-in ceremony as well. Later on today, around 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, you will hear from President Donald Trump as he's over in Las Vegas and will be speaking on tips and taxes. We're going to bring you all of those comments from him, the remarks uninterrupted, as we always do, here on Live Now from Fox. Again, we are waiting on this to get underway. This is all the confirmation discussion ahead of the vote for Kristi Noem, the South Dakota Governor, as she does attempt to become the Secretary of Homeland Security in the Trump administration. You can see Ashley Moody right there, who was just appointed about 2 weeks ago to fill the Senate seat of Marco Rubio, who has now been confirmed as Secretary of State, and she is presiding over this. While we're talking about that, I do want to pop this up on your screen because if Kristi Noem is confirmed, she will be the fourth confirmation of the picks by President Trump for his cabinet and administration. Pop that up on your screen. As I mentioned, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth was confirmed just last night in a late-night vote, and it was actually Vice President J.D. Vance who did have to cast the deciding vote. It was a tiebreaker. Obviously, there was no question on which way he was going to vote, but it was 50-50, and he broke that tie and will swear in Pete Hegseth as Defense Secretary later on this morning. Secretary of State Marco Rubio sworn in several days ago after his confirmation, and CIA Director John Ratcliffe has been approved in that role. Again, Kristi Noem would become the fourth of the confirmed administrative picks here if she is confirmed later on today. Also want to talk about some of the other confirmation hearings that are expected to take place next week. So in the coming days here, as I mentioned, 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time. That is the slated time for the Kristi Noem Senate vote. Wednesday, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. will have his confirmation hearing for Secretary of Health and Human Services. And then on Thursday, Tulsi Gabbard will go before the Senate Intelligence Committee to make her case. Again, a lot of different hearings that will take place. We'll bring them to you as we always do right here on Live Now from Fox. Again, we are waiting on all of this to get underway. The discussion here, that is a live look over on the Senate floor, as Ashley Moody from Florida is presiding over this. She was the pick by Governor Ron DeSantis to replace Marco Rubio as he went for Secretary of State. I do want to sneak in another quick 2-minute commercial break so we don't have to interrupt the conversation taking place on the Senate floor. We'll be right back in 2 short minutes. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 9:43 on the East Coast and 6:43 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. Do want to take you out to this shot here of the Capitol building over in D.C. as we head inside and take a look at the Senate floor. You can see Ashley Moody from Florida is presiding over this, and this is going to be a discussion about Kristi Noem and her nomination for Department of Homeland Security Secretary. The vote is set for 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, and that discussion was set to begin around 9:30. They did open up the session here, but we haven't actually heard from any of the lawmakers just yet. It looks like they are kind of finalizing everything and getting ready for this to get underway. Once it does begin, we'll make sure to bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. But I do want to send it over to Caroline Shively because, as I mentioned last night in a late-night vote, Pete Hegseth was confirmed as Defense Secretary. There was a tie-breaking vote from J.D. Vance, and later on this morning, Hegseth is expected to be sworn in by Vance. Caroline Shively has much more on that.
The vice president votes in the affirmative, and the nomination is confirmed.
In a late-night vote Friday, the Senate approved President Donald Trump's controversial pick for Defense Secretary. From the moment Pete Hegseth was nominated to head up the Pentagon, senators began fighting over the combat veteran and former Fox News TV host's fitness for the job.
Given his lack of experience, it's much more likely that the bureaucracy is going to crush Mr. Hegseth than he is going to crush the bureaucracy.
Mr. Hegseth will bring a warrior's perspective to the role of Defense Secretary and will provide much needed fresh air at the Pentagon.
Hegseth faces allegations of excessive drinking at work events, mismanaging 2 nonprofit veterans groups, and abuse of his second wife. He was also investigated but never charged with sexually assaulting a woman at a Republican conference in 2017.
There is no world where we should have a predator running the Department of Defense.
Hegseth strongly denies all of those allegations.
I was falsely accused in October of 2017. It was fully investigated, and I was completely cleared.
While critics say he has less experience than most nominees, supporters point to his time serving in the National Guard in Iraq and Afghanistan.
We just heard that we have a great Secretary of Defense. We're very happy about that, and we appreciate everybody's vote.
The Defense Department is the country's largest government agency with more than 2 million service members, 780,000 civilians, and an $850 billion budget. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Caroline, thank you so much. And do want to take a look at this post here from Chad Pergram. He is with Fox News and says the Senate is now in session. This is because senators are trying to maximize floor time to confirm as many cabinet secretaries as possible. The Senate is set to vote at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time to confirm Kristi Noem as DHS Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. The Senate broke a filibuster on her nomination last night. A live look once again over on the Senate floor as everything is being finalized here for that discussion about the nomination of Kristi Noem and then the confirmation with the vote set for 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Looks like they are doing some last-minute discussion, but that is Ashley Moody who is presiding over this hearing today. Let's head to our final 2-minute commercial break, and if this isn't going just yet, we'll make sure to bring you some of the other news from across the country and the world. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We are still waiting on that Senate discussion to get underway on the confirmation of Kristi Noem. Once we see them start speaking, we will make sure to bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. And we are also monitoring as the swearing-in ceremony for Pete Hegseth as Secretary of Defense is expected to happen here as well in a matter of moments. Want to take you out live to Israel right now. This is over in Hostage Square, as we know that 4 female hostages have now been freed. This is the second group of hostages freed as part of this ceasefire with Gaza. This is, of course, between Israel and Hamas. Now, we actually heard from the Israel Defense Forces spokesman very briefly a bit earlier on this morning, as he said that Hamas has actually violated the terms of the agreement. I do want to pop up the audio and listen in.
Since the October 7th massacre, our mission has been clear. Bring home all the hostages held by Hamas in Gaza. Today, as part of these ongoing efforts, we welcomed home 4 more Israeli hostages after 477 days in Hamas captivity. Liri Elbag, age 19, Naama Levi, age 20, Karina Arayev, age 20, Daniela Gilboa, age 20, 4 IDF soldiers who were all abducted by Hamas from Nahal Oz on October 7th, 2023. Today, we salute and embrace them and their families as they reunite just now after so long. We cannot and will not forget the 90 hostages, including women, children, and elderly men, still remain in brutal conditions in Hamas captivity. Hamas failed to meet its obligations to first release Israeli female civilian hostages as part of the agreement. We are determined to the return of Arbel Yahud, an Israeli citizen kidnapped from Nir Oz, and also Shiri Bivas and her 2 children, Kfir and Ariel, whose welfare we are extremely concerned about. We appreciate and thank the efforts of all international mediators, United States, Qatar, and Egypt, and we expect them to make sure Hamas stands in accordance with the agreement. IDF troops will continue to be deployed and operate and to do everything to protect the citizens of Israel. Our mission is not over until every single hostage comes home.
And that was Israel Defense Forces spokesman, Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari, as he was providing a statement a bit earlier. Now, he did say, as you heard there, that Hamas has violated the terms of the ceasefire agreement by not releasing all female hostage civilians. Again, we're going to keep an eye on this situation to see if it does factor into any of the ceasefire, if it has any sort of effect. As of right now, everything does appear to remain on schedule. Do want to take you out to the Senate floor, as there is still discussion ahead of the discussion on Kristi Noem and her nomination for Department of Homeland Security Secretary. That's expected to get underway here in a matter of moments. They are just kind of doing some last-minute discussion before they do pop up the audio, make the mics hot, and we can hear from different lawmakers. Now, they are going to have this discussion here, but then that will be followed by the actual vote scheduled for 11:30 a.m. Eastern time. Do want to pop this up here on your screen. This is from Chad Pergram with Fox News, as he says the Senate is now in session. This is because senators are trying to maximize floor time to confirm as many cabinet secretaries as possible. The Senate is to vote at 11:30 a.m. Eastern time to confirm Noem as the DHS secretary. The Senate broke a filibuster on her nomination last night. Another live look here on the Senate floor. Again, that is Ashley Moody presiding over all of this. She was chosen by Florida Governor Ron DeSantis to essentially fill the spot, the Senate seat, from Marco Rubio, who is now the Secretary of State in the Trump administration. As it looks like this is not getting underway just yet, I do want to head out to some of the other topics that we are covering at this point, and that includes a news conference that was held over in Indiana by the Attorney General. This is all about illegal immigration. We've been seeing a lot of these press conferences that have been held over the last several days as President Trump has made it a priority to crack down on illegal immigrants in the country. Let's pop up the audio here and listen in. But as the Senate discussion gets underway, we will head out there.
I'm Josh Defonce, the media director for your Attorney General's office. Today we are in South Bend at the St. Joseph County City Building to announce a new action we are taking here with regard to our fight to end sanctuary jurisdictions around Indiana. To tell you more about the action we are taking today and to also update you on all the work we've done on this issue, which has been a lot, I'm happy to introduce your Attorney General Todd Rokita and his Chief Deputy Blake Lanning, Chief Assistant Deputy Blake Lanning, and Sexton Chief Aaron Ridlin.
Guys. Well, good afternoon and happy New Year to everyone in South Bend, St. Joseph County, as well as throughout Indiana. I'm Todd Rokita. I'm Indiana's Attorney General. I want to thank you all for joining us, including the media, for coming here in person to help me inform all Hoosiers. I'm glad to be here in St. Joseph County. I just came from the Circuit Court, where I filed a very important lawsuit that deals directly with illegal immigration issues at your sheriff's department. I'll talk about that in detail in a moment, but first, I also, and perhaps just as importantly, or even more importantly, want to mention that before I filed this lawsuit, I was just down the street at the federal court. I attended and spoke at a naturalization ceremony where I witnessed immigrants who came here legally. I watched them get sworn in as U.S. citizens. I was proud to welcome them because they came here the right way, and they love our country. Several of them afterwards told me so. Thanks for saying what you did, Mr. Attorney General. People need to come here the right way. Several of them. Everyone was appreciative. Not only that I and others were there, but they became part of the American family today. So I want to say congratulations to them again. And what an inspiration they were. They did it the right way. They respected our laws. And for that, we respect them. President Trump respects them. And we welcome them to the American family. Now let me tell you about who's doing it the wrong way. Like I said just moments ago, I filed a lawsuit against St. Joseph County Sheriff Redmond and his department over their persistent practice of refusing to cooperate with federal immigration authorities. This includes refusing to notify ICE properly about the release of illegal aliens and also refusing to honor ICE detainers. This deliberate decision to not cooperate with federal immigration authorities is giving safe harbor to criminal aliens that need to be removed from our country and this county. It is making St. Joseph County act as a magnet to attract more illegals to want to come and live here and commit crime here. Crime that hurts law-abiding citizens, including our children. It's sad, but the local law enforcement here has become part of the problem, a big part. And I refuse, as your Attorney General, to just stand by and watch the lawlessness happen from law enforcement officials. After multiple communications with Sheriff Redmond to clean up the department's act, which have mostly been ignored, the department remains non-compliant with Indiana law. So now my office is taking the next step to enforce state law as passed by your General Assembly. I want to be clear. While we have a huge and serious disagreement with Redmond and his department, my office has the utmost respect for our men and women in blue and brown. I have a strong record of defending our police, not defunding them. And we will continue to support and defend our law enforcement in court. But we also hold those who deserve to be held accountable. Illegal immigration, as opposed to legal migration, is maybe the biggest issue we are facing right now in our country. President Joe Biden opened our border and created a crisis that now needs to be fixed. Because of him and his aiders and abettors right here in Indiana, every state is now a border state. And every one, including us right here, are paying the price for this lawlessness. I look forward to continue helping President Trump solve this, to fix it. But it will take the cooperation of all of us and all of law enforcement. Think of this. The influx of illegal aliens, which are coming from over 150 different countries, have strained our schools, and our children are suffering as the result. It has caused unneeded stress on law enforcement, local hospitals, healthcare facilities, and our housing and labor markets. I met with a teacher a few months ago. She had tears running down her face. She said she was retiring. I asked what was wrong. She was much too young to retire. She said, I'm retiring because I can't take it anymore. And I thought I was going to get a comment about teacher pay or some other issue along those lines, which is also a real issue. But instead, she told me that every day she gets a list of additional names added to her classroom size, names she can't pronounce, and she ends up spending every class hour calling an 800 number, where she then is made to pick between multiple translators so that she can explain the lesson plan to these new kids. Now, it's not the kids' fault, but they shouldn't be here. It's not fair to the children of the taxpayers who are sitting there in that same classroom waiting to be taught while their teacher is online or on the phone trying to translate lesson plans in multiple languages. It's not fair. It's not fair to our taxpayers, it's not fair to law enforcement, it's not fair to our already overburdened hospitals. And frankly, we have had enough of the problems that are being caused. And thanks to the election in November, now at least, instead of an obstacle in the White House, I and you have an ally. You are already seeing a flurry of action coming from the new administration on this issue, and we are ready to continue our work with them and have already been working for quite some time on getting this crisis under control, at least here in Indiana. Remember last session, the General Assembly passed a law authorizing my office to file lawsuits against any Indiana colleges, universities, or units of local government not enforcing current Indiana laws that ban sanctuary cities here in the state. We take that authority extremely seriously and have already made a ton of progress on this front. We worked with the West Lafayette Police Department to successfully revise its policies to ensure the enforcement of federal immigration laws. East Chicago officials also repealed their unlawful immigration ordinance in response to my office's efforts. Gary officials repealed their unlawful immigration ordinance after being pressed by me and my office. And in the case of the Monroe County Sheriff, Bloomington, Indiana, who also refused to cooperate, we have an ongoing lawsuit there. Obviously, this is a county that contains Bloomington and Indiana University, and today we are bringing that similar type of lawsuit against Sheriff Redmond and his department. My office will not stop in our work here on this issue until the law is followed and we put our people first over illegal aliens. What is happening in Monroe County and here in St. Joseph County isn't fair to Hoosier taxpayers or legal immigrants who came here the right way, like the ones I just met with and spoke with. Like I said earlier, that naturalization ceremony was beautiful to see. It's not the same as illegal immigration, and you all know that. We want to be patriots to the United States who would add value to our country and want to live their lives under the values of this country and the values we were founded upon. If your first act in our country is entering it illegally, you should not be allowed to stay. Now, other than working to eliminate sanctuary cities throughout the state, my office is also investigating potential labor trafficking networks here in the state. Amid ongoing concerns from community members and elected officials about large-scale influx of illegal aliens and legal immigrants, quote unquote, into their communities, my office has issued civil investigative demands to officials, employers, and nonprofits alike. They include Tyson Foods, the Cass County Health Department, the Logansport Community School Corporation, Berry Global Incorporated in Evansville, Tent Partnership for Refugees, the God is Good Foundation, and the Jackson County Industrial Development Corporation. I want to be clear, these CIDs, unlike the lawsuit we just filed here, are not an accusation of wrongdoing. My office simply has reasonable cause to believe that these entities may have information that could assist our work, and we're going to get to the bottom of it. We will continue looking into this growing issue and report back when we have more that we can share. So I would stay tuned. A lot of work has been done so far, and we will continue pushing forward. We hope that Sheriff Redmond and his department will begin to work with us to follow the law. That will be the best outcome and would save the taxpayers the most money.
And that was Indiana's Attorney General as he was speaking about the immigration crackdown and saying that he has filed a lawsuit against one of the sheriffs there in Indiana who is violating, he says, the terms of that and is not following the law. Once again, you are taking a live look here on the Senate floor as we are waiting on all of this to get underway. We're going to hear from lawmakers about the nomination of Kristi Noem for Secretary of Homeland Security. They're going to be discussing that. And then there will be a vote on whether to confirm her. Now, she is expected to be confirmed, and there could be other cabinet picks that are confirmed as well. But this should be getting underway any moment. It was slated to begin at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time. The Senate did begin its session. However, we have not started hearing from lawmakers just yet. We believe that Chuck Schumer will actually be the first to speak. So once we see him, we are going to pop up the audio and listen in. But right now, haven't seen him walk up just yet. Kristi Noem, of course, is Trump's pick for Secretary of Homeland Security. And if she's confirmed, she would be the fourth person confirmed of all of Trump's picks in his second administration. Again, you are taking a live look here on the Senate floor, and it looks like just about everyone is seated. So we should see Chuck Schumer in just a matter of seconds here. All right, on a camera in the other angle, you can see him just walk up. So let's pop up the audio here as he makes his comments.
Mr. President.
The Democratic leader.
Mr. President, today the Senate will vote on the nomination of Kristi Noem. I am voting no today. There are obvious and bipartisan solutions to fix the mess at our border and to greatly improve our immigration system. Those solutions include the bipartisan border security bill we introduced last year with Senators Lankford, Murphy, and Sinema, and even better, a comprehensive reform package along the lines of the bipartisan compromise of the Gang of Eight from 2013. These are real solutions that would solve our immigration problem. And Kristi Noem seems headed in the wrong direction. I will vote no. Now on the Hegseth debate last night. Last night, Senate Republicans entrusted the most powerful military in the world to someone with no experience, terrible judgment, and serious flaws of character. This is a deeply troubling moment. Our troops deserve so much better than Pete Hegseth. Our country deserves so much better than Pete Hegseth. His flaws were obvious to both sides from the start. Given the deeply concerning information we know about Pete Hegseth and the immense importance of the job he now has, I hope, for the sake of our troops and the good of our country, that he can eventually grow into the job. Senate Democrats will insist on vigorous oversight of the Defense Department. On IGs. Yesterday, in the dark of night, President Trump fired at least 12 independent inspector generals at important federal agencies across the administration. This is a chilling purge, and it's a preview of the lawless approach Donald Trump and his administration are taking far too often as he's becoming president. These dismissals are possibly in violation of federal law, which requires Congress to have 30 days' notice of any intent to fire inspectors general. These firings are Donald Trump's way of telling us he is terrified of accountability and is hostile to facts and to transparency. Inspectors general can be vital for keeping the government honest. They're the ones who tell the truth and shed light on bad behavior. And we all know that there's nothing Donald Trump is more afraid of than someone who is independent. But President Trump all too often has an aversion to the truth. And when someone confronts him with truth and facts, he fires them and replaces them with loyalists. We're a fact-based society, or we have been. We lose that, we lose the core of America. And Donald Trump's decision to fire 12 of the federal government's independent watchdogs is a glaring sign that it's a golden age, and Donald Trump's decision to fire 12 of the federal government's independent watchdogs is a glaring sign that it's a golden age for abuse in government and even corruption. When government agencies disobey the law in the next year, and there's no independent IG to keep them in check, Donald Trump could well regret this action. Now on Project 2025, does anyone here remember when Donald Trump claimed he had nothing to do with Project 2025? Remember last year, Donald Trump seemed to go out of his way to distance himself from the wildly unpopular Project 2025. Now, 1 week into Donald Trump's presidency, that's all gone out the right-wing window. Under Donald Trump, it's the dawn of a golden age for Project 2025. And this should infuriate working people from one end of America to the other. Here's a Bloomberg News headline from yesterday, quote, Trump's early actions mirror Project 2025 plan he once dismissed, unquote. In fact, according to Bloomberg, more than 30 of the 47 initial executive actions announced by the administration come directly from Project 2025. Let me repeat. More than 30 of the 47 executive actions announced by the administration come directly from Project 2025. Project 2025 is officially Donald Trump's policy playbook. Less than a week into his term, President Trump has gone after Medicare, savings for drug costs, and the cap on out-of-pocket spending for medications. Where do you find those ideas? Well, they're right out of the 2025 playbook. President Trump also signed executive orders that would eliminate good-paying jobs in clean energy and open the floodgates for big oil companies. Where do you find that? The Project 25 playbook. And even though President Trump said he wanted to leave reproductive care to the states, his actions tell us he was not telling us the truth. He pushed policies barring doctors from sharing information with patients about health care, including abortion. and is pushing anti-choice beliefs into the doctor-patient relationship here in the U.S. and across the globe. So when Donald Trump threatens things that to roll back cost savings for prescription drugs or threatens jobs, he's making life easier for the big corporations and more expensive for average people. And where do these ideas come from? These and many, many more come from the 900 or so pages of Project 2025. So no matter how much Donald Trump tries to convince people he had nothing to do with Project 2025, the truth has now come out. Project 2025 is the Trump agenda. And unfortunately, it seems very likely we're going to see more of these awful proposals in the weeks to come. From Project 2025 right into the Trump administration. On FEMA. Yesterday, President Trump traveled to North Carolina and California to tour sites ravaged by both hurricanes and wildfires. While speaking to reporters, the president mentioned the role of FEMA, saying he plans to issue an executive order that could possibly eliminate FEMA altogether. In his words, quote, "I think we're going to recommend that FEMA go away." Look, if we want to talk about common sense reforms to disaster response, that's one thing. But getting rid of FEMA entirely because of the conservative hunger to shrink government at all costs is dangerous, very dangerous. That could leave families, business owners, and local communities fending for themselves. President Trump's proposal to get rid of FEMA has Project 2025 written all over it. Project 2025 wants to privatize some of FEMA's programs, including national flood insurance that vulnerable communities rely on desperately. Project 2025 calls for the shrinking of the federal government's share of disaster aid and making the states and local taxpayers pay a far larger share. That's antithetical to how Americans stuck together and looked after each other in times of disaster. Why do we have a national FEMA? Because Americans pulled together, not divided one another. And when an area had trouble, whether it's floods in North Carolina or hurricanes in Florida, or fires in California, or the devastating effects of Sandy in New York, the whole nation pulls together and says, we're going to help those devastated areas. We're all together in this. Now Donald Trump and his toying with getting rid of FEMA undoes that beautiful part of America that said we all stuck with one another when one area had such a disaster that they couldn't deal with it all themselves. History is clear that when it comes to disaster response, there are some things only the federal government's equipped to do. And President Trump would be mistaken to ignore that. When states get overwhelmed, when their highways are buckling, when they don't have trucks and ambulances because of flooding or fires or whatever, earthquakes, to get to the people in need, FEMA comes right in. It's happened in my state, it's happened in your state, it's happened in everybody's state. Get rid of FEMA because a group of hard-right people want to see that the wealthy in America pay less taxes. I'll have Project 2025. Un-American to me, and against a grand tradition that we've had for over a century. Eliminating FEMA, the tradition of each area of the country helping one another. Eliminating FEMA without thinking of the consequences will only mean more pain and more confusion from communities at their worst times, times of crisis. The president should back away from this threat. I yield the floor and note the absence of quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
All right, they are going into roll call right now, but I did want to pop this up for you right here and let you know that we are expecting that swearing-in ceremony for Pete Hegseth, confirmed just hours ago as Defense Secretary during a tie-breaking vote by Vice President J.D. Vance, who will actually be the one to swear him in. Looks like there will be some comments that are made here, so we're going to bring those to you live, raw, and unfiltered as they get underway in a matter of moments. As you can tell, folks are seated and ready to go. Right now, let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but on the other side, we're hopeful this will get underway. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and perfect timing as J.D. Vance is now at the podium. Let's pop up the audio.
First, of course, to the President of the United States for nominating a person who is respected and adored by the warfighters. This is the Secretary of Defense who will stand up for the men and women that we send overseas to fight our nation's wars. I think a lot of them feel that they haven't had somebody who's had their back. That will change because the President of the United States nominated this guy, and we are grateful to President Trump for doing so. I also want to say thank you to my Senate colleagues. It turns out we couldn't spare one, and all of you did an incredible job. In particular, my dear friend Roger Wicker, thank you for shepherding Pete through the committee. Roger did a great job. And in addition, all of the members of the Senate Armed Services Committee, who I know gave Pete the vetting and the hearing that he deserved, and I'm glad that we all ultimately decided that the President's nominee for Secretary of Defense ought to be our actual Secretary of Defense, and we're here today. I'm going to say one final thing. If you look at what has separated President Trump from so many of the people who came before him, it is the view that, number one, we should be sparing in how we deploy our most precious resource, which is the men and women who are willing to put on the uniform and put their life on the line for this country. We shouldn't send them everywhere, but two, when we do send them anywhere, we ought to empower them with the tools necessary to fight and win quickly and come home afterwards. And that is what sets this administration apart, and that's what Pete Hegseth represents. Now, finally, I, of course, have to thank the nominee himself. Pete, thank you for being willing to put yourself out there. I think you've shown yourself a man of deep character and of resolve over the last few months. Jennifer, thank you for standing by, our new Secretary of Defense, and your beautiful family, from your kids to the extended family. You guys did a hell of a job. We're proud of you, and we're glad to have you in Washington as we work to make America great again. So with that, let me administer the oath of office. Kids, come on up. All right, put your hand on the Bible, raise your right hand, and repeat after me. I, Pete Hegseth.
I, Pete Hegseth.
Do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
The duties of the office on which I am about to enter.
The duties of the office of which I am about to enter.
So help you God?
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Secretary. Congratulations. Mr. Secretary, say a few words.
All praise and glory to God. His will be done, and we're grateful to be here. And as I said in my hearing, it was Jesus and Jenny. I would not be here without you, sweetheart. Thank you so much. I want to thank the President of the United States, our Commander-in-Chief, Donald Trump. We could not have a better Commander-in-Chief than him. It is the honor of a lifetime, sir, to serve under you. We look forward to having the backs of our troops and having your back in executing peace through strength, in putting America first, and in rebuilding our military. Mr. Vice President, thank you for breaking the tie. It's not the last time, or not the first time the headline reads, Junior Enlisted Marine bails out Junior Army Officer. And, you know, some people were saying, well, 50-50, that's too tight. And Senator Mark Wayne Mullen was nice enough to take my kids up to the gallery to watch the actual moment that the vice president sealed the deal. And they came running in. They said, Dad, instead of being sad about 50-50, 51-50, they said, Dad, you won in overtime. That's the perspective I like. So thank you throughout this process, Mr. Vice President, for being incredible. I also want to thank the chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee. So many members of the Senate Armed Services Committee, we became fast friends in this process. The advice, the consent, the wisdom, the guidance. I look forward to working with all of you and other senators to ensure the Defense Department has what it needs, that our nation has what it needs, and that we're prepared to defend it in all moments. To my staff, amazing staff who were with us this entire process, I see so many of you through thick and thin. We used to look at the betting odds every once in a while on this. It was low at one point. Never do that. But we defied them. And there were so many folks on the inside and then allies on the outside who stood by us every single moment. And we are eternally grateful for that. And I want to thank the warfighters. I want to thank the men and women wearing the uniform. And I've said this before when I speak, and I mean it. Every time I stand at a podium and there's bright lights and cameras, the first thing that goes through my head are the guys that I served with on the battlefield. The men and the women who I lock shields with and put my life on the line with, who never get the spotlight, who never have the cameras, who people don't know what they did in dark and dangerous places. But I know. And at the Pentagon, we're going to remember and we're going to know. And we're going to think about those warriors with every single decision that we make. We will put America first. We will bring peace through strength. And the three principles I talked about are what we will bring to that Pentagon. Restore the warrior ethos in everything that we do. Rebuild our military and reestablish deterrence. We don't want to fight wars. We want to deter them, as you said. And we want to end them responsibly. But if we need to fight them, we're going to bring overwhelming and decisive force to close with and destroy the enemy and bring our boys home. And to my other family that's here as well, who I love, it's the honor of a lifetime. And I would be remiss if I didn't note one person in this room who doesn't expect to be recognized, but Captain Rubio is here. He was my company commander on my first deployment in Guantanamo Bay. He was there on June 3rd, 2003, when I first swore in as a second lieutenant at Princeton University, and he swore me in. And I wanted to make sure he was here today with me as well. Thank you very much, sir. So, Mr. President, thank you very much. To the American people, we have your back. We're going to get to work right away. God bless. Thank you.
All right, I guess that's it. Any questions? Guys, let me answer that for the new secretary. All people in our armed services should trust him because he looks out for them and he's going to fight for them. And he's going to make sure that we have the kind of military that we can all be proud in, that we can all be proud of, and that, again, when we send it to do a job, we do it well, we do it quickly, and then we get the hell out. And that's what Secretary Hegseth is going to bring to the Department of Defense. Anything else?
Are you worried about any of the nominees coming really close to the line as we saw with Hegseth last night?
You know, as I learned with the Buckeyes just a week ago, when you win the championship, you don't give a damn what the score was. We won the championship on this one. We've got a great Secretary of Defense. We're proud of him, and he's going to do a great job. Thank you all. Take care.
All right, there you have it. Some comments from Vice President J.D. Vance as he swears in Pete Hegseth as the Secretary of Defense. There was that late night vote that Vance did break the tie for. It was 50-50, and then it became 51-50, and Pete Hegseth was confirmed. Now we are waiting on the vote to take place for Kristi Noem, who was Trump's pick for Secretary of Homeland Security. And right now we do have this image that is coming in. We've heard from Senator Chuck Schumer, but we have not heard from anyone else on the Senate floor just yet. Not sure if there will be any more discussion prior to the actual vote, which is set for 11:30 a.m. Eastern time. We're going to keep an eye on this feed right here, and we'll make sure to bring you any sort of updates right as they happen. Do have to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but a lot more news to get to in just a few. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 10:34 on the East Coast and 7:34 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and the world. We are keeping an eye on this feed right here, coming in from the Senate floor as we wait for some more discussion on the floor ahead of the vote on the confirmation of Kristi Noem as head of the Department of Homeland Security. That is the post that was previously held by Alejandro Mayorkas during the Biden administration. Now, if we actually see Kristi Noem confirm what she is expected to be, she will become the fourth pick from President Trump to be confirmed by the Senate. There, of course, are still several more that do have to be confirmed. I do want to pop this up for you right here, though, on your screen so you can get a look at who has been confirmed so far. You do have, as we just saw, Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense now. He just spoke, of course, in that swearing-in ceremony. We also have Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who has announced that his first trip next week in that role will be to Panama. CIA Director John Ratcliffe also sworn in here. So again, if Kristi Noem is confirmed, she will be the fourth pick to be confirmed by the Senate. We also know there are a few other hearings that will take place next week. That's going to be Robert F. Kennedy Jr. on Wednesday and Tulsi Gabbard on Thursday. You can watch all of those raw right here on Live Now from Fox as they are underway. Still, at this point, we aren't seeing more in the way of any discussion. But once we see a lawmaker walk up to a podium, we'll make sure to bring you their comments right here on Live Now from Fox. I see someone standing, so I'm not sure if we're about to get some comments here, but I do want to hang on this image for just a second, just in case.
Yes, we are.
I ask consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, pending before the United States Senate on this Saturday morning is the nomination of Governor Kristi Noem of South Dakota to be the Secretary of Homeland Security in the cabinet of President Trump. I have never met Governor Noem. I'd hoped that we would have a chance to get together, but that didn't work out. I made a request for a courtesy meeting, but we couldn't schedule it, so my vote is not contingent on a person showing up in my office, but I wish we'd had a chance to meet and talk about the awesome responsibility she is seeking with this department. Department of Homeland Security is virtually the creation of 9/11. That's when the term homeland started being used at our highest levels of our government in an effort to keep America safe from 9/11 or anything like it happening in the future. Over the years, it has accepted major responsibility when it comes to the issue of immigration, particularly when it comes to making certain that our border processes are orderly and reach our national goals, serve our national goals and values. It is interesting to reflect on where we are on the issue of immigration. Starting point is we are a nation of immigrants, period, end of quote. I'm the son of an immigrant mother who came to the United States at the age of 2. I have been fortunate enough to be entrusted by my state to represent them here in first the House and now the Senate. I'm honored for that with that responsibility. If you visit my office here in the Capitol, you will see behind my desk my mother's naturalization certificate. Very proud of it. Before she passed away, I asked her if she still had it, and though she was in kind of a compromised health position, she jumped out of her chair, was gone 2 or 3 minutes at most, and came in with a battered old brown envelope. And I opened it, and there was her naturalization certificate, which I display behind my desk. I might also say, parenthetically, that a little slip of paper came out of that same envelope. I picked it up, and it was a tiny little piece of paper that said the filing fee of $2.50 had been paid. It was stamped official. And I said to Mom, "Why did you keep this?" She said, "If the government ever challenged me, I could prove that I paid my filing fee of $2.50. That was my mom, an immigrant lady who worked harder her whole life, 8th grade education, raised 3 boys, and I think we have tried our best to confirm her confidence in us and do our best to serve this country in various ways. So immigration is personal to me. I'm proud of my immigrant roots. On my father's side, the opposite is true. The family dates back to before the Revolutionary War, but that is not unusual in America. We are a gathering of families with many different backgrounds, but immigration is a central part of who we are as Americans. And the question, of course, before us is, what are we going to do about problems in immigration that faces? I can tell you that the problems predated Joe Biden, predated my arrival in Congress, and go back many other years. If you look at the history of immigration in this country, it is a mixed review. There are times when we embraced immigrants to build transnational railroad lines and the like, and there are times when we shunned them and said that they were not welcome in this country. It moves back and forth. We are now at a period, everyone knows, where immigration at our borders is a central issue raised in the last presidential campaign and certainly on the minds of many voters. I was fortunate enough a few years ago, 2013, to join what was known as a Gang of 8, 4 Democrats, 4 Republican senators who sat down and said, let's write a comprehensive immigration reform bill. And we did. In that group was Senator John McCain of Arizona, Lindsey Graham, Senator Flake, and Senator Rubio, our new Secretary of State. On the Democratic side, myself, Senator Schumer, Senator Menendez, and the senator from various states that joined. Senator Feinstein was one of them who worked toward reaching a goal. We brought a bill to the floor, a comprehensive bill, I think a good one. It passed with over 60 votes. Unfortunately, after it was sent to the House of Representatives, it died without it even being debated. we missed an opportunity there. And it tried to address some fundamentals, which I believe should be part of any immigration system in America. I can tell you what my fundamental values are. I've certainly identified myself as embracing immigration, but when it comes to the process of immigration, there are certain things that I think are absolutely essential. I think most senators of both political parties would agree, though some would have variations on this theme. Central to immigration reform, as far as I'm concerned, is an orderly process at the border, which means that except in rare circumstances, people will come through that border gate in an orderly fashion to be reviewed and carefully scrutinized before they go a step further as to their presence. Secondly, I accept the premise, and think every American probably joins in it, in saying we never knowingly want to allow a dangerous person to come in this country, period, end of quote. And secondly, if an immigrant to this country is involved in dangerous conduct to the rest of the people who live in this country, we don't want them. They can go back to where they came from or some other place, but they can't stay here in the United States. And the third reality is one that is tough, because it's easy to say and hard to live with, and that is we cannot accept everyone who wants to come into America tomorrow. It just has to be done in a thoughtful, orderly way that is in the best interest of our nation and the people who live here first. We've got to, for example, allow people to come to this country if they bring skills that are necessary for our future, but we have to offer opportunities to people who are already in this country, citizens and those legally in America, for an economic opportunity in the future. They're our highest priority and should be. Having said that, the Department of Homeland Security, which Governor Noem is seeking to lead, is now embarking on a new era, the new Trump 47 era, where mass deportation is the catchphrase of the day. Let me give you an illustration of what mass deportation could mean. We don't know for sure how it will be implemented, but I'm very concerned. We had a hearing this week with President Trump's Agriculture Secretary, Ms. Rollins from the state of Texas. And I asked her a question, which I think raises a valid concern about mass deportation. Currently, we know that we need immigrants and migrant labor as a critical part of agriculture. When the Illinois Farm Bureau comes to meet with me, they frequently raise the issue of immigration. In what way? Well, for example, a member of the Farm Bureau has a dairy operation in northwestern Illinois. She said to me that it was the third generation of her family with that dairy operation. If you know anything about dairy operations, they are labor intensive. Those cows have to be milked twice a day. And you better be ready to do it, and do it with frequency if you want to continue a successful dairy operation. It involves a lot of manpower, and it used to be that there was a time when dairy families in my state and others had a bunch of kids, because the kids were all ultimately going to be part of the family operation. Those kids are not sticking around on dairy farms as much as they used to. And so those who want to keep the dairy farms in operation need workers. It is almost virtually impossible to find American workers on these dairy operations because it's such tough work. And so migrant labor becomes a critical part of the operations in dairy. I can recall this lady said to me, if I can't get migrant laborers to work on my dairy farm in northwestern Illinois, this is the end of it, Senator. We can't continue. I don't have enough family members, and certainly there are not kids or anyone, workers in town, who are anxious to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning and start milking cows. That's part of my lifestyle. Similarly, a lady from the Illinois Farm Bureau said, well, now that we're on the subject, I have an orchard in southern Illinois. We grow peaches and apples. And I will tell you that I've given up the thought of hiring any local young people to work in my orchard operation. They just won't do it. She said, I've got a fruit stand out by the highway. I've enclosed it, I've air conditioned it. I still can't get young people to man the cash registers and sell the apples and peaches on the side of the road. They just don't like doing it. And so I rely every year on migrant labor to come and pick the crop, and even to work in the fruit stand out by the highway. That's a reality. And she says, I'm done if I can't get migrant workers. So let's put that in the context of mass deportation. We estimate that 40% of ag workers today are undocumented. That means that literally they're working in most cases, many cases I should say, without legal authority. They come with regularity from Mexico usually, or other countries nearby, to work in the fields and go back home at a certain point. They are illegal while they are here, but they're doing valuable work. They're paid for it. It's backbreaking work, things that people just ordinarily don't want to do. Now let's put that in the context of mass deportation. If the Trump administration decides to use the Department of Homeland Security, which Governor Noem is seeking to head, to enforce mass deportation, what's going to happen in that orchard? What's going to happen on that dairy farm? What's going to happen in so many agricultural pursuits where migrant labor, undocumented labor, is critical to the operation? Well, I can tell you in many instances they will be removing the very workers that pick the crop. And so what does that mean to Mr. and Mrs. America? Wait till you go to the grocery store in the produce section and look at the selection you have today and mark it in your mind, because it may not be there tomorrow. If the people who pick the crop, who grow the crop, who man and provide resources for the dairy operations are gone, many of these farm operations will be gone with them. So I asked Ms. Rollins, who's seeking to be Secretary of Agriculture, are you going to warn the people in agriculture states like Illinois and Texas that mass deportation is a threat to their workforce? And she said, of course, she wouldn't answer that directly. I wasn't surprised by that. But it's an indication of the complication of mass deportation. Take what I've just said and apply it to so many other industries. The hospitality industry, good indication. How many people are cleaning those hotel rooms that you stayed in last night who are undocumented? A lot. And in another area that I think is really critical is when it comes to caregivers. When you leave your child or grandchild at the daycare center in the morning and head off to work or whatever your assignment may be for the day, you entrust the most precious part of your life, that little child or grandchild, in many instances to an undocumented worker. They don't get paid as much as most, and they have an awesome responsibility, and I think every grandparent and parent would agree. You want to make sure that they're good and talented and qualified and show up to work. The same is true when it comes to caregivers for those senior citizens. Your mother, your grandmother went down to breakfast this morning at the care facility and luckily had by her side one of the workers and caregivers who escorted her carefully back to her room. We all know that at a certain age, a fall can be literally deadly and cost a person's life. So you count on that worker. Now if you go into mass deportation and start removing the undocumented workers from child care facilities and senior facilities and nursing home facilities, how many people will be prejudiced and hurt by that? I'm afraid very many. So this notion of cleaning the ranks and ridding ourselves of undocumented people in this country, we have to give some thought to. If they are dangerous, if they've committed a crime, no questions asked. They have to go. And it has to be a serious crime and not just an arrest for shoplifting, for example. I personally believe they should not only be charged with the crime, but prosecuted. But if that happens, they're gone, period. And I think most people would agree with that. So Governor Noem's aspiration to head this agency comes at a critical moment in history. The economy of this country is about to change with mass deportation. We estimate there are about 11 million, roughly 11 million people in this country undocumented, meaning that they are here not in legal status. How did they get here? In a variety of ways. They overstayed visas in most instances. Some of them came across the border, that's for sure, but many of them came into this country as students or tourists and stayed. And they comprise the largest share of the 11 million undocumented people in this country. I think we dealt with this issue in a responsible way in the bipartisan comprehensive bill. Here is what we said, and I want to make it clear. I think this is a thoughtful and sensible way to approach it on a bipartisan basis. If you are undocumented in this country, under our bill, you are required legally to step forward, identify yourself, pay a fee to remain in this country. You would then be registered by the government. We would know who you are, where you are. You would pay your taxes while you're working and make your contributions to Social Security and other funds. And you would be, it would be enforced by something called E-Verify, where every employer in this country would be required to check and make sure that the person who is working and undocumented was in fact registered with the government. That to me is a thoughtful way to make sure that we are safe, still have the workers that we need, and to say to those that are here on undocumented status, you may stay. We're not guaranteeing your citizenship, although I personally believe that they should be given a path to citizenship, but it is a starting point and a sensible one. We would say to those workers at the dairy farm in northwestern Illinois, keep working, but now you're going to have your own Social Security number and your own requirement for paying taxes on a personal basis, as an example. So it's a little bit different than what President Trump has envisioned. His sounds a lot different in many respects, but it's an indication of the awesome responsibility that Governor Noem will have if she becomes the Secretary of Homeland Security. Our border must be secure, and we certainly, as I said earlier, must deport any dangerous individuals who are here illegally. The approach that I've heard will remain to be seen what happens by President Trump and his DHS Secretary nominee, Kristi Noem, is not just targeted at criminals. It is aimed at legal immigrants and immigrant families who've lived in our country, many of them for decades, and are pillars of our community. Without fail, I can predict what's going to happen if President Trump pursues his approach. In community after community in Tennessee and in Illinois, we will discover undocumented people to our surprise. I didn't know that that man running the restaurant in southern Illinois from Mexico, the popular restaurant that people love to go to on Friday and Saturday nights, I didn't know he was undocumented. I can't believe they are going to deport him. We're going to hear stories like that over and over again of people that we sit next to at church, count on every day in our business dealings, see at the nursing homes, see at the daycare facilities, who will be subject to deportation. And not just those who are undocumented, but many times it appears to be that they're going to say to their children who were born in the United States and are legal citizens under the 14th Amendment to the Constitution, they have to leave as well. There is no basis for that to happen in law or in the Constitution, and yet I'm afraid that might be the future. We've already seen President Trump suspend refugee admissions program, which provides safe haven for those fleeing oppressive regimes around the world, including people from Afghanistan who literally risked their lives to help American soldiers survive in that wartime context. Some of those people are being threatened now with exclusion and deportation. Many refugee applicants wait decades to come to the United States lawfully, and all of them go through rigorous vetting. I'm talking about not months, but years of background checks before they can be considered as a refugee in this country. When they've waited so long under difficult circumstances, that seems fundamentally unfair. The Trump administration has already canceled flights for over 1,600 Afghan refugees scheduled to come here, including the families of active duty U.S. military personnel and those who are at risk because they fought for the U.S. On the side of the U.S. in Afghanistan. I have a particular situation in Chicago, which I'm honored to represent. We have a section of that city, one of my favorites, is known as Ukrainian Village. It goes without saying that that means so many people from Ukraine have family and relatives in the Chicagoland area. Great restaurants and bakeries and churches, schools. It's a vibrant part of the city of Chicago. This is something most people don't know. When the governor of Texas decided to send thousands of undocumented people to the city of Chicago, it caused a lot of upheaval and change overnight, and many of those people had to be helped by units of government, the state of Illinois, the city of Chicago, and others. At the same time, those 50,000 people were being slowly integrated into the local economy. And most of them now don't live in any government-sponsored facility, but they have their own lives, and they're working at this point. At the same time that happened, another 50,000 came into Chicago from Ukraine. Because of the war in that country and the displacement of people in that war, we were offered an opportunity under the Biden administration for those Ukrainians to come to the United States under two conditions. First, they have a sponsoring family, and second, they have a job waiting for them. They won't be dependent on government programs for their survival. We did that, and almost no one noticed. These Ukrainians had become part of the community in the Chicago greater region and have been part of the economy. And they've been accepted and embraced. Now they face the real prospect of mass deportation as well. Where are we going to send them? Where are they going? This war in Ukraine makes it virtually impossible for them to return to what was their home. So I hope that as we reflect on mass deportation, we realize there are complicating factors in many of these circumstances. Stopping the flights to America will not make life any easier for those who applied for refugee status, and it sends a message in Afghanistan to our allies and troops around the world that we will not stand by and support and be friends with those who risk their lives for our soldiers. The President Trump has announced his plan to attempt to deny citizenship to children born in the United States if their parents are not citizens or lawful permanent residents. I don't know if I have a copy at my desk here. I'm supposed to have. Oh, here it is. I'd like to read to you, Mr. President, the 14th Amendment to the Constitution. And I hope everyone gets a chance to take a look at it for themselves on this whole question of whether someone can be born in the United States and become a citizen. That has been the law in this country for over 140 years. And it really is a provision of the Constitution which is explicit. Here's what the 14th Amendment says, and I quote it directly. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. That is the first sentence of the 14th Amendment. So when President Trump says that he is opposed to birthright citizenship and challenges it, it was no wonder that the court issued an injunction or a temporary restraining order and stopped him immediately, saying this was a judge who was appointed by Ronald Reagan, that the Constitution is explicit. We've got to make sure that our policy when it comes to immigration is consistent with our Constitution and consistent with our values. And for many years in this country, over 100 now, that has been very clear that birthright citizenship is guaranteed by the Constitution. And Kristi Noem, the governor of South Dakota, has said she wants to end birthright citizenship. She's described the southern border as a war zone and called unauthorized immigration a, quote, invasion, unquote. Governor Noem was the first governor to deploy National Guard to the southern border and sent them a total of 8 times during her tenure. I was disappointed she refused my request to meet, as I wanted to ask her a few questions about those decisions. As I said before, we need a secure border. That's why I worked for years to pass bipartisan legislation. But we also need to protect millions of non-citizens whom Americans rely on each and every day. Immigrants make up 40% of our agriculture workers and 40% of our home health aides. They are an outsized percentage of child care workforce and the farm workforce in America. If they are gone, the cost of daycare for families is going to go up because there'll be fewer workers. Immigrants have been a key part of the American success story. Our nation, I believe, needs them more than ever in a thoughtful way. Remember the 3 elements that I stand for, and I hope most people agree. 1, we need an orderly process at the border. Number 2, no dangerous person should ever be allowed knowingly into this country or allowed to stay if they are seeking permanent immigrant status. And number 3, we cannot accept every person in the world who wants to come to America tomorrow. It has to be a thoughtful, orderly process consistent with our values and consistent with our obligation to American families. They do not deserve those who are here to live in fear each day. Any real solution to immigration challenges must give them stability and a future that they can count on. Americans deserve a real fix to our broken immigration system that protects American workers and treats immigrants fairly. This pending nomination is a critical one. It may be the hottest topic in Washington today. I look forward to the opportunity to meet Governor Noem at some point to hear more about her intentions. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
President.
The senator from Iowa.
Everybody knows that except for Native Americans, this great nation of ours is a nation of immigrants. We're one of the most welcoming nations in the world, maybe the most welcoming to immigrants, because about 1 million people come here every year legally. My family has been blessed by two. A daughter-in-law of 45 years from South Korea, a granddaughter-in-law of about 6 or 7 years from Ethiopia. I've learned much from them, and I think America is great because of the people that come here. But we're also a nation based on the rule of law, and we have not seen that immigration law enforced over the last 4 years. So I'm going to be voting for Governor Noem because she's committed to enforcing our immigration laws. I think Secretary Mayorkas felt in his heart that we ought to give the American land of opportunity, the opportunity anybody who wanted to come here. He said he was enforcing the laws, but we know that he wasn't enforcing laws, because you saw every night on TV people crossing the Rio Grande, coming to this country and violating our laws as they entered. We all know that if you're going to be a sovereign nation, you got to control your borders. We can't have millions of people coming here in violation of our laws, people that are on the terrorist watch list, people with criminal records, everybody just willy-nilly coming here. We are that land of opportunity, but also a land of the rule of law. We're seeing deportations going on now with priority on people that are criminals or on the terrorist watch list. We're hearing some economists and some business people saying our economy is in jeopardy if we deport these people, but no employer is going to hire somebody on the terrorist watch list if they know that they are. No employer is going to hire somebody with a criminal record if they know about that criminal record. So let's talk about the impact of deportation on the economy after people with criminal records, after people that are on the terrorist watch list, and the 1 2/10 or 1 3/10 million people that have been adjudicated that they did not meet the test of our law that they could legally be in this country. And to have those 3 categories of people deported, then maybe let's talk about the impact on the economy after that. But I think that's quite a few months down the road. One other reason that I'm voting for Governor Noem, and this is a repeat of what I said last night on the floor of the United States Senate in regard to Pete Hegseth being chairman or being Secretary of Defense. When these people that are nominees come to my office, I point out to them a couple things. Number one, I always say you're going to be asked if you'll answer our letters. And everybody for decades have been saying yes to that. And I point out to them how they ought to really say maybe, because I use the last 4 years of the Garland Department of Justice as an example, showing these nominees when they come to my office of a file of about 158 letters that the Department of Justice and the FBI haven't appropriately answered, even after they said they'd answer all of our letters. Now, that may be a tongue-in-cheek maybe, quote unquote, maybe, when I tell them that, but I think we have a responsibility to make sure that in our constitutional job of oversight to see that the laws are faithfully executed, that we, when we contact the administration, we think things are wrong, that we're entitled to an answer. This isn't a problem just in a Democrat administration. This is a problem in Republican administrations. So I asked the new Secretary of Defense that issue. He said he was going to be diligent about that, and I discussed the same thing with Governor Noem as well, because we ought to have our cooperation of the executive branch of government in Congress doing its job of oversight. I'm satisfied that Governor Noem will, to the best of her ability, help us with our oversight responsibilities and even help us get answers to those left over from the Biden administration. I think Governor Noem is very well qualified to be Secretary of Homeland Security. I wish her well in the enforcement of law and re-emphasize that border security is very important, not only for the sovereignty of this great nation of ours, because you can't be a sovereign nation if you don't control the borders, and secondly, for our national security, because you can't have people on the terrorist watch list coming to this country and invading us, and also for law enforcement, because you can't have people with criminal record coming to this country. It's a big job that's left over from the last 4 years of a Secretary of Homeland Security that wasn't enforcing the law. I think Governor Noem is up to the test, and we wish her well as she proceeds down this road of making sure that the sovereignty of the United States is protected and our national security is protected, and we have a safe nation based upon law enforcement being able to do its job. I yield the floor.
All right, there you have it. Some lengthy discussion and live debate as they are prepared in the Senate to vote on the confirmation of Kristi Noem as the Department of Homeland Security Secretary there. We are going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but as we see more lawmakers take the floor ahead of that 11:30 vote, we'll make sure to bring that to you right here on Live Now. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 11:12 on the East Coast and 8:12 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. Right now, we are about 15 or so minutes away from the vote that is expected in the Senate on the confirmation of Kristi Noem, the governor of South Dakota, as the DHS secretary. That is, of course, the Department of Homeland Security. We've seen lawmakers walking up to the podium here to debate and discuss this ahead of that vote. Looks like there is another one at the podium here, so let's pop up the audio. All right, so it did look as though someone was walking up to the podium. However, they then walked away. So I'm not actually sure if we do have any more of this debate ahead of the vote, which again is set to take place in just about 15 minutes. We're going to have all kinds of coverage. We'll bring that to you, and we have an expert that is about to join us to break all of this down as that vote does get underway. In the meantime, do want to pop this up right here on your screen to show you who has been confirmed so far. If Kristi Noem is confirmed, she would become the fourth of President Trump's picks to be confirmed by the Senate. Take a look at your screen. If you were watching a bit earlier on today, you did see Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, who was confirmed and sworn in. Now, the confirmation itself happened hours ago. It was 50-50, but Vice President J.D. Vance was called in, and he cast the tie-breaking vote, and Pete Hegseth was sworn into office by Vance just about 30 or so minutes ago. We'll play those comments for you again a bit later on today, but we also know that CIA Director John Ratcliffe has been confirmed there, and Marco Rubio confirmed as Secretary of State. We are awaiting the debate to continue here on Kristi Noem, and it's important to note that she is expected to have the votes here to be confirmed as the Department of Homeland Security head. That was, of course, the position that Alejandro Mayorkas did hold during the Biden administration. We are going to continue to bring you all of these details right here as we get them. I'm looking around to see what other live feeds we have that we can show you. Right here, if I pop this up on your screen, we actually have a shot of Hostage Square. This is where people have been celebrating over the past several hours, as we have seen those celebrations after several of the hostages that were held by Hamas were freed as part of this Gaza ceasefire. I'm not sure if we can hear anything here or if it's in English, but I do want to pop up the audio really briefly just to listen in. All right, so it sounds like the audio is not necessarily that great, but it's also not in English. So what I'm going to do is sneak in another quick 2-minute commercial break here. And on the other side, if this debate and vote is not back underway just yet, we're going to play for you a news conference that just wrapped up from the hospital there. All of this on the condition of the hostages that were released this morning. We'll be right back in 2 minutes. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time is 11:18 on the East Coast and 8:18 on the West Coast. Popping up this live image for you on your screen as we are waiting for that vote to get underway for Kristi Noem. She is the governor of South Dakota, but is likely to be confirmed in a matter of minutes here as the Department of Homeland Security secretary. So we're waiting on that vote to happen. We saw some of the lawmakers that spoke just moments ago, but now it's been kind of quiet over the last 5 minutes or so. If anyone else does speak, we'll make sure to bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. But for now, I actually want to take you out to some of this video from earlier on this morning on another breaking story that we have been following. This one is coming in out of the Middle East. Take a look at this video from this morning as 4 hostages held by terrorists since the October 7th attack on Israel arrived at a hospital east of Tel Aviv. The 4 women were in captivity for 477 days and were freed this morning in exchange for hundreds of Palestinian prisoners, and they became the second group of hostages released under the current ceasefire agreement between Israel and the Hamas terror group. We also had some images a bit earlier that did show the women being reunited with their family members, and I can tell you they were very emotional. Now, we also have this video obtained by the Associated Press and by Reuters showing the hostages march through the streets of Gaza by Hamas militants before being transferred over to the Red Cross and driven back over to Israel, where again they were reunited with their families and then flown to a hospital near Tel Aviv. We also did see a bit earlier, and we brought you live images as they were happening. Hundreds of Palestinian prisoners were released in exchange for the hostages. Now, at the same time, the Israel Defense Forces spokesman said that Hamas violated the terms of the agreement by not returning all female civilians first as part of that exchange. Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari saying that Israel is, quote, extremely concerned about the fate of one family specifically, that is the Bibas family, an Israeli woman and her 2 young children, including Kafir Bibas, who was just a baby when he was kidnapped. It's not clear, though, if this is going to have any sort of impact on the agreement, which is set to last for 6 weeks before another discussion then takes place about moving to what will essentially be Phase 2 of the plan. Again, this is the video as those 4 hostages were essentially marched through the streets of Gaza after being released. We also have this live image right here that we showed you moments ago. This is over in Hostage Square as we expect these protests and demonstrations that take place every Saturday around this time to get underway once again. We'll bring you a live look at some of that as it does happen. But again, they are celebrating today as there are 4 more hostages that have been released. The hospital making a brief statement in English moments ago as they provided an update. So let's pop up the audio and listen in.
Good evening. A short while ago, we welcomed Karina, Naama, Daniela, and Liri back home to Israel at Beilinson Hospital's returnees ward. This is a moment that all of us have longed for. After an initial medical assessment, I am pleased to report that their medical condition is stable, and we are here to provide them with the necessary care and emotional support. I had the honor of meeting them as they descended from the helicopter. I must say the excitement is overwhelming. I was amazed by their strengths. These are resilient women who bravely survived long days of torment. They are here with us, strong and remarkable. And as expected, the prolonged captivity in harsh conditions is evident. Our professional team, which has prepared for this moment for months, will continue to support them in comprehensive medical and emotional evaluation. It is an immense privilege to meet these 4 brave women and to be part of their healing process, which is actually a part of the healing process of the entire Israeli people. The emotional reunion with their family was a moment hard to describe in words. Tears of joy, hugs that melt hearts. The Beilinson Hospital team surround them and their families, providing the best medical care and mental support. I want to thank all my colleagues at Clalit Health Organization who have been with us every step of the way. All the staff of Bellinson Hospital, Schneider Children's Medical Center, GEA Mental Health Center, the Ministry of Health, and the IDF. We are fully committed to do everything with endless dedication to ensure their physical and mental health while lovingly guiding them back to their families and Israeli society. Today, our heart and thoughts are still with the families of the remaining hostages waiting for their loved one. Our mission will be complete only when everyone returns home. I would like to end with a well-known Hebrew saying, "Veshavu banot legvulan." תודה רבה.
As I mentioned, a very brief statement that got underway really moments ago at the hospital. There have been several updates, but most of them, if not all of them, have been in Hebrew. However, there was that short portion there that you saw that was in English. If there are any more updates, we're of course going to bring those to you here on Live Now from Fox. And I do want to pop this up for you on your screen. We are still waiting on more action to get underway here on the Senate floor. We heard from several lawmakers just about an hour ago as they were kind of debating Kristi Noem's nomination. At this point, that vote is set to take place in a matter of moments at 11:30 a.m. Eastern time. So we are going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but so much more news to get to on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 11:28 on the East Coast and 8:28 on the West Coast. We are waiting on this vote to get underway in a matter of moments on the Senate floor. This is all related to the confirmation of Kristi Noem, the South Dakota governor. I could see somebody walking up right now, so I'm checking to see, as I'm not sure if we're going to get another speaker. It looks like there isn't. But Kristi Noem likely to be confirmed here as the Department of Homeland Security head, the secretary there. That is, of course, the position that was held by Alejandro Mayorkas during Biden's administration. A lot to discuss, as it has been a very busy week for President Trump. He's only been in office for a few days, but has already made so many trips and had has now 3 confirmed picks there in his administration. I do want to bring in Grant Reher, a professor of political science at Syracuse University's Maxwell School of Citizenship. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us this morning.
Oh, well, thanks for having me on the program. It's my pleasure.
Of course. Well, first off, I want to kind of go in reverse here and talk about what we've seen over the past several days, because on day 1 of Trump's time in office here, he was actually signing dozens of executive orders and has done so over the past several days. I want to know, as a political science expert here, what has stood out to you and why?
Well, first of all, just the volume and the extent. And we expected a lot of that. We've seen this in the last few administrations, each president sort of reversing their predecessors' executive orders. But President Trump has really gone far beyond that. And there are some really significant things here that he's done beyond just reversing Biden. And that is certainly on the border. I would put that as the most important set of executive orders. And then after that, regarding energy and environmental issues. And then I think there's another set of actions that aren't executive orders that are, those I would put as most important, the 2 that I just mentioned policy-wise. Big policy changes, they take effect immediately. They'll be in place for 4 years. Then the other set of actions that I think is right up there in importance, but for political reasons, would be the pardons for the January 6th protesters.
Yeah, there's definitely been a lot going on. And what I do want to do right now is just pop up this shot of the Senate floor, because, again, we are waiting on this vote to get underway. It's unclear if it's happening right now or what the situation is. We've seen people kind of coming and going. Once we find out more, we're going to make sure to bring that to you here. But I want to get back to the discussion, Grant, as we heard from Congressman Andy Ogles of Tennessee, and he actually introduced legislation that would alter the Constitution and allow President Trump to run for a 3rd term. So I want to get your take. Is that likely to go anywhere?
No. To put it in a word, 0 probability. Here's why. Just breaking from the tradition of 2 terms before there was an amendment to that effect, the only president who did that was Franklin Roosevelt, and that was at the tail end of the Great Depression, an international worldwide economic depression, and just during the outbreak of World War II. And then while we were in the middle of World War II in 1944. So that's Franklin Roosevelt at a time of maximum threats to the United States and the world. This is not that situation. And to top that off, you've got to have a constitutional amendment, which is almost impossible to get these days. But I don't see 3/4 of the states going for this at all. And so I would put that, I can confidently say that of all the things that I wouldn't be able to predict, I can predict that that's not happening.
And with Pete Hegseth confirmed as defense secretary, we actually just saw him sworn in here a short time ago. There are more confirmation hearings that are next week. So who should we be paying attention to?
Well, I think the ones that are controversial and could create some issues. And, you know, Hegseth went down to a tie-breaking vote. But I guess I would put them in the order of controversy from most controversial down to somewhat less controversial. Is Robert F. Kennedy Jr. There's kind of a new set of concerns being expressed about him and some of his views and what will be in his portfolio and what he will not have in his portfolio. Tulsi Gabbard is another one, and Kash Patel would be another one. So, and those are big, you know, important posts: Health and Human Services, National Intelligence Director, and FBI. So those are the ones that I'd be paying the most attention to see if they come as close as Hegseth did.
President Trump has been going nonstop, as I mentioned, since inauguration Monday. Why do you think it was so important to quickly get to both North Carolina and Los Angeles in his first week?
Well, first of all, he emphasized both of those things during the campaign, or at least in the second one as president-elect. And so these are things that he was very critical about the Biden administration and about FEMA on. So I think it's important that he's there and he's seen. And then also he is using those trips, as all presidents do, for advancement of policy and political positions. And so in North Carolina, there's one set of concerns he's talking about, and he's speaking more to his supporters. In California, he's going out there, he's taking shots at not only aspects of the federal government that he's been critical of, but more generally blue states and some of their policies. So he's been talking about putting some restrictions on or tying things to the aid going to California. It also puts him in the position where when states are in these kinds of levels of distress, they come to the federal government, they want the assistance. And so it's a leverage point for a president and the federal government more generally.
Grant Reher, as always, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us. We really appreciate it.
It's my pleasure. Thanks again.
And I do want to take you out to this image that we do have showing the Senate floor once again, as we are told that this vote, it's a roll call vote, is now getting underway. I'm going to pop up the audio to listen in. It might be quiet for just a bit, but then you will hear that roll call vote.
I would move to vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection. Under the previous order, all post-cloture time has expired. The question is on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mrs. Brett, Mr. Budd, Ms. Count.
All right, it looks like we might have lost that shot for just a second, but what I'm going to do is actually bring you back there to another image that we do have of this. We do have two different feeds coming in, so let's pop up one of them here on Live Now.
Mr. Schmidt, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Ms. Ernst, aye.
And one thing I'm going to do is take you back to the other feed we had, because it actually has the unofficial tally there, and I think that'll be good to kind of help watch that. So let's pop up the audio here, and as you could probably tell, that one was on a little bit of a delay, which is the one you're watching now. Let's pop up the audio and try to listen it.
Miss Rosen, no. Miss Ernst, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Warner, no. Miss Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Ms. Markowski, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Banks, Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Thune, aye.
And you are taking a live look here as there's less than a minute left in the voting. Right now, you can see there are 39 ayes and 18 nays. I'm keeping this image up for you. I know you swapped between a few different feeds there, but I wanted this one specifically because it does show you the counter of those votes. Again, about 30 seconds left, and it usually goes a little bit longer than that. But let's pop up the audio here, and it will get silent at times, but then the audio will come back.
Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mrs. Britt, aye.
And again, you are taking a live look here on the Senate floor. You can see the ayes at 45 and the nays at 27. We are waiting on this to finish up, even though it did expire, time did a while ago. You can still see the votes are coming in. Let's pop that audio back up.
Aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Ms. Slotkin, aye.
Okay.
Mr. Coons, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Kramer, aye.
And in case you're wondering why it hasn't officially been called, the votes are still open at this point, but you will note, as Chad Pergram with Fox News is saying, that Noem does have the votes for confirmation as the Department of Homeland Security Secretary. She needed 51, and she is now at 56, 34 voting against it. We are going to leave the audio up at this point. I know it's going in and out, and there are some times of silence, but I don't want you to miss anything, so I am going to keep the audio up here. Again, the vote, though, is still open, even though Noem has the votes for confirmation as Department of Homeland Security Secretary.
Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Young, aye.
Just none. Okay. I'm just asking. I just have to reconsider it. Get to the next vote. You catching? You just start.
The yeas are 59. The nays are 34. The nomination is confirmed.
President.
The Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that with respect to the Noem nomination, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action. Further, that the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Bessent nomination be waived.
Is there objection? Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Scott Bessent of South Carolina to be Secretary of the Treasury, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Scott Bessent of South Carolina to be Secretary of the Treasury shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Okay, you guys can go.
Did you get me?
I did.
Yes. Cotton, yes.
I got you. Mr. Banks. Tillis Hawley. Tillis Hawley.
Daines and Sheehy.
Thank you. Daines and Sheehy? Okay, got them. Mr. Barrasso. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Gotcha. Gotcha. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Gotcha. Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. No, not yet. Thank you. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Thank you. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Collins. Thank you. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons. I got you. I do. Yes.
Hello, young lady.
Hello, how are you?
All right, everybody. And as you see, Kristi Noem has now received enough votes to be confirmed as the DHS Secretary, the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. And right now they are voting on whether to move forward with the nomination of Scott Bessent of South Carolina as the Secretary of the Treasury. So not seeing anything really show up right now. It is a roll call vote with 12 minutes left. We're going to bring you all those results as we get them, but I want to pop this up for you right here, as this is another post from Chad Pergram with Fox News saying that the Senate has confirmed Noem by a vote of 59-34. You watch that happen live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. But the Senate has confirmed Kristi Noem to lead the Department of Homeland Security. That was the position that was held by Alejandro Mayorkas under the Biden administration. There's also been a lot of discussion, of course, about the border, and we should see her swearing-in ceremony. Not sure if it will be today, like we saw with Pete Hegseth, or if it could be tomorrow. We're still waiting to find all of those details out, but again, she has been confirmed, and now they are discussing whether to move forward with Trump's nomination for Secretary of the Treasury. We'll We'll keep you posted on all of that right here on Live Now from Fox as it does continue. And I also do want to remind you that we have some more confirmation hearings that are expected to take place next week. We have two of them specifically. That is Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who is going to be Trump's pick, essentially, for Secretary of Health and Human Services. That's on Wednesday. And then on Thursday, Tulsi Gabbard will make her case before the Senate Intelligence Committee as to why she should serve as Director of National Intelligence during the Trump administration. Again, we'll keep you updated here as that vote is underway on whether to move forward with President Trump's pick for Secretary of the Treasury. Want to get a quick 2-minute commercial break out of the way, but a lot more coverage to get to in just a few. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 12:07 on the East Coast and 9:07 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next hour to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. As we told you before the break, South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem has been confirmed by the Senate as the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. She becomes President Trump's fourth nominee to be confirmed by the Senate. She did pop this statement up on her Twitter or X page just moments ago, saying, "Thank you, Mr. President, for the confidence in me to serve as Secretary of Homeland Security. I will work to make America safe again." So a statement there coming in from South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem as she is confirmed as the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. I want to pop this up for you as well, as she is now, I mentioned, the fourth of President Trump's picks to be confirmed. You have Secretary of State Marco Rubio, CIA Director John Ratcliffe, and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, who was sworn in earlier on today. We are waiting on the details here on whether or not, or when, I should say, we will see Kristi Noem sworn in and whether or not it will happen this weekend. We'll keep you posted, and you can watch it live, raw, and uninterrupted here on Live Now from Fox when it does happen. Want to take you out to this image that we do have right here showing the Capitol building over in D.C. Obviously, a lot going on this morning. And we know right now, as we do show you this shot, there's a motion that is being voted on here on whether to move forward with the nomination of the Treasury Secretary pick by President Trump. We'll let you know how that turns out, as there are just about 6 minutes left. In the meantime, I do want to head to another story that we are following right now as we take a look once again at the Capitol, because an operation headed by the Arkansas Attorney General's office, working with several law enforcement agencies, led to a series of statewide raids targeting human trafficking, those happening over the past several days. And we are told that the raids targeted massage parlors around the state as Operation Obscured Vision. And he said 17 victims were identified. A lot of different search warrants executed. I do want to take you out to a news conference with the Attorney General where he discusses it all.
As you can see, this is a group effort. It's a team effort. And I'm here today to announce that a few days ago, I launched with our partners here that you see. And we've got law enforcement, prosecutors, and victim advocates. But we launched Operation Obscured Vision, which is a human trafficking investigation, raid, statewide in different locations with partners all over the state. January just happens to be National Human Trafficking Prevention Month. We didn't plan this to be in January. This has been literally about 2 years in the works. But over the last couple of days, we executed search warrants at 12 locations around the state as part of Operation Obscured Vision. And the point of this was to target illicit massage parlors as part of combating human trafficking. We gave aid to 16 victims. We had 17 victims identified. We gave aid to 16. We arrested 4 individuals. We seized $70,000 in cash, some of it Chinese currency, and a luxury vehicle. And before I get into more details, I want to make sure that I thank everybody. So we've got numerous people to thank, and then I'm going to dig into this. But I want to make sure it's very clear that this is a cooperative, collaborative effort. So my office and the Special Investigations Division, led by Chief Bewley and Walter Mahone, been a key part of this. Arkansas State Police, Matt Foster. Okay, if I miss somebody, speak up. Arkansas State Fusion Center. Is anybody here from there? Okay. Jonesboro Police Department. Okay, if you identify yourself.
Chief Rick Elliott.
Harrison Police Department could not make it. They are literally right now still working one of the cases, and we just had another arrest out of Harrison, correct? Rogers Police Department.
Captain Jones.
Thank you. Benton County Sheriff's Office. Russellville Police Department.
Chief David Ewing.
Little Rock Police Department.
Assistant Chief Andre Dyer.
Hot Springs Police Department.
Chief Billy Arbison.
And Homeland Security Investigations, our federal partner.
Also Major Stacy Rhodes with State Police.
Major Stacy Rhodes, State Police, plays a critical role as well. I told him, if I forget anybody, make sure he tells me. Good job. Prosecutors, Sonia Haygood is up here, right behind me. 2nd Judicial District Prosecuting Attorney. Jeff Phillips from the 5th Judicial District. I don't think Jeff's here. Will is here. You can't miss Will. One of my close working partners. David Etheridge, right here. Michelle Lawrence, also couldn't make it. And Brian Sexton. Did Brian make it? There you are. Thank you, Brian. And then a key part of this team effort are the advocacy groups, Arkansas Human Trafficking Council, Into the Light. Into the Light is represented here. Freedom Finders, Hope Found, also represented here. Northwest Arkansas Forensic Nursing Team, REACH. Northwest Arkansas Sexual Assault Center, also represented here. We Are Free, represented here. Regional Intervention of Sexual Exploitation, RISE, and Children's Protection Center, CPC, in Little Rock. So let me talk about the genesis of this and what happened. Before I came into office, I was very interested in pursuing the human trafficking problem. And when I took over, there were no investigations of human trafficking going on in this office. And the resources were very limited in terms of investigative resources. And so I talked with Chief and I said, I really want to go after some of these illicit massage parlors. I've heard that that's part of the human trafficking problem. He confirmed that. We had a lot of meetings with outside groups, advocacy groups, law enforcement, federal, state, local. And we talked with folks in Northwest Arkansas, FBI and their task force. There was no task force in Central Arkansas on human trafficking when I got here. So I think we need one. We need a group to meet monthly or so. And we started that. You may remember one of the things I like to do is not just have an announcement, but follow up later and tell you what it's done. So it's not just we're going to announce it and nothing ever happens. You may remember we announced STOP, Statewide Tactical Operations Partnership. That's our human trafficking partnership. We've been meeting. And we've been meeting about different things. We've been meeting about what we're seeing. We've been meeting about legislation that we need to pursue. But one of the things that we've been meeting about is how do we get our hands around this problem? So I want to thank the governor and the legislature because last year I went to them and said, I need some full-time investigators. There was no full-time investigator. There's really no one on cold case, organized retail crime, or human trafficking, etc. I said, we need a full-time person on human trafficking. We got that funded. We got that person. And this operation is the first significant beachhead that we've been able to make because of a full-time investigator. So let me talk about what's going on here. So we had 4 arrests. I probably won't, with my Magnolia accent, it probably won't be perfect, but let me try this. So Haiyan Liu of Harrison, King Chen of Jonesboro, Hongliang Kai of Jonesboro, and Chun-Li Wang of Rogers. My understanding, all 4 of these are Chinese nationals. All 4. The one that Chun-Li Wang, was she the one just added a few minutes ago? Let's see. No. Yes. Haiyan Liu. Let me give you an example of what we're dealing with here. So Haiyan Liu's 54. Haiyan Liu came to the United States on an asylum. Think about that. What if everybody in China, Chinese national, sought asylum? That's 1 billion people. Came across the border, walked across the border in 2021 on an asylum visa. Went to Flushing, New York. If you've ever been to Flushing, you know that is there's a significant Asian American population there. And made her way here at some point. Now, we were told by witnesses, victims, that there are advertisements in mainland China saying, we've got work for you in the United States. And this is the way they do it. They come over seeking asylum and they get into this illicit business. And that is the goal. All indications are that's the goal from the start. They didn't come over to work in some other legitimate company and they got laid off, so they went and did this. This was the plan. As I mentioned, we had significant 1,870 yuan in Chinese currency was seized in Russellville. Mercedes-Benz vehicle was seized in Rogers. $770,000 US dollars. This money, we've got a lot of investigating to do, so I don't want to prejudge. But it appears that this is money, some of which is sent back to China. One of the individuals one of the 17 victims, said that she is forced to work in an illicit massage parlor, just so we know what we're talking about here, 13 hours a day, 7 days a week, every day. That's human. And we were able to obtain significant information from the individuals, the Johns, who were found at these locations, and the victims as well. And again, they range in age from 29 years old to 65 years old. We executed 12 search warrants: Jonesboro, Russellville, Hot Springs, Rogers, Harrison, and a Little Rock hotel. And that was how we got the information, the car, the cash, the Chinese cash, the U.S. cash, a lot of information. Now, when I took office in 2023, we had a legislative session immediately, and we made some changes to human trafficking laws. We've been working on more changes since then. We have some changes we will be announcing in the coming days. But one thing I want to point out, I think it's on here. I may just have to go on memory. So currently, the penalty for Johns is an unclassified misdemeanor. And we are going to seek to up that. I'm talking about the first offense. And we've worked with Will on that and some others. We did work with you on that. Sure. With Will on that and some others. So we have thank you. We have a number of changes that we'll be pursuing in the legislative session. We're not here to discuss all of those today, but we're able, when we do real world work like this, we're able to see where our laws are weak and where they're strong and where we need to improve them. Without going into details, I will tell you that the individuals arrested, the 4 women, and the operations that we targeted, we're going to continue to do this around the state, but they are woven into a network that goes far beyond our borders. This is a national, international network. And here's the deal. Criminals don't draw the line and say, well, we'll do this bad stuff, but we're not going to do this. So where you find human trafficking, you often find drug trafficking, violence, rape, crimes against children, etc. I mean, they're not finding their moral compass as you get away from human trafficking. They're not drawing a line. They're involved in all kinds of stuff. And let me say this, because I think sometimes we collectively as a country are a bit naive about this, because we're a welcoming people, always have been. But make no mistake about it, we've known for decades, those of us in the military, and I've talked about it before, and I'm going to keep talking about it. And we're not talking about the people of China, but the communist Chinese government is not your friend. They are involved in the fentanyl, shipping fentanyl ingredients that's used south of the border that ultimately kills lots of Americans. They're involved in cybersecurity attacks. And we don't know all the details yet, but I can tell you there appears to be an obvious Chinese tie here. And it's not about that country or any other country. It's about what they want to do to disrupt here in the United States. And also, they like getting our hard currency and sending it back. And they'll do this and many, many other things to accomplish that. So, anything you want to add that I missed on the operation?
No, the only thing I would add is just the appreciation from Attorney General's office here with all of the cooperation and the partnerships. We can't do this without everybody. The relationships that you see up here are phenomenal, and we appreciate it.
Yeah, and let me speak to that for a second. So we've been pushing to do this and did a lot of the organization. But make no mistake about it, who's knocking on the doors? Who's making the arrests? The law enforcement folks. Some of them are here. Some of them aren't here because they're still processing people. That one individual from Harrison was just added a little bit ago. And then what happens when you find victims? You got to get them help. Medical, mental, emotional. You got to show them that people care for them and that they're not wedded to this way of life, right? We have those advocacy groups here. They do this professionally. They know what they're doing. We couldn't do that without them. So it's this, and then the prosecutors, we work closely with state prosecutors and federal prosecutors. We had federal partner here in this one, Homeland Security investigations. But here's what a lot of people forget. This office, the AG's office, does not have original prosecutorial ability. We have to partner. We have to partner to prosecute. And that's why, since day one, I have worked hard to develop relationships with the elected prosecuting attorneys and the folks that work with them, whether it's getting together with them socially, just staying in touch with them, offering to help, whatever. We've got to build those relationships because you have law enforcement, you have the victims, advocates, and help on site and after, and the prosecutors. It's all the team. State police, all of these organizations have to work hand in hand or it just doesn't work right. I miss anything? Yeah. Sorry, y'all. So when I got here, I created something called the Special Prosecutions Division and the Special Investigations Division separately. We had already had something like that with prosecutors and investigators. I separated them out, and Chief Bewley, who came from LRPD, has been a godsend. And he thought he was retiring. Didn't happen. Still not going to happen. And he's doing awesome. And then we've built cyber capability. We've talked about the human trafficking investigator and organized retail crime, et cetera. But the Special Investigations Division is all investigators. And then we have a Special Prosecutions Division. Those are our prosecutors who liaise with folks like Sonia and Will and their people. It's truly been a team effort. Communications, Jeff Lemaster and his team. It's just been awesome. But I think the takeaway is this is only the beginning because there are so many leads that are going to come out of this. We're going to continue to be able to address this problem. And again, it's not just human trafficking, it's drugs and other things. And I want to say this. We had a legitimate massage instructor contact us and say thank you. Because look, let's be real. Sometimes you don't know. When you see a place, you don't know. Somebody else might know. You don't know whether it's legit or not.
And that was a news conference there with the Attorney General over in Arkansas as he announced those 4 arrests in connection with the human trafficking raids. If there are any follow-up news conferences or more information, we'll make sure to bring that to you right here, as we always do, on Live Now from Fox. I do want to pop up this image right here as the vote in the Senate is underway on whether to move forward with President Trump's pick for Treasury Secretary. It looks like they do have the votes here, but we'll keep an eye on that as more of the votes continue to come in. Do have to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but a lot more news to get to in just a few. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 1231 on the East Coast and 931 on the West Coast. Do want to get back to the headlines as 2 days of hearings on defense motions in the case of a man accused of murdering 4 University of Idaho students led to the revelation of new details in the case. Fox News now reporting the defense appeared to confirm reports that Brian Kohberger was seen wearing rubber gloves in his parents' kitchen when tactical officers burst in to arrest him, taking him into custody. His attorney accuses one of the surviving roommates, an eyewitness, of having memory problems, drinking, and telling conflicting stories, and the defense also wants investigative genetic genealogy evidence suppressed, but their arguments did not appear to move the judge. If convicted, it's important to note that Kohberger does face the death penalty, and Idaho could actually become the first state to use death by firing squad as its main method of execution. I want to discuss this because Republican State Representative Bruce Skog has introduced a bill to change the state's law, as right now the firing squad is a backup option to lethal injection. He does join us now live to discuss all of this. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Glad to be here. How can I help?
All right. Well, first off, I do want to ask you, can you break down for me what this actually does, what the bill, the legislation would do?
Well, as you stated, this moves the firing squad to the #1 option in Idaho for murderers that are on death row. And I want to do that because we had a botched execution attempt with pentobarbital or intravenous injection into a mass murderer. That's a fail. We need to fix that. I expect a lot less appeals issues with the firing squad with the Supreme Court.
You kind of already touched on this, but why was it so important for you specifically to be a part of this?
Well, initially, I brought the bill that brought firing squad back as the second option, and we did that because we couldn't get the pentobarbital. Magically, pentobarbital showed up once we passed this bill. But the firing squad, it's, I think, a more humane option. It's certain. There's about 10 seconds of real pain, according to experts, where the pentobarbital, sometimes there are other issues with it, like the collapsed veins on this mass murder that we had, and we couldn't carry it out. So I think it's just a better thing in the courts. The U.S. Supreme Court has never opined that firing squad is unconstitutional. So I think we'll have less issues with it once we get it set up.
Do you see this moving forward as things do progress here?
I do. I think my committee will get it out of my committee onto the floor and up to the governor's office. No guarantees, of course, but I think we'll get this in Idaho as a good option. And we coincidentally, well, not coincidentally, a Florida company that does ammunition is volunteering to donate all the ammunition.
And what would you say to somebody who maybe is against the firing squad being used? What do you say to them to explain your rationale and your thinking?
I have a duty as a legislator to carry out the law. The law is that there is death penalty for those very rare cases in awful murders. We haven't been able to carry that out or carry it out well, and we need to do that for the victims who are often forgotten by the media and others, for the victims who died, for their families. I hear from those families who've been agonizing for decades for the justice that the courts have said they want done. I think we're going to get a couple of those done here in the next 6-8 months.
And you said a Florida company has offered to donate ammunition. Do you see, if this does move forward and Idaho does use the firing squad as its main form of execution, do you think other states will follow suit?
I can't predict that. I don't know, but possibly. Utah has firing squad and has carried it out, not as the number one option, but as an option. I think it's a good way to go.
All right. Representative, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here and discuss this. Anything else you want to add before I let you go?
No, just that we don't take this lightly or cavalierly. This is an important way to carry out justice in Idaho.
All right. Thank you again for taking the time to join us here on this Saturday. We appreciate it. And of course, I do want to remind you here that we are covering everything relating to the Brian Kohberger case specifically. That is where the 4 students were stabbed to death inside of their home. This all happening, of course, during a home invasion. The case is moving closer and closer to trial, so stick with Live Now from Fox for all of the latest details. We are going to head to a quick 2-minute break now at 12:36 on the East Coast and 9:36 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 1239 on the East Coast and 939 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next few minutes to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and the world. If you were watching earlier, we did watch as the Senate confirmed Kristi Noem, the governor of South Dakota, as the Department of Homeland Security secretary. Right now, it looks like they are discussing just a little bit further President Trump's pick for Treasury Secretary and whether they are going to take a vote on that nomination. We'll keep an eye on the situation. It actually looks like they're saying that the Senate is now adjourned until 12 noon on the 27th, which would be on Monday. So that appears to be the next time that the Senate is going to be meeting. We also know that we are just days after the inauguration here of President Donald Trump. There's a lot that has happened over the past several days, including the president's trips over to North Carolina just yesterday, as well as Los Angeles. I want to take you over to our Fox 11 LA team coverage here as Alex Michelson takes a look at everything that's happened in his program, The Issue Is.
We take you inside the offices of both of California's U.S. Senators Alex Padilla and Adam Schiff. Plus, we go one-on-one with conservative commentator Dave Rubin and Fox's Brett Baer.
Broadcasting across California, you're watching The Issue Is.
President Trump tours fire damage in Pacific Palisades, getting a first-hand look at thousands of homes lost. He visits a nearby fire station for a briefing with local officials, including L.A. Mayor Karen Bass and a bipartisan congressional delegation.
There can be no golden age without the Golden State. It's a great state.
We absolutely need your help. We need the federal help.
You've got it, I told you. You will have no permit problem. There will be zero delay. And as far as I'm concerned, you already have the permits.
Earlier in the day, the president suggesting it may be time for FEMA to go.
Maybe getting rid of FEMA. I think, frankly, FEMA is not good.
President also suggesting for the first time ever that federal disaster aid could be conditional on policy changes in California.
I want to see two things in Los Angeles: voter ID, so that the people have a chance to vote, and I want to see the water be released and come down into Los Angeles.
Young Kim is a Republican congressmember from Orange County.
But he says he wants to condition that aid based off of voter ID in California and changes to our water system. What say you to that?
I can understand why he's saying it because, state of California has a lot of problems. I'm not defending any current policies, but it's unrelated.
These are working people. These are working class people.
That was one of the most unusual meetings that I've ever been in my history.
Judy Chu represents Altadena, devastated by the Eaton fire.
I like to be optimistic, so that's why my ears perked up when I heard the words, California will get what it needs. I like that. That was encouraging.
But what he said was what it needs, and then he said right after that about permits. He didn't necessarily say
I know.
relief.
I did not hear him protest about disaster aid, so I felt that was a good thing.
Governor Gavin Newsom greeted the president on the tarmac warmly at LAX, but was not invited to the meeting at the fire station. We spoke with the governor the day before in Pasadena.
$2.5 billion effective immediately.
Newsom signing a bipartisan $2.5 billion fire relief bill. Senate President Pro Tem Mike McGuire hopes the federal government will eventually reimburse California for this money, as they have in every past federal disaster.
The City and County of LA contributed $20 billion in federal taxes back in 2021. That's more than all but 4 states in the United States of America. We do our fair share.
Our week starts in Washington with Trump's historic inauguration.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Show me my daddy, my hero.
We see block after block after block of Trump supporters, some showing Trump bling.
Trump likes a little bit of gold, so we thought we would wear it.
Right now, all of the Trump material is flying off the shelves, and shirts like My Body, My Choice and Resist, no one seems to be buying.
There's a relatively small gathering of anti-Trump protesters over the weekend, including some from California.
I feel like we just have to keep trying.
Once in office, Trump issues a flurry of executive actions.
Could you imagine Biden doing this? I don't think so.
President declaring a national emergency at the southern border, James Gallagher, the top Republican in California Assembly, says that's overdue.
We've seen this. Millions of people have come into our country. We have no idea who they are. We know that we have criminals that are committing crimes against our citizens and other immigrants.
A different view from L.A. Congresswoman Sidney Kamlager-Dove.
I'm certainly concerned. I think it raises the opportunity for citizen vigilantism and profiling and folks to be considered guilty before they are innocent.
The president ordering troops to the border and vows to end birthright citizenship for kids of illegal immigrants. Robert Garcia is a Democratic congressman from Long Beach.
What we don't support is the idea that we're going to go after young people in this country, kids that are in college, that all they know is the United States, and somehow ignore that this is, quite frankly, un-American and illegal.
The nomination is confirmed.
We also visit the U.S. Senate side. So this is it. This is the office.
This is the office. Yep. Senator Boxer was here, and Kamala Harris, and Senator Butler.
Senator Adam Schiff welcomes us into his new U.S. Senate office.
And I understand this is your first interview you've ever done in this space.
That's right. That's right. I do all the firsts with you on The Issue Is.
Congressman, thank you so much for being here for our first show.
Schiff joined us for our first ever show.
Great to make the announcement on your show.
He launched his Senate campaign on our show.
Adam Schiff
did his first Senate debate with us.
And this is the desk.
And is now giving us his first tour after winning the seat once held by Senator Dianne Feinstein.
Is Dianne Feinstein original?
Schiff won his race for that seat the same night his longtime political foe, Donald Trump, won back the presidency.
What does the Trump administration mean specifically for California?
Well, it means that we're going to have to work hard to make sure that we're not in a constant collision with the president, that we protect California's interests and our values, but at the same time look for opportunities to work together to bring down costs, to build more housing. There's plenty of area to overlap, but a lot will depend on whether the president simply wants to make war on our state.
We've seen this flurry of executive orders, 200 actions in day one. What specifically does that mean for our state? What's the big top lines you're looking at?
I think some of them will have a deep impact depending on whether he really carries them out. The first is these tariffs. If we have these massive tariffs on other countries, that means in terms of a lot of our industries like the agriculture industry, they're going to be just really hard hit. Prices on food and other things are going to go up even more. Similarly, if he carries out mass deportations, it will not only split up a lot of families, you have children separated from their parents, but it means a lot of farm workers won't be on the farm. Food prices will go up even further.
We know you and Trump have gone back and forth for many years. What's it like for you to sit there and watch him be inaugurated?
Well, I'll have to admit, yesterday was rough in many ways. To sit in Statuary Hall, to see a president inaugurated who had incited a violent attack on that very building, and then later that day, watch him pardon 1,550 people that were involved in that attack on the Capitol, including something like 170 people who beat police officers and gouged them and bear sprayed them to give them pardons. That was tough, I think, because what it says to other lawbreakers is if you commit violence on his behalf, there's a good chance that you may get off scot-free.
Meanwhile, you also got a pardon from President Biden, one that you didn't ask for. You've come on our show and said that it's not a good idea, don't do this, and yet he did it anyways. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I continue to think that it was unwise and unnecessary, and that it sets a bad precedent. I think we can now expect that Donald Trump will pardon his family members on the way out of office. And since he has just come into office, it kind of tells his family members they have carte blanche to do whatever they want, to cross whatever lines they want to cross, because they can expect a pardon on the way out the door. This was my concern, frankly, with the whole preemptive pardon. You know, the origin of all this is the threats, the improper threats by Trump. But nevertheless, I don't think that should have been the response.
Why do you think President Biden didn't listen to you?
Well, I don't know. I never discussed it with him, so I really don't know. I suspect he thinks that the president will make good on his threats, President Trump will make good on his threats, and that regardless of what he might do in the pardon issue, Trump was going to do whatever he would do with his own pardons. I assume that was part of the reasoning.
You know, we've been talking to you for years, and this is something I know you've thought about for years, to be here in the Senate, in this office that Kamala Harris was in, that Barbara Boxer was in this physical office. What's it like for you to physically be here?
Well, it is an awesome responsibility to represent the whole state. It's exciting to be able to try to fight for folks in the far north and the far south to try to tackle new issues like the Salton Sea or the Tijuana River crisis. And now we have this massive heartbreak in these fires that are all my constituents. Mm-hmm. In fact, part of the area, Altadena, I used to represent for decades, and I can't tell you how many people I know personally in both Altadena and the Palisades who have lost everything. So it's also been really heavy, a very heavy responsibility, but I'm very proud and mindful of the history, not just of this physical office, but this is the seat that Dianne Feinstein occupied, and she was such a giant. It gives me a big model to follow.
So a little bit of home here in the office to level set.
California's senior senator Alex Padilla is now in the same physical office Senator Feinstein once occupied.
This was the last thing I would have imagined I'd be doing when I was growing up.
Padilla is California's first Latino senator, and he has reminders about his heritage all over the office, including a tribute to Cesar Chavez.
Goes back to the inspiration I got from when I first met Cesar when I was in college. Yes, wow. That's his autograph.
We're seeing a lot of action on immigration so far. Your reaction?
Yeah, it's, well, I mean, he made it clear during the course of the campaign he wanted to be tough, but I wish he'd just be smarter. The net effect of the executive orders that I've seen him thus far are not only to make it impossible for anybody to come to the United States, which, look, I agree, we need a border that is orderly and controlled, but also humane, but also to deport millions of people who have lived here in the United States, most who came lawfully and maybe overstayed a visa, or they came with their parent lawfully, but they've aged out of those protections because the backlogs are so long. That's going to have a real impact. You know, if you want to look at the construction industry, for example, how many immigrants work in that field? As we're trying to rebuild Los Angeles, we're going to have less workers to be able to do so. Costs are going to go up. It's going to take longer. Care about food prices. Who is it that works in the fields and in food processing facilities? Get rid of those workers, cost of food is going to go up. I thought, Alex, that the takeaway from the November election was people being concerned about inflation and prices. His actions seem to be opposite.
Trump says that's not what he's going after. He says he's going after the illegal immigrants who had committed other crimes and potentially get rid of felons, take them out of jail. What's wrong with that?
Well, the devil's always in the details. If it was just targeting violent offenders, nobody disagrees with that. Democrats agree with that. Mm-hmm. But he'll say that in one speech and then turn right around and promise the largest mass deportation in our nation's history. So how do you reconcile the two? Because the vast majority of immigrants, documented and undocumented, are not violent criminals. So he keeps going back to that rhetoric from his first presidential campaign, mm-hmm. right, of the rapists and the drug dealers and all of that. So I'm hoping for the best, but I got to prepare California for the worst.
How are you doing that?
We're working with our state counterparts to make sure that there's an information campaign, at least, for immigrants to know their rights, to try to work with not just the state and cities, but through philanthropy to help support maybe legal guidance and even representation through the process, and do what we can here in Washington to push President Trump pushed the departments and agencies that are going to be implementing this in that more strategic direction of just focus on violent offenders. Because guess what? If you're targeting, kids stealing bubble gum from a store, that's resources and time and energy that's not being directed at the violent offenders. So let's be smart about this.
And that was Fox 11 LA's Alex Michelson. As every week, he brings you The Issue Is, and we air portions of that on Live Now from Fox. As you saw there on your screen, President Trump is expected to speak on taxes and tips. That's coming up here just about 2.5 hours at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Not quite clear just yet if everything is running on schedule, but we'll bring those comments to you here on Live Now as they do happen. And a bit earlier, we did tell you that Kristi Noem, the South Dakota Governor, had been confirmed by the Senate as the Department of Homeland Security Secretary. There was that vote that was underway related to the Treasury Secretary and whether to move forward. We know right now that the Senate has adjourned for the day, but they will vote to confirm him as Treasury Secretary at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time on Monday. As I always say, we'll have full coverage right here on Live Now from Fox. Do have to head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but on the other side, Christina Evans will be in the hot seat with everything you need to know on this Saturday, January 25th. My name is Josh Breslow, and you're watching Live Now from Fox.
Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. My thanks to my colleague, Josh Breslow, for giving us the very latest and keeping you updated with our nation's top stories. Right now, we're taking a live look there at the White House. Everything is looking good at this point there, as the wind is still blowing, but the time is just there on the East Coast, on the other side of about noon. So we do want to continue on with our top stories that we are following today. We do know that a bit earlier today, Vice President J.D. Vance held a swearing-in ceremony for Pete Hegseth as the Secretary of Defense. Let's listen in to some of those comments here on Live Now.
Well, good morning, everybody. I am so happy to be here today and so thrilled to be able to swear in our new Secretary of Defense and we are honored to have him. Now, before we do that, I have to say a few words of appreciation. First, of course, to the President of the United States for nominating a person who is respected and adored by the warfighters. This is a Secretary of Defense who will stand up for the men and women that we send overseas to fight our nation's wars. I think a lot of them feel that they haven't had somebody who's had their back. That will change because the President of the United States nominated this guy, and we are grateful to President Trump for doing so. I also want to say thank you to my Senate colleagues. It turns out we couldn't spare one, and all of you did an incredible job. In particular, my dear friend Roger Wicker, thank you for shepherding Pete through the committee. Roger did a great job. And in addition, all of the members of the Senate Armed Services Committee, who I know gave Pete the vetting and the hearing that he deserved, and I'm glad that we all ultimately decided that the President's nominee for Secretary of Defense ought to be our actual Secretary of Defense, and we're here today. I'm going to say one final thing. If you look at what has separated President Trump from so many of the people who came before him, it is the view that, number one, we should be sparing in how we deploy our most precious resource, which is the men and women who are willing to put on the uniform and put their life on the line for this country. We shouldn't send them everywhere, but two, when we do send them anywhere, we ought to empower them with the tools necessary to fight and win quickly and come home afterwards. And that is what sets this administration apart, and that's what Pete Hegseth represents. Now, finally, I, of course, have to thank the nominee himself. Pete, thank you for being willing to put yourself out there. I think you've shown yourself a man of deep character and of resolve over the last few months. Jennifer, thank you for standing by, our new Secretary of Defense, and your beautiful family, from your kids to the extended family. You guys did a hell of a job. We're proud of you, and we're glad to have you in Washington as we work to make America great again. So with that, let me administer the oath of office. Kids, come on up. All right, put your hand on the Bible, raise your right hand, and repeat after me. I, Pete Hegseth.
I, Pete Hegseth.
Do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
The duties of the office on which I am about to enter.
The duties of the office of which I am about to enter.
So help you God?
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Secretary. Congratulations. Mr. Secretary, say a few words.
All praise and glory to God. His will be done, and we're grateful to be here. And as I said in my hearing, it was Jesus and Jenny. I would not be here without you, sweetheart. Thank you so much. I want to thank the President of the United States, our Commander-in-Chief, Donald Trump. We could not have a better Commander-in-Chief than him. It is the honor of a lifetime, sir, to serve under you. We look forward to having the backs of our troops and having your back in executing peace through strength, in putting America first, and in rebuilding our military. Mr. Vice President, thank you for breaking the tie. It's not the last time, or not the first time the headline reads, Junior Enlisted Marine bails out Junior Army Officer. And you know, some people were saying, well, 50-50, that's too tight. And Senator Mark Wayne Mullen was nice enough to take my kids up to the gallery to watch the actual moment that the vice president sealed the deal. And they came running in. They said, Dad, instead of being sad about 50 to 50, 51 to 50, they said, Dad, you won in overtime. That's the perspective I like. So thank you throughout this process, Mr. Vice President, for being incredible. I also want to thank the chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee. So many members of the Senate Armed Services Committee, we became fast friends in this process. The advice, the consent, the wisdom, the guidance. I look forward to working with all of you and other senators to ensure the Defense Department has what it needs, that our nation has what it needs, and that we're prepared to defend it in all moments. To my staff, amazing staff who were with us this entire process, I see so many of you through thick and thin. We used to look at the betting odds every once in a while on this. It was low at one point. Never do that. But we defied them. And there were so many folks on the inside and then allies on the outside who stood by us every single moment. And we are eternally grateful for that. And I want to thank the warfighters. I want to thank the men and women wearing the uniform. And I've said this before when I speak, and I mean it. Every time I stand at a podium and there's bright lights and cameras, the first thing that goes through my head are the guys that I served with on the battlefield. The men and the women who I lock shields with and put my life on the line with, who never get the spotlight, who never have the cameras, who people don't know what they did in dark and dangerous places. But I know. And at the Pentagon, we're going to remember and we're going to know. And we're going to think about those warriors with every single decision that we make. We will put America first. We will bring peace through strength. And the three principles I talked about are what we will bring to that Pentagon. Restore the warrior ethos in everything that we do. Rebuild our military and reestablish deterrence. We don't want to fight wars. We want to deter them, as you said. And we want to end them responsibly. But if we need to fight them, we're going to bring overwhelming and decisive force to close with and destroy the enemy and bring our boys home. To my other family that's here as well, who I love, it's the honor of a lifetime. And I would be remiss if I didn't note one person in this room who doesn't expect to be recognized, but Captain Rubio is here. He was my company commander on my first deployment in Guantanamo Bay. He was there on June 3rd, 2003, when I first swore in as a second lieutenant at Princeton University, and he swore me in. And I wanted to make sure he was here today with me as well. Thank you very much. So, Mr. President, thank you very much to the American people. We have your back. We're going to get to work right away. God bless. Thank you.
All right, I guess that's it. Any questions? Guys, let me answer that for the new secretary. All people in our armed services should trust him because he looks out for them and he's going to fight for them. And he's going to make sure that we have the kind of military that we can all be proud in, that we can all be proud of. And that, again, when we send it to do a job, we do it well, we do it quickly, and then we get the hell out. And that's what Secretary Hegseth is going to bring to the Department of Defense. Anything else?
Are you worried about any other nominees coming really close to the line as we saw with Hegseth last night?
You know, as I learned with the Buckeyes just a week ago, when you win the championship, you don't give a damn what the score was. We won the championship on this one. We've got a great Secretary of Defense. We're proud of him, and he's going to do a great job. Thank you all. Take care.
All right, as you can see, we were just listening into those remarks that happened a bit earlier today. Well, Vice President J.D. Vance helped to hold that swearing-in ceremony for Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. I want to show you another live look that we do have there in our nation's capital of the White House. So if you weren't aware, Pete Hegseth was sworn in earlier this morning as the nation's 29th Secretary of Defense. He was quickly joining President Trump's cabinet after that dramatic late-night vote in the Senate that did install him as the Pentagon's leader. Hegseth took that oath of office there in the Eisenhower Executive Office building. He was joined, as you saw there, by his wife, and at his side, other Republican senators were looking on. The ceremony, though, did come less than 12 hours after Vice President Vance broke a 50-50 tie in the Senate to narrowly seal Hegseth's confirmation. But as you heard there in those brief remarks that Hegseth was able to give, he outlined what his guiding principles are. It's to restore the warrior ethos in everything that we do, rebuild our military, and reestablish deterrence. Did want to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox, but that's not the only news that we have out of Washington as it pertains to President Trump's cabinet. Do want to put this up on your screen as well. This is from the Senate press gallery as well. Earlier this morning, we do know that the Senate did vote to confirm Kristi Noem as the Secretary of the DHS and the co-chair nomination of Scott Bessent to be Secretary of the U.S. Treasury. So some updates that are going to continue on there. But as it pertains to the Senate confirming Kristi Noem as the Homeland Security Secretary, it has now put the South Dakota Governor in charge of a sprawling agency that is essential to our national security. She has now said through her different remarks that she's going to be helping President Trump's plans to clamp down on illegal immigration as well. Republicans did, of course, stay the night working late, but came back this morning to have that vote at 11:30 a.m. Eastern time. The next vote, though, was going to happen Monday evening on Scott Bessent's confirmation as Treasury Secretary. Of course, we'll keep you updated with that right here on Live Now. All right, we are going to take this opportunity to step away for a 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Kristi Evans. We are continuing on with our coverage of some of this week's top stories. And as it pertains to the immigration policies, this all comes after President Trump did sign a new executive order to crack down on illegal immigration. A lot of things have been happening in the wake of that, including the Attorney General there in Indiana is now putting a lawsuit against the local police department for what he says as not complying with the federal government's new executive orders on immigration. Let's listen into some of those comments right here on Live Now.
Hello, welcome everybody here and everyone who's joining us on our Facebook page to watch this live. I'm Josh Defons, the media director for your Attorney General's office. Today we are in South Bend at the St. Joseph County City Building to announce a new action we are taking here with regard to our fight to end sanctuary jurisdictions around Indiana. To tell you more about the action we are taking today and to also update you on all the work we've done on this issue, which has been a lot, I'm happy to introduce your Attorney General Todd Rokita and his Chief Deputy Blake Lanning, Chief Assistant Deputy Blake Lanning, and Sexton Chief Aaron Ridlin.
Guys. Well, good afternoon and happy New Year to everyone in South Bend, St. Joseph County, as well as throughout Indiana. I'm Todd Rokita. I'm Indiana's Attorney General. I want to thank you all for joining us, including the media, for coming here in person to help me inform all Hoosiers. I'm glad to be here in St. Joseph County. I just came from the circuit court where I filed a very important lawsuit that deals directly with illegal immigration issues at your sheriff's department. I'll talk about that in detail in a moment, but first I also, and perhaps just as importantly or even more importantly, want to mention that before I filed this lawsuit, I was just down the street at the federal court. I attended and spoke at a naturalization ceremony where I witnessed immigrants who came here legally. I watched them get sworn in as U.S. citizens. I was proud to welcome them because they came here the right way. And they love our country. Several of them afterwards told me so. Thanks for saying what you did, Mr. Attorney General. People need to come here the right way. Several of them. Everyone was appreciative. Not only that I and others were there, but they became part of the American family today. So I want to say congratulations to them again. And what an inspiration they were. They did it the right way. They respected our laws. And for that, we respect them. President Trump respects them. And we welcome them to the American family. Now let me tell you about who's doing it the wrong way. Like I said just moments ago, I filed a lawsuit against St. Joseph County Sheriff Redmond and his department over their persistent practice of refusing to cooperate with federal immigration authorities. This includes refusing to notify ICE properly about the release of illegal aliens and also refusing to honor ICE detainers. This deliberate decision to not cooperate with federal immigration authorities is giving safe harbor to criminal aliens that need to be removed from our country and this county. It is making St. Joseph County act as a magnet to attract more illegals to want to come and live here and commit crime here. Crime that hurts law-abiding citizens, including our children. It's sad, but the local law enforcement here has become part of the problem, a big part. And I refuse, as your Attorney General, to just stand by and watch the lawlessness happen from law enforcement officials. After multiple communications with Sheriff Redmond to clean up the department's act, which have mostly been ignored, the department remains non-compliant with Indiana law. So now my office is taking the next step to enforce state law as passed by your General Assembly. I want to be clear. While we have a huge and serious disagreement with Redmond and his department, my office has the utmost respect for our men and women in blue and brown. I have a strong record of defending our police, not defunding them. And we will continue to support and defend our law enforcement in court. But we also hold those who deserve to be held accountable. Illegal immigration, as opposed to legal migration, is maybe the biggest issue we are facing right now in our country. President Joe Biden opened our border and created a crisis that now needs to be fixed. Because of him and his aiders and abettors right here in Indiana, every state is now a border state. And every one, including us right here, are paying the price for this lawlessness. I look forward to continue helping President Trump solve this, to fix it. But it will take the cooperation of all of us and all of law enforcement. Think of this. The influx of illegal aliens, which are coming from over 150 different countries, have strained our schools, and our children are suffering as the result. It has caused unneeded stress on law enforcement, local hospitals, healthcare facilities, and our housing and labor markets. I met with a teacher a few months ago. She had tears running down her face. She said she was retiring. I asked what was wrong. She was much too young to retire. She said, I'm retiring because I can't take it anymore. And I thought I was going to get a comment about teacher pay or some other issue along those lines, which is also a real issue. But instead, she told me that every day she gets a list of additional names added to her classroom size, names she can't pronounce, and she ends up spending every class hour calling an 800 number, where she then is made to pick between multiple translators so that she can explain the lesson plan to these new kids. Now, it's not the kids' fault, but they shouldn't be here. It's not fair to the children of the taxpayers who are sitting there in that same classroom waiting to be taught while their teacher is online or on the phone trying to translate lesson plans in multiple languages. It's not fair. It's not fair to our taxpayers, it's not fair to law enforcement, it's not fair to our already overburdened hospitals. And frankly, we have had enough of the problems that are being caused. And thanks to the election in November, now at least, instead of an obstacle in the White House, I and you have an ally. You are already seeing a flurry of action coming from the new administration on this issue, and we are ready to continue our work with them and have already been working for quite some time on getting this crisis under control, at least here in Indiana. Remember last session, the General Assembly passed a law authorizing my office to file lawsuits against any Indiana colleges, universities, or units of local government not enforcing current Indiana laws that ban sanctuary cities here in the state. We take that authority extremely seriously and have already made a ton of progress on this front. We worked with the West Lafayette Police Department to successfully revise its policies to ensure the enforcement of federal immigration laws. East Chicago officials also repealed their unlawful immigration ordinance in response to my office's efforts. Gary officials repealed their unlawful immigration ordinance after being pressed by me and my office. And in the case of the Monroe County Sheriff, it's Bloomington, Indiana, who also refused to cooperate, we have an ongoing lawsuit there. Obviously, this is a county that contains Bloomington and Indiana University, and today we are bringing that similar type of lawsuit against Sheriff Redmond and his department. My office will not stop in our work here on this issue until the law is followed and we put our people first over illegal aliens. What is happening in Monroe County and here in St. Joseph County isn't fair to Hoosier taxpayers or legal immigrants who came here the right way, like the ones I just met with and spoke with. Like I said earlier, that naturalization ceremony was beautiful to see. It's not the same as illegal immigration, and you all know that. We want to be patriots to the United States who would add value to our country and want to live their lives under the values of this country and the values we were founded upon. If your first act in our country is entering it illegally, you should not be allowed to stay. Now, other than working to eliminate sanctuary cities throughout the state, my office is also investigating potential labor trafficking networks here in the state. Amid ongoing concerns from community members and elected officials about large-scale influx of illegal aliens and legal immigrants, quote unquote, into their communities, my office has issued civil investigative demands to officials, employers, and nonprofits alike. They include Tyson Foods, the Cass County Health Department, the Logansport Community School Corporation, Berry Global Incorporated in Evansville, Tent Partnership for Refugees, the God is Good Foundation, and the Jackson County Industrial Development Corporation. I want to be clear, these CIDs, unlike the lawsuit we just filed here, are not an accusation of wrongdoing. My office simply has reasonable cause to believe that these entities may have information that could assist our work, and we're going to get to the bottom of it. We will continue looking into this growing issue and report back when we have more that we can share. So I would stay tuned. A lot of work has been done so far, and we will continue pushing forward. We hope that Sheriff Redmond and his department will begin to work with us to follow the law. That will be the best outcome and would save the taxpayers the most money and keep us all safer. We will happily rescind this lawsuit if they do, but if not, they will continue facing legal consequences. With that, I want to bring up Blake Lanny, who is the office's Assistant Chief Deputy and one of the main people in charge of handling these actions, to come and take questions. We'll both take questions. And Aaron Ridlin, the Section Chief, who is also instrumental along with his section in drafting the complaint and investigating it, will also take questions. So thank you very much again for having us, and thank you for your interest in this most important issue.
I have a mic right here. If you have a question, if you could talk.
No one can hear you.
If you have a question, feel free to hear.
Hi, Attorney General. There was limited notice for this press conference this morning. We learned pretty quickly that the city wasn't quite aware, the South Bend Police Department wasn't aware that this press conference was happening. Who was all informed? Was there a reason that they weren't informed?
I don't usually inform defendants that I'm filing a lawsuit against them.
And is it only against the St. Joseph County Sheriff's Department, or is the city and the South Bend Police Department listed as well?
It's the county.
All right, thank you. And then in the past,
thanks for coming on limited notice or not. I appreciate your interest in this. Who do you represent?
ABC 57.
Thank you.
In the past, the county's police department has said that they don't believe that they have any sanctuary city laws, that they are in compliance. And what would you say to that previous statement that they had sent out after that letter you posted on social media?
This is the response.
Yeah.
They're being sued. We have a difference of opinion. Next. No, this is for the press.
Press, yes.
What is the sheriff being asked to do that he's not doing specifically, or?
To comply with Indiana law. So Indiana law says that you can't have any policies that restrict communication between local law enforcement and federal law enforcement. The lawsuit maintains that they in fact are, and they either have policies or practices that do that. Secondly, you can't limit or restrict your policies, practices, or local ordinance to anything less than the federal law allows. And we believe that they may be doing that as well. I can let Blake talk in more detail about that, but I think that answers your question. But you have a frown on your face like it doesn't, so if you have a quick follow-up, you're welcome to it.
Been asked to report suspicions of illegal entry, or?
I can tell you, for example, that in response to that in March to September 2024, for example, the Monroe County Sheriff's Department released 9 detainees into the community. Some of these detainees had charges or convictions of burglary, DUI, assault on law enforcement. So that's an example of the non-compliance that we're talking about.
You mentioned that the Hispanic students who come here the right way, as you claim, how are they able to...
Before you start, tell us who you represent.
WVPE, 88.1 FM.
And your name.
Jeff Parrott. So how are these students who come here the right way, how are they able to learn English so well that they don't need to be bothered to be taught any Spanish?
I don't understand what you're meaning.
You said that these the students who aren't coming here the right way need to be taught English, and it's causing this big problem for the schools. So how are the kids who...
I'm sorry, that's not what I said. You shouldn't take my story as a comment to go learn English. You should take my story as a point of reflection that our schools are being overrun in some areas, if not every school district, by illegal alien children who are overflowing the classroom, taking up resources like they're taking away law enforcement resources, like they're taking up hospital resources, and distracting from the learning of the children of the taxpayers that are there. That's the point.
Okay, you mentioned the language, so...
Well, as 800, yeah. It's an example. When a teacher has to spend the time in the classroom to go translate lesson plans, she's not teaching the lesson plan, right?
Hi there, I'm Gabby Luma. I'm with WSBT 22. So what is your expectation of these school districts throughout the state, and how will you treat them if they aren't cooperative with these mass deportations? I know you were talking
Stay tuned on that one. We haven't focused on school districts particularly. I think that's what your question went to. And but we're getting some information about school districts from around the state and about their non-cooperation, especially with the new administration. So I remain committed to help the Trump administration rid our communities of lawbreakers like illegal aliens.
Okay.
And did you identify yourself? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm Gabby Luma. I'm with WSBT 22. And then also kind of following up, the Department of Homeland Security have they handed down any mandates?
I'm sorry, there's a terrible echo, and just slow down and talk louder for me.
Has the Department of Homeland Security handed down any mandates specifically for states to carry out any mass deportations so far?
I'm not aware of anything to this state yet. And again, we've been working on this since before the new administration. The law came into effect here in the state, I believe over a year ago now, and we've been working since that time. So I don't know that we're going to get any mandates or anything.
So you don't expect any, or?
I don't know. I'm not aware of any. Thank you.
Any more press with questions?
Go ahead. WNDU, Mark Peterson.
Can't hear you.
Pardon me. I had one question. Don Schoenfeld with WNDU. The mayor yesterday of South Bend said they don't have the staffing to go out and search and, take care of arresting people who are illegal immigrants. Don't know what the status is for the county, but
well, to be clear, Indiana law doesn't require the mayor or the police department or the sheriff's department to go out and search. It requires cooperation with the people that are looking, namely ICE. So that's all in a nutshell, that's what our law requires, is basic cooperation that you would find across law enforcement agencies at every level, every day, on every other issue, frankly. And so really, those that don't want to share that communication, those that don't want to cooperate, those that don't want to keep a detainee an extra 24 or 48 hours so that ICE can get them and remove them from our country, I don't see that as a law enforcement officer. I don't see that as a drag on a budget. I see that as basic cooperation between agencies on criminal issues that are affecting the safety of the communities that they're supposed to protect. Okay, thank you.
One more? Yeah,
you.
I'm Annie again from ABC 57. So can you elaborate a little bit what cooperation specifically would look like from Sheriff Redmond? Because it's seeming like, they feel as though they are already following Indiana code, Indiana law, and what exactly would cooperation look like?
They're not, and I'll turn it over to Blake to go through some of the details in the lawsuit, which we'll make available to you guys, of course, and of course it's public record. But we had several correspondence with them. One was returned unsigned, a response was made unsigned, and other correspondence has been ignored. So we've been very specific about what we need and what they're not doing. And I'll let Blake give some more details to your question.
Blake Lanning, Assistant Chief Deputy of the Office. Blake Lanning, Assistant Chief Deputy of the Office. As the Attorney General was just saying, I think the lawsuit we filed today focuses on kind of two big areas of non-cooperation. The biggest one would be complying with ICE detainer request. As the Attorney General mentioned, we've been in communication with federal law enforcement. They've made clear that St. Joseph County Sheriff on multiple occasions, persistently, regularly refuses to comply with ICE detainer requests. So that's, I think, a great example of what we're talking about, non-cooperation. We've put that in the letters that we've sent to St. Joseph County Sheriff, spelled that out, have not received responses or satisfactory responses on that. And beyond the detainer requests that ICE sends out, which are integral to how ICE does its work, free and open communications between ICE and local law enforcement is also key. And again, based on what we've seen in official, ICE reports and communicating with federal authorities, we also have grounds to believe that the St. Joseph County Sheriff is not engaged in that free and open communication as well.
Sorry, quick follow-up. How binding are these detainer requests? Are they requests or mandates?
So that's a good question, right? So the federal government cannot mandate compliance with a detainer request because the federal government cannot order state and local officials to do federal government enforcement activities. However, the state of Indiana can order local law enforcement to comply with the detainer request. So if it were just coming from the federal government and the General Assembly had passed no law on this, then yes, it would just be a detainer request, and that's how people usually talk about it. But because the General Assembly in our state passed a law saying when the federal law enforcement wants cooperation, you have to give it to them, and you cannot prohibit your agents and officers from cooperating, that's what turns a federal request into something that you have some obligation to either abide by or at least not affirmatively restrict your agents from complying with. So anyways, the legal mandate component of it, I guess if you want to call it that, comes from state law, not federal law. And that's the law we're enforcing.
And then we have one more, Blake.
Yeah.
Joe Ditz from South Bend Tribune. So can you give us an idea of when these non-compliances happened, when this lack of communication happened?
Sure. So, and I think the Attorney General mentioned this, we know between March and September of 2024, 6-month period last year, there were 9 detainer requests, according to ICE, federal authorities, that were sent to St. Joseph County Sheriff, not complied with, and as a result, thwarted ICE's efforts to apprehend illegal aliens that were in this county. And since September of 2024, as the Attorney General mentioned, we've engaged in back and forth correspondence, which, if he wasn't already on notice, would have put the county sheriff on notice of what the expectations of state law and requirements of state law are. And through subsequent communications with ICE, we confirmed that detainer requests are still not being complied with, including maybe as many as 4 since we sent our last letter to the county sheriff in December.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody, for coming out, and thank you for everyone for tuning in on our Facebook page. Appreciate it.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, as you heard there, that was the Indiana Attorney General Todd Rokita. He's now filed a lawsuit in circuit court against the St. Joseph County Sheriff Bill Redmond and his department. Rokita did accuse Redmond during that ceremony that we just watched there and the county police department of refusing to cooperate with federal immigration authorities. This allegation does include refusing to notify ICE properly. This is all according to the Attorney General. Did want to get that story in for you here on Live Now from Fox. And again, thanks for staying with us. I'm your host, Christina Evans. We're going to continue on with some of our top stories that we're following from this week. Stay with us on the other side of this 2-minute break. Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now from Fox. We do want to continue on with some of the top stories that we're following. And as we were just listening into that presser on the other side of the 2-minute break, talking about the lawsuits that are now being filed in some states over immigration policies. Also want to get an update here on how these lawsuits and immigration policies are now affecting school districts here in our country. Let's listen into this story here from our affiliates there at Fox News.
Less than a week into his presidency, Trump is following through on a campaign promise to crack down on immigration by carrying out mass deportations, and he's doing so by reversing a policy that has been in effect since 2011. Now, federal immigration agencies are allowed to make arrests at churches, hospitals, and schools, all places that used to be considered safe spaces.
I think schools, hospitals, and safe places should be safe places for everyone.
With the 14-year-old policy now ending, immigrant parents and those from vulnerable communities are left wondering if they should be sending their kids to school.
My kid, his friends, they're all talking about it. They're all worried, even though they're citizens.
All right, it does appear that we're having a bit of a video issue with this story. Of course, we will get back to that here on Live Now. We're going to take this time to step away for a 2-minute break. Stay with us. Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now. Let's continue on with some of our top stories. And as you know, we've been closely following those wildfires that have broken out all over Southern California for the last 3 weeks. And thankfully, we're here learning there from our friends and partners at Fox 11 that relief is on the way, as there is now some much needed rain in the forecast. But in the meantime, we do know that the air quality is being affected by these fires that have broken out. Let's listen into an update there to find out how citizens are dealing with it.
Burning. I don't know if I couldn't really tell that it was a wildfire, but definitely something was burning.
Wind carries the sharp scent of smoke through the air, sending a message to residents like Brian DeLeon of the danger that lingers. A smoky trail hovering over the mountains, illuminated by orange flames.
The skies became kind of yellowish. The air quality started to go get bad.
It's a sight drawing many outdoors, curious to catch a glimpse. But it can also mean exposure to wildfire particles, a potential health hazard. Dr. Roland Algazal says when conditions take a hit, so can your health.
On the short term, it can cause asthma. If you have an underlying lung problem like asthma or COPD or any heart disease, really, it can really make it worse.
Consistent exposure to poor air quality can have long-term impacts.
Can increase your chances of cancer, chance of heart disease, just dying, younger.
When air quality worsens, people with underlying lung problems, the elderly, and young children are encouraged to stay indoors. Air purifiers help, and if you really have to go outside, Dr. Al-Ghazal says to reach for an N95 mask.
There's lots of particles in the air that you don't necessarily have to smell.
He also says pets are like humans and should also be indoors when it's smoky outside.
When I did step outside and I could smell the smoke, I immediately got on my dog's side and closed up all the windows, all the doors.
Cassandra Blanton says she's staying safe by following advice from officials.
My biggest thing is my animals, so I made sure that I followed all the rules that I saw about getting their tags. I got my tags done actually just last week for my little chihuahua and everything, and prepped everything to make sure that they're safe.
And you can also check your air quality by heading over to the San Diego Air Pollution Control District website. And you can always get constant updates on your weather by visiting our website. That's the very latest from here. I'm Jennifer Franco. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Our thanks to Jennifer Franco for that report. Of course, those health concerns are a major part of these wildfires that are burning. And the wildfires have been on the minds of everyone. I want to show you this live look that we have there of the White House. As you know, yesterday, President Donald Trump did visit Southern California, where he was able to host a roundtable with other Los Angeles County officials as they spoke about the recovery efforts that are needed for LA to rebuild following these devastating wildfires. Let's listen in to some of those comments from that roundtable discussion here on LiveNOW.
Well, and let me just tell you that we are going to do everything we can, slashing regulations, expediting everything so that people can begin the process right away. You know, we have the Disaster Recovery Center on Pico and Westwood. We have building and safety there. People are already contacting the local agencies. We're bringing our city departments together so that people don't get caught in the loop of going from one room to the next. We want them all to be in the same room so that you can get busy rebuilding ASAP. Absolutely. Yes. Yes. And we will clear the lots, absolutely, in the city and in the county. We are working together. Both levels of government are working in unity. Yes.
6 months is no good.
And the number one thing that we are going to do immediately, and you will see this happen, is to clear out the debris. And you know, we're concerned right now over the weekend because of the potential rain, but we are going to move as fast as we can, but we want you to be safe, and we want you to be back in your homes immediately.
But the people are willing to clean out their own debris. It doesn't cost a lot.
Yes, and they can.
You should let them do it, because by the time you hire contractors, it's going to be 2 years.
If a family...
The people are willing to get a dumpster and do it themselves and clean it out.
And they can
There's not that much left. It's all incinerated.
That's right.
And, you know, it's just going to take a long time if you do. You can do some of it, but a lot of these people, I know that guy right there that's talking. I know my people. You'll be on that thing tonight, throwing the stuff away, and your site it'll look perfect within 24 hours, and that's what he wants to do. He doesn't want to wait around for 7 months till the city hires some demolition contract that's going to charge him $25,000 to do his lot. Yeah. I think you have emergency powers just like I do, and I'm exercising my emergency powers. You have to exercise them also.
I did exercise them.
Because I looked, I mean, you have a very powerful emergency power, and you can do everything within 24 hours.
Yes. And if individuals want to clear out their property, they can. Well, yes, but you know that you will be able to go back soon.
Mr. President.
We think within a week.
That's a long time, a week. I'll be honest. To me, everyone's standing in front of their house. They want to go to work, and they're not allowed to do it.
And the most important thing is for people to be safe.
They're safe. They're safe. You know what? They're not safe. They're not safe now. They're going to be much safer A week is actually a long time, the way I look at it. I watched hundreds of people standing in front of their lots, and they're not allowed to go in. It's all burned. It's gone. It's done. Nothing's going to happen to it. It's not going to burn anymore. There's nothing to burn. There's almost nothing to burn. And they want to go in. The people are all over the place. They're standing, and I say, why aren't you going in? We're trying to get a permit. And the permit's going to take them, everybody said 18 months. You said 18 months. You said 18 months.
That was last night.
And that was last night.
On that. Right.
That was the first time. Mr. President, we're going to be together next week, and during the interim, many of us are involved in, and Tom McClintock, who you know has been an expert on this for years.
That's right.
We are going to be putting conditions on the money that do two things: require that it be done timely and affordable, and then secondly, that we protect those who will come afterwards. As we speak, there are 6,000 acres burning in my district on the Mexican border. There will be more fires until we include in any disaster relief items which will prevent it or at least mitigate it from happening again. So you're going to see us proposing both of those.
Like water. Little things like water. You know, the party of common sense. See, we're the party of common sense. You're not, in all fairness.
Yes, sir.
We like water to put out fires. It's really quite efficient. All right.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I'm Jay Obernolte. My district is just a bit east of here.
Yep.
And you were talking about the need to better manage our forests and our wildlands to prevent this from happening again. And you were so right about that. Just last year, a couple months ago in October, they put out a fire. The line fire in my district was over twice as big as the Palisades fire. And they put it out less than a mile from my house in an area where we had done thinning, and they stopped the fire, Mr. President, on a fire break that we had built a couple of years ago.
That's right.
We have an area just on the other side of my community that hasn't been thinned in decades because it's being held up by a lawsuit from an environmental group that says we're going to reduce habitat. Mr. President, we need to, in addition to getting resources and boots on the ground to do this treatment, we need to reform our legal system to prevent these lawsuits from tying up these projects for years and years and years. And not to say that the merit shouldn't be heard, but we need to hear them and we need to move on, resolve them.
Is this a state group? State or federal group?
This is a local group, actually, Mr. President, but they have help from the state.
They use the environment to make themselves feel good, and they're destroying our country. And you've got to, at some point, you've got to put your foot down. I know exactly what you're talking. You have local and state groups, and you have federal groups too. And you got to fight them the right way, because you'll never, even if the mayor gives, you're going to have a local group come in and sue. You're not allowed to go on your property. They're going to talk about asbestos and every other thing. They want to go on their property, and they want to clean out their property. And you cannot let anything get in their way. And you'll have this place built up quickly, beautiful. It'll be more beautiful than before. And I would do one other thing. I'd give them a 10%, 15% bonus on their house, because they went through hell, and they should be allowed to build a little bit, give them a little bit lot line bonus, give them a bonus on size, maybe a little bonus on height. They went through hell. You know, some of them had houses where they were restricted. They have to have an 8-foot ceiling. You let them have a 10-foot ceiling. Let them build a nice house, a nicer house than they had before. But I would give them a 10 or a 15% bonus on their plans. And I think it would be very well received, because they'll be able to build a little bit nicer house. Do you like that idea, by the way? They deserve it. Because you know what? It's not their fault that this fire took place. This fire took place, could have been stopped. It's not their fault. It's not the homeowner's fault. Yeah. And I think they should be entitled to a bonus on their house. Okay.
Mr. President.
Sir, go ahead. Thank you. Some good news from Paradise. We stood together there 6 years ago, along with the governor.
That was so terrible.
That 3,400 homes have been rebuilt out of the 18,000 lost. And there's 400 more in the wings. And so FEMA was very helpful. Now my colleague who has Altadena here, probably a very similar situation. clearing the lots. They're probably going to have to clear about a foot worth of soil underneath those foundations to get the toxicity out. So they'll need a lot of help. Those are working class folks in Altadena.
And we did a good job with you
and
people.
FEMA was extremely helpful.
Yep.
30,000.
That was the old days when FEMA was good. FEMA's no good anymore.
Yeah.
That was when we ran it. FEMA was very good, but now FEMA's not good.
We got to get them on track. But on the water, thanks so much for your strong efforts on that. Right now, Lake Shasta, which is in my district, is dumping more water than what is coming in. So is Folsom Lake. And those are federal projects that should be building up because we're latter January here. And you can't count on the rain and the snow coming every year. And so if we don't fill those projects, then my colleague in San Joaquin Valley isn't going to get his water for his farmers. Well, it might be all right up in the north. They aren't going to get it. And then the water needs to go through aqueduct for Southern Cal to refill maybe the Santa Ynez Reservoir that was empty during this.
You know, you don't even need reservoirs. With the water coming down, you don't need the reservoir. You have so much water, you don't need it. You only have reservoirs because you're trying to hold water. But you have natural water coming down along the coast. It's for 1 million years it's been coming. You know that, right?
Yeah.
In addition to that, you have a lot of half pipe. In other words, you have the half pipe that's built. And it hasn't been used. You see, it's bone dry. No water's been in that half pipe for years and years. It was closed up years ago.
Had the reservoir,
it's already there. Yeah.
Had the reservoir above Santa Palisades been full, they wouldn't have run out of water in a few hours. It would have gone for at least a few days with 40 acre feet out of 600,000.
That reservoir's been empty for a long time.
Yep.
It shouldn't have been empty. Okay. Any other questions? Yeah, please.
Mr. President, my name is Tracy Park. I represent the people of the Pacific Palisades on the LA City Council. I wanted to thank you for your loyal support to our military, our police officers, and especially our firefighters.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
My top priority going forward is to get these men and women home as soon as possible and open up the pathway to begin their rebuilding process. It was the Army Corps of Engineers who announced last night that it would be 18 months. I am fully committed to doing my part on the ground with our state agencies and our city and our county partners to speed this up.
Good.
I just ask for your ongoing partnership with FEMA and the EPA and our other federal agencies to make sure that we have a commitment across all layers of government to get these people back home. Thank you, sir.
I do. Thank you very much. It's well said. I do have to say FEMA is a big disappointment. We had it working well. We had great people, but FEMA's not good anymore. What FEMA did in North Carolina, you know, they still haven't even gone to certain areas. They don't know what they're doing. And I say, you don't need FEMA. You need a good state government. And when you have a problem in Los Angeles or when you have a problem even in the state of California, you have your own, essentially FEMA. You fix it yourself. You don't have somebody coming in from a state where they have no idea, like Florida. They come in from hurricanes. They have people staying in Alaska. And now they see, oh, this is very nice. But by the time they get familiar with it, they don't know anything. The FEMA is a very expensive, in my opinion, mostly failed situation. We had great people. We did some great jobs. But each state should take care of their problem and get money from the federal government. It would be so much better, so much more efficient. So we're looking at that because we have had, and you're going to have problems with FEMA too. You've already had problems with FEMA. FEMA doesn't even show up. It takes weeks before they even show up. And what happens is the state then relies on FEMA and nobody does anything because FEMA doesn't show up. So it's not a good situation. So we'll make some recommendations on that. But you have to push like hell to get the permits because I'm just hearing things that I don't like to hear. I think you're not going to get your permits as fast as people are saying. We have to get them. And Mayor, if I can help you at all in that regard, you'll let me know. But you're going to have all your federal permits. That's going to be the easy part, which, by the way, is by far the hardest part. You know who controls your water is Department of Commerce, and I already have that approval. And that's usually a very long process, but that's the hard part was the federal, but we already have that done. So anything I can do, please let me know. Please, go ahead. You lost all your schools. You lost your 4 schools? Were they completely burned down, the schools? Wow. All of them? All of them? No, you can't. No.
That's right.
Well, I'm going to ask Rick to set, I think right from this table, you might put a couple of the fire guys back there on that I just met, okay? Because they're really good. But get a group and figure out how we can do the processing faster.
Mr. President, if I can just defend FEMA a little bit.
Yeah.
They brought thousands of people in. I don't know how they're doing in other states. They're doing a good job for us here. They've got a huge center that's open from 9 in the morning till 8 at night. But also, when you have a disaster this size, you need to be able to deploy thousands of people, which they've been able to do. Now, California, if we did it on our own, maybe we'd have thousands of people.
You do.
But if Rhode Island has a Palisades disaster, are they then supposed to keep thousands?
How many people do you have in California? 36? How many million? How many million people do you have?
What?
You have 40 million people. You're not going to get a few thousand people? The problem with FEMA is they come from all over the country. They end up in arguments with your people from California because they want to do it a totally different way. And I can live either way, but you haven't gotten very much done with FEMA and all you have to do is look at North Carolina. It's one of the great disasters of all time.
And Mr. President, you can't have Rhode Island maintain a staff of thousands and thousands of people waiting to see if they have a disaster.
You know who came in and fixed North Carolina or the process? Other states, people from all over the country came. And you have the same thing. You have a lot of people from all over the country. Getting the people is not a problem. Getting the organization's a big problem. FEMA's incompetently run, and it costs about 3 times more than it should cost.
I'm hoping
we can spend money on schools instead of giving money to bureaucracy. It takes you so much longer.
Mr. President,
it takes you so much longer
FEMA for helping our people.
FEMA has a standard, Brad, and I'm a builder. I was a very good builder. FEMA has a standard that's so slow. They want permit on permit on permit, and then they want permits on top of that. If you use FEMA, you'll be here for a long time. What I'm saying is get the city, get the state to give you immediate 24-hour permits. These people are going to build their own homes. They're going to get them built fast.
Yeah.
How many of the people, could I ask you one question? How many of the people, what are people going to do for financing? What are people going to do? How many people can build a home, percentage-wise, like where they don't have to go out and get funds? Some people are just not going to be able to rebuild their home because they have a beautiful home, but they don't have cash, right? So what are people looking to do in that case? You're going to have a big percentage, I would assume, Brad, like that. What are they going to do? Go ahead.
Mr. President, without your help, they're only going to get $43,000 from the federal government, even if they have a half $1 million
you did something,
loss.
Brad, with every insurance company in the country left California. That's why you have no insurance, because you made it so impossible. People that think like you made it so impossible. And
Brad, me?
Every
Mr.
insurance
President,
company.
I don't know what
I'll tell you this,
about my thinking.
I've never seen a state where almost nobody has insurance. And I said, what happened? And they said like 6 months ago they all left. And 2 years ago they had different, quadrants, but they left. And you have very little insurance here. I mean, I've never seen anything like it.
We had a lot of insurance companies pull out, but I have no idea.
And the insurance companies actually have been warning you. Now, I'm not a big fan of insurance companies, okay? They have their big drawbacks too, but the insurance company, I read the papers very well, and they've been warning California for a long time. They've also been saying, we want water. You don't have water. You're supposed to get fire insurance. And the insurance company goes, you don't have any water in your fire hydrants. So it's a tough.
All right, as you see there, we were listening into this event that happened late yesterday. This is when President Trump and other LA officials held a roundtable to talk about the LA wildfires and the recovery efforts that are going to be happening there in Southern California. I do want to show you this live look that we have there in the city of Angels. There's a look at LAX. Of course, we do know that the road to recovery is going to be really tough for those residents who've been affected by the several wildfires, of course, namely the Palisades wildfire, as well as the Eaton wildfire. On the other side of our 2-minute break, we're going to be talking about this recovery effort with a law firm who's now filed a lawsuit in conjunction with the NAACP against the Southern California Edison Company, claiming that they have negligence in this case. We're going to get an inside look at what this lawsuit is about and how they are hoping to help those residents now recover from the Eaton wildfire. Stay with us. Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. We do want to continue on here in this new hour with our coverage of those devastating wildfires there out of Southern California. I want to show you a live look that we have there of the city. Again, this is a shot that they have of LAX. And these cameras have changed so dramatically over the last few weeks as we've been tracking these wildfires that have erupted all over Southern California. And one of the main ones is the Eaton wildfire that turned deadly. Well, we now know that the NAACP and Singleton Schreiber are announcing a partnership to advocate for justice on behalf of those victims of the Eaton fire. And this collaboration is making a huge step in addressing the tragic loss of life, property, and livelihoods that they say have been caused by the negligence of Southern California Edison Company. I do want to now bring into the conversation Attorney Gerald Singleton with the Singleton Schreiber Law Firm. Thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now. Of course, first of all, our thoughts and prayers are just there with the folks of Southern California who have been experiencing these wildfires, the devastation you've seen firsthand. Can you first speak to what it's been like over the last few weeks for those residents who've lost nearly everything since these wildfires broke out?
Sure, and thank you for having me. It's just devastating. It's everything you could imagine. Basically, you go from living your normal life to essentially being homeless. And obviously, you're not without resources, particularly people that have insurance. Obviously, a lot of people have friends and family in the area, but the dislocation both psychological and literal, is just profound. One of the things that people say to me, because I've represented thousands of people in this type of situation, is that essentially it's like their life is put on pause for an extended period of time. Like you're watching a movie and somebody just hits the pause button, because what you're trying to do is rebuild your home, rebuild your life, and get back to where you were before, and that takes years. To me, one of the most profound stories I heard that really illustrated what it was like is in one of the first fires I did about 20 years ago. I was representing someone who was a professional. He and his family had gotten out. They were not in any physical danger, but they lost everything. They literally had nothing but the clothes on their backs. So they go to the hotel. Kids are in a room. He goes down and he said, I made my first purchase. I walked across the street. I went into a pharmacy and I made my first purchase, and it was a toothbrush. And that just kind of illustrates the profound nature of what you have to replace. You literally have to replace everything in your life. For 17 families, they lost someone, and that's obviously a loss that can never be replaced. But for the majority of people, and there's going to be somewhere between 5,000 and 6,000 families that are going to be displaced as a result of the Eaton fire, they are literally starting over from scratch. And that is profound, and it takes years to get back to where they were before.
So let's talk about this lawsuit. I have to ask you, of course, we know that you filed it against the Southern California Edison Company and Edison International. What is the role of that company there in Southern California? And what is this negligence that you say that they have a part of that played into the ultimate damage that happened there due to the Eaton wildfire?
Sure. So the way California basically operates in terms of electricity and utilities is that while there are some local utilities like the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, which serves the city of Los Angeles, you have the Sacramento Municipal Utility District, SMUD, which serves Sacramento. The vast majority of our state, roughly around 90% of the people, maybe closer to 80% actually, are served by investor-owned utilities. And there are three main investor-owned utilities. That's PG&E, which serves the north. Then you have Southern California Edison, Edison International, and they serve basically the middle part of the state from around Cal Poly or so, below Cal Poly in Santa Barbara, down to San Diego. San Diego Gas and Electric has San Diego and Imperial and parts of Orange County. But the vast majority of that middle part of the state, where the majority of the population is served by Southern California Edison. So they serve about 14 million people. And what they do is provide electricity. And so the reason that we believe they are responsible for this fire is that when the fire started, it started immediately below one of their transmission towers. And transmission towers are very high voltage. They carry anywhere between 69,000 volts and 250,000 volts. So you're talking about a very high voltage line with a lot of electricity running through it. They also tend to be much larger. So when you look at those towers that look like erector sets, those are generally transmission towers. And so what happened here is there was a fire, the Eaton fire, that started immediately below one of those lines. That right there is a trigger that, or a warning that it very well could be the electrical lines that started the fire. However, you don't just rely on that. You have to do a very serious and thorough investigation. So what happens is people who do what we do and represent people in these fires have investigators that will go out and look at the scene and determine what they believe the cause is. And these are all retired law enforcement. So they're people that have a background in arson investigation. They may have worked for CAL FIRE or the United States Forest Service, people whose job it was to investigate fires and determine the cause for law enforcement. Then when they retire, they become consultants. We hire them and they go out and they look at it. And we look at a lot of fires that don't turn out to be started by a utility. For example, at the end of 2024, there were two very significant fires in Los Angeles and Ventura County. Initially, there were reports that they may have been started by Edison. However, we looked at them, we determined that they were not, and so no lawsuits went forward. In this case, there's quite a bit of evidence that points toward the Edison lines being responsible. The first thing, and I think a lot of your viewers have probably seen this, is that if you look online, you can see an actual video of the fire starting. And what you'll see is what looks like fire shooting down from the lines down to the ground. In the industry, that's what they call an arcing event. And that is a common cause of these utility-caused wildfires. The two most common causes are tree line contact, meaning that a tree will fall, hit the line, and that will ignite a fire, or some type of an arcing event. And that can be caused for a number of reasons. You have to look at the actual evidence itself. So you're going to have to inspect both the lines and the equipment before you know what the cause is, the exact cause. But that's an indication that it was probably started by Edison. So once you have that, you now want to look and see if there are any other explanations for what the cause could be. So when our investigators went out, they're looking for anything else that could have caused this fire. The most common causes are either lightning, or if it's not an electrical fire, some type of other human activity. For example, a campfire, a homeless encampment where someone had a fire either for cooking or for light or warmth, and they simply lost control of it. You could see someone throwing a cigarette, anything like that, fireworks. So what they do is they go out and they look and they determine whether or not there's an indication that any of these things were present. And when they did this inspection, which was last weekend, they could not find any explanation, no homeless encampment, no indication that there were fireworks, no reports of anyone in the area who could have thrown a cigarette, anything like that. And so you look at that, then you look at the fact that we have this video footage that appears to show the start of the fire. And then they looked at the tower itself, and there are markings on the tower that are consistent with that arcing event. So, and these could be caused by other things as well. But when you have that arcing event and the flame is shooting down, if it hits the tower, it's going to leave certain markings. When our investigators looked at the tower, they found markings that were consistent with that. So when you put all that together, what our investigators have told me is, look, this is either an Edison fire or it's a cause we've never seen before. So based on that, we have a strong belief that Edison started it. But in order to be certain and in order to determine the exact mechanism, whether it was, for example, lines slapping together, whether it was a line coming loose, making contact with the tower, whether there was an equipment failure, any of those kinds of things, we've got to be able to inspect the actual equipment itself. So we formally made that request to Edison along with a number of other attorneys, and Edison is considering it. If Edison does not voluntarily allow us to do it, then that's one of the reasons why we file these suits so quickly, is we want to be able to use the court's processes. And through the discovery process, you can issue subpoenas, you can get court orders, and you can obtain access to this. We'll be able to have our experts go in. And when we do that, it won't just be the cause and origin people. It'll also be electrical engineers, systems engineers, people who've spent their careers working on this type of equipment, and they'll be able to determine what the malfunction was and how the fire started.
Thank you so much for breaking that down, because it really adds context to why this is so important and why those folks who are looking for answers at this point need to know what happened. And so I have to ask you, you guys partnered with the NAACP. What was the reason behind that partnership? Why did you feel like they were the right organization to partner with in this situation?
Well, the NAACP is obviously a very old and impressive institution. It's the oldest and the largest civil rights organization in the country. And the work they've done, you know, everywhere from Brown v. Board of Education to the present day is incredible. And we have a lot of respect for them, for their president, Derek Johnson. And so when this opportunity came, we were honored to do it. We have worked with the NAACP before in other litigation, and what the organization does is when they have something that affects a significant amount of their members, they will look for law firms that specialize in that area to partner with. And here, because of the community that was hit, the Altadena area, and particularly the Altadena area to the west of Lake Avenue, there's a very significant African-American population. And it's a historic area. This was one of the few areas in Southern California where African Americans were able to buy homes and build generational wealth. And so the concern that the NAACP has is that if people are not given the resources they need to rebuild, then that will be lost. And we have this great community with all its history that is going to be dispersed. So the goal here is the NAACP is working with the community to try and keep the community together and prevent that from happening. And our role is to represent individuals to get them the money they need to rebuild their homes and rebuild their lives so that we can get this community back to where it was before.
Does this include the Mahone family? I know that they are specifically listed in this lawsuit. What's their story?
So, in many ways, they are just kind of a quintessential example of what this community was about. Multi-generational family, amazing matriarch, just great people. And they really lost everything. So to have the opportunity to come in and to help them get back on their feet, work with them to get them into housing, and then file this suit so that we can get them the funds they're going to need to rebuild their homes. It's really an honor to represent them.
And so, again, as they're moving forward, ultimately, what do you hope comes out of this lawsuit? Are you going to be looking, if it is found out that the Southern Edison Company is liable for the start of this fire, would you be looking for changes to be made, damages to pay out to some of those who lost their homes? What's on the other side of this?
Yeah, so that's a great question because there are two components of this that are critical. One is, first and foremost, we need to make sure that the people who are injured are compensated because we've got to get that community rebuilt. And on an individual basis, we've got to get people the resources they need to rebuild. But the other thing that you mentioned is also critical, and that is systemic change. One of the things that I think in my career has given me the most personal satisfaction and where I feel like I may have made some small difference is what's happened with Pacific Gas and Electric, PG&E. I know you're familiar with the stories. What happened, PG&E started 24 fires over a 4-year period. As a result, they went into bankruptcy. And as someone who had sued PG&E numerous times, and I represented around 6,000 people in that bankruptcy, to see the change between PG&E when we initially started having these issues with them in around 2015, that was the first of the major fires they started, and then to see how different the company is managed now. They got rid of their CEO, they got rid of their entire board, they changed their culture, and while they're certainly not perfect, and I don't think any company is, they have gone from a company that focused almost exclusively on profit to one that actually has made some significant improvements in terms of safety. And electrical utilities are in a very high-risk business. When you transmit and distribute electricity, it's a very hazardous, ultra-hazardous activity. And so if they make any types of mistakes, they can be catastrophic. And obviously we understand that they're not perfect, and no one is suggesting that these mistakes were intentional. But there are improvements that can always be made. And one of the things that I think was so heartening about what happened with PG&E is that over the last few years, they've started making those improvements. Now with Edison, unfortunately, Edison has started a large number of fires. They started the 2017 Thomas Fire, which led to the Montecito mudslides. That killed roughly 25 people. Then the Woolsey Fire the next year killed 3 people, destroyed 1,500 homes. You had the Bobcat Fire in 2020. You had the Fairview Fire in 2022. So Edison has a pattern and practice, unfortunately, of starting these fires, many of which are deadly, and then the most deadly single fire, because the Thomas Fire in 2017, while there were more fatalities, they were killed both in the fire and then in the subsequent mudslides. But the Eaton Fire, with 17 fatalities, is the most serious one that Edison has started. So one of the things that we are going to want to see is what went wrong here and what changes can be made so that we can hopefully limit the risk of anything like this happening again.
I appreciate you for breaking that down. So my final question to you is, do you have a message for the Eaton community or anyone who's out there in the Altadena area who may have been affected while this wildfire, but hasn't yet been in contact with either the NAACP or your law firm as well? What should they be looking at to do right now to help them get ahead of the game in case there is something that can be made for compensation to help them restore their lives to a semblance of what they were before this fire broke out?
Yeah, the biggest message that I would have to people is don't be afraid to ask for help. One of the things that really inspires me about doing this work is seeing the community come together. We were in a church on Thursday, the Victory Bible Church in Pasadena, and the pastor was amazing. The community was amazing. There were people that lost their homes, which was tragic, but there were so many other people that came out and we're providing assistance. And one of the things that just, it never ceases to amaze me because I've done dozens of these fires, and in every one, you see the community come out and provide support. People want to help. So the message that I would give to people, first and foremost, is if you are somebody that suffered a loss, if you need help, please, please don't be shy about asking for it. There are a lot of people that want to help. We have a resource page where we can help people. We have a full-time social worker, and her job is to direct people to programs that can provide immediate assistance. FEMA is on the ground. We had one of the senior people, Mr. Brown, come and speak at the church about the programs that FEMA can give. And certainly FEMA is not going to provide you with the money to rebuild your house. That's not their job. What they're doing is helping people get through. They can give you rental assistance. They can help you find a home. The Red Cross does an amazing job. So there are a lot of these resources, and there are a lot of people that want to help. You can reach out to us. You can reach out to the NAACP. You can reach out to your local churches. There are so many different areas where you can go to find help and find these resources that you need. Obviously, if you have questions, if you're interested in the lawsuit, we're there to help. That's what we do. But we're also there to provide assistance along with the community. This community is amazing. It has very deep roots, and I know it'll come back.
And it is so nice to hear you on here, just providing a sense of hope for those folks who may have lost everything in these devastating and deadly wildfires. Thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now. Attorney Gerald Singleton, there with the Singleton Schreiber Law Firm. We appreciate you.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so we did want to get that story in for you here on Live Now. Of course, as you know, these wildfires that we've been continuing to cover, a lot has changed. Again, yesterday we heard from President Trump and other LA officials as he made his visit there. Let's go ahead and get an update as well on the last Eaton wildfire that's also come through in this last week. Let's take a listen to that story here on Live Now.
In their home on Glen Rose Avenue. And then the Eaton fire incinerated it, as this before and after video so vividly illustrates.
We lost everything.
That's why they came to the New Revelation Missionary Baptist Church in Pasadena to pick up supplies. Owens told me they're currently staying at an Airbnb. He says he wishes President Donald Trump had visited Altadena today in addition to the Palisades.
I mean, we deserved the same thing. It was two fires. So you go to one place. How does that look?
Yeah. You feel insulted?
Yeah, exactly. That's it. You know what I mean? Come see us.
Democratic Congresswoman Judy Chu expressed a similar sentiment to the president's face at his roundtable today in the Palisades.
I just want to make sure that you remember the people in Altadena and Pasadena.
Back at the Baptist Church in Pasadena, County Supervisor Catherine Barger, a Republican, was among the public officials who answered questions from fire victims who are wondering how they will get back on their feet. Barger told me the president promised her that he will come back to California and visit Altadena.
He said, I am coming back. And I would almost personally rather have him commit his time to Altadena than to split it between Palisades and Altadena. So I understand why people are insulted, but don't be insulted. This is the first visit, but it's not the last.
Our thanks to our partners there at Fox 11 for this update on that story. All right, we are going to take this time to step away for our first 2-minute break of the hour. Stay right here with us on Live Now. Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now. We do want to continue on with our coverage of some of these Southern California wildfires and all the attention that is now being brought to the area in the wake of President Trump now visiting yesterday for the first time. Of course, several residents are just trying to get back on their feet and see what those recovery efforts are going to be like. Let's listen into this story there from our partners at Fox 11 with the very latest.
I'll also be signing an executive order to begin the process of fundamentally reforming and overhauling FEMA, or maybe getting rid of FEMA. I think, frankly, FEMA is not good.
President Donald Trump Friday, on his 5th day in office, suggested doing away with the Federal Emergency Management Agency called in for natural disasters, something far too familiar for Floridians after a brutal hurricane season.
FEMA has been a very big disappointment. They cost a tremendous amount of money. It's very bureaucratic, and it's very slow. I think that problem should be taken care of by the state. That's what we have states for. They take care of problems. And a governor can handle something very quickly.
But Florida lawmakers, in the midst of rebuilding communities after Hurricanes Debbie, Helene, and Milton, are already sounding alarms on the idea of no FEMA.
It would bankrupt any state that has the type of storms and hurricanes like we've experienced in Florida. You know, I did a cursory look at some of the estimated damages just from the 3 hurricanes that hit Florida this year alone, Debbie, Helene, and Milton. And the price tag is over $220 billion. That's about double what our state budget is.
Leaving the states to take care of disaster relief would also be disastrous. It would be catastrophic.
Senator Smith says states just don't have the resources to handle it alone.
I think Trump's tune will certainly change if Mar-a-Lago is suddenly in the eye of a powerful hurricane, as so many Floridians have seen over these past several years.
Many are asking, can the president totally do away with FEMA? Fox 13's political editor says yes, but not by himself.
Oh, it's certainly possible. The president could get rid of FEMA, but he would need approval from Congress to do that. He would need congressional approval to reorganize the government in that way.
As far as the votes in Congress, Craig Patrick says lawmakers may be hard-pressed to vote for such a sweeping change.
Our thanks to our partners for bringing us that update. We're going to take this time to step away for another 2-minute break, but on the other side, our coverage of the nation's live events continues right here on Live Now. Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now from Fox. Like I said, we are continuing to cover several live events and feeds that are coming into our newsroom. Do want to show you this shot. As we've been teasing ahead throughout the morning, we do know that we're going to hear in just a little while from Trump speaking there in Las Vegas. He's speaking of having a press conference there on taxes. So we do want to get to that momentarily. But in the meantime, we also got an update. There's a Florida man that we heard from police that was arrested for making threats against President Trump. Let's listen into that press conference that just got underway a few minutes ago.
Okay, I'm Chief Tony Araujo. You got the spelling, but I'll say it again, A-R-A-U-J-O. Chief of Police with the City of West Palm Beach. With me over my right shoulder, Deputy Chief of Department Shearer, Assistant Chief Musco, who oversees CID, our Criminal Investigations Division. Assistant Chief Spatera runs operations. Some of the detectives involved, Detective Lieutenant DeVito, who oversees our Detective Bureau. Detective McDonald.
Detective Varielli. Detective Attieri.
There you go. I have them written down, but obviously I didn't bring my piece of paper up here with me. So I just want to start off by telling you I'm going to answer a few questions, what I might be able to answer after the information I'm about to give you. I'm done giving it to you. The victim in this case is the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. You'll see that in the probable cause affidavit once it becomes public record. I want to give you a series of the chain of the events of how this happened and how we arrived at probable cause. It'll be a quick snapshot. So I want to announce the arrest of the suspect in this case. His name is Shannon Atkins. He's a male, 46 years of age, who resides in the city of West Palm Beach. The timeline, on January 19th, late, a tip was given to the FBI National Threat Operations Center. It was given to them by a gentleman that resides in Okeechobee, Florida. He reported that threats were posted on Facebook. They were violent, rhetoric, political views, in his opinion, aimed at the president. Very early on January 20th, our West Palm Beach detective that's assigned to the FBI task force began working the case, and he too found the disturbing post. Some of the posts were Lincoln, JFK, Reagan, Martin Luther King, and Trump. Atkins posted, unfortunately, one is still alive. He wrote something to that effect. He also wrote another saying, bullets, please. Jesus, save America. Another one he wrote, I've been banned from X because I said I hope and pray someone kills him. We haven't had an assassination in years. That gives you a flavor of some of the posts that this gentleman posted. After probable cause was established, we began our surveillance using our CID, our Criminal Investigations Division. Some of these officers you see up here are detectives, and our TAC unit. Mr. Atkins has 2 residences in the city of West Palm Beach. Just before 7:30 p.m. on Friday night, Atkins was stopped near one of his homes. He was driving a white 2013 BMW. When we placed him in custody, subsequently we found 3 baggies containing suspect cocaine in his pocket. They did test positive. He was arrested without incident. While being interviewed later, he admitted writing the Facebook post that said he was joking. Folks, this is not a joke. Nothing of that sort is a joke. We notified the Secret Service. They're looking at this case, and they'll make a determination if federal charges are going to be in play. In today's climate, you really can't say things like this. We have incident after incident, example after example of when these threats become real. And we take these very seriously. I want to tell the general public that they are our partners, our eyes and ears. We encourage you to report anything suspicious to the FBI, Crime Stoppers, or the free Safe Watch app that we have. That information goes directly to our STIC, our intelligence center. You can remain anonymous. As I've said before at news conferences, let us decide whether the information is actionable. We'll determine if there's reasonableness to further an investigation. And in this instance, there was. Our detectives developed probable cause, and we made an arrest. So with that, again, if you see something, say something. The charges, you have received copies of what the charges are. He was charged on their state statute. They are felonies, or one of them, or both of them are felonies. And the state attorney's office was very helpful in working in this case with us, and so was the FBI and the Secret Service. And that's another point I want to make. Working in partnership with federal law enforcement, local law enforcement, it takes all of us to keep our community safe. And in this instance, the system worked. Working with our federal partners, the information given was seamless. We do have an agent, a police officer, a detective that works on the task force, as do many jurisdictions across the land, to include this region, this area, and it worked as it should. So did we avert something? You never know what you avert. You never know what you displace. I do know that we developed probable cause. We arrested Mr. Atkins, and he's going to have to answer the charges. So with that, I also want to compliment our CID division. These detectives worked tirelessly on this case, as they do every case. They did things professionally, timely, and they effected an arrest when they developed probable cause. So thank you, gentlemen, for the job well done, and also the detectives that are not here that sustained the case also out there by conducting the surveillance. So with that, I'll take a couple questions. No questions? Thank you very much for being here.
All right, that of course that is that press conference that we got there in West Palm Beach, Florida. You're taking a look at the mugshot of Shannon Atkins, who police are now saying is being charged with drug possession, as well as one count of written or electronic threats to kill, do bodily injury, or conduct a mass shooting or act of terrorism, which is a second-degree felony. Did want to bring that story to you here on Live Now from Fox. And as I said before the break, we are getting several live shots as well into our newsroom. I want to show you this shot that we also have there in Chicago. So there is a protest that is currently underway there in Chicago. Now, this is from Invisible Chicago. They are a national group leader trying to channel the power of the people into action. They are there fighting against the election of President Trump. Again, just protesting some of his policies. We're getting this live shot there from our partners. It's a little shaky as well, but did want to show you that here on Live Now. We're going to take a step away now for a 2-minute break. Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now. We do want to continue on with some of our live coverage today, and we want to take you up now to Nevada. We're now listening into this event that's happening there where President Trump is expected to speak in just about an hour or so. He is going to be holding there that rally to talk about no tax on tips, this very popular policy that he initially launched on the campaign trail. Let's listen into these comments. Speaking up right now is Rick Harrison from Pawn Stars.
And I just want to say, Joe Lombardo's amazing. We have a Republican governor. We got to change the, we got to get rid of a lot of Democrats in the legislature of the state. So you need to really work on that. But all in all, it is just a new day in America. I am happy. I think all of you are happy. He is doing every single thing he said he was going to do, unlike all the other politicians. So I just want to say thank you for getting Donald Trump in office. It was Nevada, I think, that brought him over the edge. I don't know if it was, but I'm just going to say that because we're so. Just when the big guy comes out here, give him a lot of love because Nevada loves him. So thanks for everybody for, you made us a great president.
All right, as you see there, this event that's there talking about no tax on tips is currently underway in Las Vegas. A number of folks have stepped up to the microphone over the last few minutes to give their remarks as well. We do want to re-rack some of the comments that were made just a little bit ago before Rick Harrison stepped up. Let's listen into those comments here on Live Now. Again, this is the event for no tax on tips. The soon policy will be taking place. Let's go ahead and listen in.
I apologize. This has been a great fight. We go back to when we fought for the caucus to make sure our voices were going to be heard. And we did it our way, not someone else playing in our election. We did it our way. And you stood and you fought. Then came the election. None of the above wins. On Tuesday, Thursday, you showed up 60,000 strong and delivered Donald J. Trump as our nominee for President of the United States. The beating we all took, the headlines, putting us down, the sacrifice that you made for your families, the time, the effort. I kept telling you it would pay off, and you said, yes, it will. And you worked even harder. You knocked more doors. You made more phone calls. You went into areas before to carry the message of President Donald J. Trump and the Republican Party of Nevada, and you gave up nothing. You took more ground. You brought more people in. You had people cross over. That's what it's about. So many of you on the way up here today, it was great. We had time to finally had time to talk. And the stories you've told me about what it meant to watch Donald J. Trump deliver his acceptance speech. And I said it wasn't an acceptance speech. It was a battle cry. We're taking back America from day one, and that's what Donald J. Trump did right away. But none of that happens with all of you. You had to be involved. And you believed. Today is your victory. President Trump wanted to come back and thank you. That's what kind of man he is. I told you before. Yeah, no, give him applause. I told you before, he has some of the greatest friends in the world. But more importantly, he works with the working men and women. How would a guy like me, an average guy, a working man, have a friend and opportunity to be president of the United States? That only happens underneath Donald J. Trump, and it only happens in America that you're going to provide and make better for your families. So make sure it starts today. Celebrate today. Embrace today. But when we leave those doors, the fight begins because we have to back everything President Trump puts up. You have to be louder, you have to be bullish about it, and you have to make sure your message is given to the working men and women who crossed over, who believed in this dream, who believed this would happen today. It's great to have this, but we have to keep the torch burning. We have to keep this fire alive to make sure Donald J. Trump, and sorry, I hate that, President Donald J. Trump, how about that? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yes, yes. President Donald J. Trump moves forward. So we have to come together and unite. For those using Clark County, February 4th, I think is our meeting, our next meeting. Come out, bring new friends, come in, get involved. Get behind Jesse Law and the Clark County Republican Party. Unite. You'll love it, because I can tell you this ride's only going to get stronger with President Trump. So when he comes out here tonight, make sure you show the love that he showed us. He's only been in office 6 days, and the first stop he made was in North Carolina that was torn, that the other administration let, because they backed President Trump, let them suffer. He righted the wrong. Then he went to California. For people who did not vote for him, did not stand for him, I guarantee they're standing for him now. They're behind him now. He showed up and showed what's about. The best thing about America, about Nevada in America, you saw what happened in California. They placed the blame. Their governor has done nothing but point fingers and excused himself. The difference, our governor, when we had our fires here, Joe Lombardo made sure that we had our firemen and all the necessities they needed, and we took back and fought that fire and put it out up in Reno. That's what leadership's about. So I beg you, go to Clark County's website, get involved, stay shoulder to shoulder, stay strong. Keep this leadership we have in Clark County. Keep them together, keep them united. Keep us in the state. All our entire state board is here. Our national committeemen, national committee women are here. They flew down to make sure they could deliver a message to you how much we love Donald J. Trump, our president. I got some friends backstage. They didn't think that we'd have a loud crowd. I'm like, oh, you can see some of these people. They're the ones that made it. They're the ones that made this dream happen. So when we leave here today, I need you to pray for our president. Pray for Susie Wiles as our chief of staff. Pray for our vice president. Pray for President Trump's nominees. And always remember, when you come to Nevada, what do? We fight, fight, fight. God bless you guys. Give our president all the love he gives us. Let's take this back.
All right, we were just listening into a little bit of playback from a few minutes ago. That was another one of those speakers there at this President Trump speech that he's expected to give on no tax on tips there in Las Vegas, Nevada. So we do know that since taking office on Monday, the new president has had a myriad of policies put in place, and he's now again going to go to Las Vegas now to discuss a less controversial pledge to end the taxation of income from tips and overtime. This was a proposal that he did first make back in June as he did visit the state of Nevada as well. Of course, this is the city and state as a whole relies heavily on the tip industry. Did want to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. On the other side, though, let's go ahead and transition back to our nation's capital. I want to show you this live shot that we have there of the U.S. Capitol building. As you know, it's been very busy there in Washington, D.C. with the myriad of confirmations and confirmation votes that have been happening over the last few days. And just earlier today was official that Pete Hegseth is sworn into office as the Secretary of Defense. We do have those comments in that swearing-in ceremony where he's joined by Vice President J.D. Vance. Let's listen into that right here on Live Now.
Well, good morning, everybody. I am so happy to be here today and so thrilled to be able to swear in our new Secretary of Defense, and we are honored to have him. Now, before we do that, I have to say a few words of appreciation. First, of course, to the President of the United States for nominating a person who is respected and adored by the warfighters. This is a Secretary of Defense who will stand up for the men and women that we send overseas to fight our nation's wars. I think a lot of them feel that they haven't had somebody who's had their back. That will change because the President of the United States nominated this guy, and we are grateful to President Trump for doing so. I also want to say thank you to my Senate colleagues. It turns out we couldn't spare one, and all of you did an incredible job. In particular, my dear friend Roger Wicker, thank you for shepherding Pete through the committee. Roger did a great job. And in addition, all of the members of the Senate Armed Services Committee, who I know gave Pete the vetting and the hearing that he deserved, and I'm glad that we all ultimately decided that the President's nominee for Secretary of Defense ought to be our actual Secretary of Defense, and we're here today. I'm going to say one final thing. If you look at what has separated President Trump from so many of the people who came before him, it is the view that, number one, we should be sparing in how we deploy our most precious resource, which is the men and women who are willing to put on the uniform and put their life on the line for this country. We shouldn't send them everywhere, but two, when we do send them anywhere, we ought to empower them with the tools necessary to fight and win quickly and come home afterwards. And that is what sets this administration apart, and that's what Pete Hegseth represents. Now, finally, I, of course, have to thank the nominee himself. Pete, thank you for being willing to put yourself out there. I think you've shown yourself a man of deep character and of resolve over the last few months. Jennifer, thank you for standing by, our new Secretary of Defense, and your beautiful family, from your kids to the extended family. You guys did a hell of a job. We're proud of you, and we're glad to have you in Washington as we work to make America great again. So with that, let me administer the oath of office. Kids, come on up. All right, put your hand on the Bible, raise your right hand, and repeat after me. I, Pete Hegseth. I, Pete Hegseth. Do solemnly swear. Do solemnly swear. That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States. That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States. Against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same. That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same. That I take this obligation freely. That I take this obligation freely. Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion. Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion. And that I will well and faithfully discharge. And that I will well and faithfully discharge. The duties of the office on which I am about to enter. The duties of the office of which I am about to enter. So help you God? So help me God. Congratulations, Mr. Secretary. Congratulations. Mr. Secretary, say a few words. All praise and glory to God. His will be done, and we're grateful to be here. And as I said in my hearing, it was Jesus and Jenny. I would not be here without you, sweetheart. Thank you so much. I want to thank the President of the United States, our Commander-in-Chief, Donald Trump. We could not have a better Commander-in-Chief than him. It is the honor of a lifetime, sir, to serve under you. We look forward to having the backs of our troops and having your back in executing peace through strength, in putting America first, and in rebuilding our military. Mr. Vice President, thank you for breaking the tie. It's not the last time, or not the first time the headline reads, Junior Enlisted Marine bails out Junior Army Officer.
And, you know, some people were saying, well, 50-50, that's too tight. And Senator Mark Wayne Mullen was nice enough to take my kids up to the gallery to watch the actual moment that the vice president sealed the deal. And they came running in. They said, Dad, instead of being sad about 50-50, 51-50, they said, Dad, you won in overtime. That's the perspective I like. So thank you throughout this process, Mr. Vice President, for being incredible. I also want to thank the chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee. So many members of the Senate Armed Services Committee, we became fast friends in this process. The advice, the consent, the wisdom, the guidance. I look forward to working with all of you and other senators to ensure the Defense Department has what it needs, that our nation has what it needs, and that we're prepared to defend it in all moments. To my staff, amazing staff who were with us this entire process, I see so many of you through thick and thin. We used to look at the betting odds every once in a while on this. It was low at one point. Never do that. But we defied them. And there were so many folks on the inside and then allies on the outside who stood by us every single moment. And we are eternally grateful for that. And I want to thank the warfighters. I want to thank the men and women wearing the uniform. And I've said this before when I speak, and I mean it. Every time I stand at a podium and there's bright lights and cameras, the first thing that goes through my head are the guys that I served with on the battlefield. The men and the women who I lock shields with and put my life on the line with, who never get the spotlight, who never have the cameras, who people don't know what they did in dark and dangerous places. But I know. And at the Pentagon, we're going to remember and we're going to know. And we're going to think about those warriors with every single decision that we make. We will put America first. We will bring peace through strength. And the three principles I talked about are what we will bring to that Pentagon. Restore the warrior ethos in everything that we do. Rebuild our military and reestablish deterrence. We don't want to fight wars. We want to deter them, as you said. And we want to end them responsibly. But if we need to fight them, we're going to bring overwhelming and decisive force to close with and destroy the enemy and bring our boys home. And to my other family that's here as well, who I love, it's the honor of a lifetime. And I would be remiss if I didn't note one person in this room who doesn't expect to be recognized, but Captain Rubio is here. He was my company commander on my first deployment in Guantanamo Bay. He was there on June 3rd, 2003, when I first swore in as a second lieutenant at Princeton University, and he swore me in. And I wanted to make sure he was here today with me as well. Thank you very much, sir. So, Mr. President, thank you very much to the American people. We have your back. We're going to get to work right away. God bless. Thank you.
All right, I guess that's it. Any questions?
Why should women in the armed service trust you?
Guys, let me answer that for the new secretary. All people in our armed services should trust him because he looks out for them and he's going to fight for them. And he's going to make sure that we have the kind of military that we can all be proud in, that we can all be proud of. And that, again, when we send it to do a job, we do it well, we do it quickly, and then we get the hell out. And that's what Secretary Hegseth is going to bring to the Department of Defense. Anything else?
Are you worried about any of the nominees coming really close to the line as we saw with Hegseth last night?
You know, as I learned with the Buckeyes just a week ago, when you win the championship, you don't give a damn what the score was. We won the championship on this one. We've got a great Secretary of Defense. We're proud of him, and he's going to do a great job. Thank you all. Take care.
All right, as you see there, this was the Hegseth swearing-in ceremony. As he was officially sworn as the Secretary of Defense a bit earlier this morning, he took that oath there in the Eisenhower Executive Office building alongside his wife. And again, Vice President J.D. Vance was the one who handled that ceremony. I want to show this tweet to you as well there on your screen. This was put out by Pete Hegseth's X account, saying it's the honor of a lifetime. So we do know that he is officially the nation's 29th Secretary of Defense, and he's now joining President Trump's cabinet. This is after that dramatic late-night vote that happened there in the Senate as well. So in those brief remarks, he did say that he wants to restore the warrior ethos in everything that we do, rebuild our military, and reestablish deterrence. He says we don't want to fight wars, we want to deter them, and we want to end them responsibly. He did, of course, thank their Vice President J.D. Vance. In the joke, he said, thanks for the tie-breaking vote. He said that his children were happy that their father won in, quote, overtime. He, of course, did thank President Trump, saying that it is the honor of a lifetime. President Trump was not present there at the ceremony, as he is headed to Las Vegas in Nevada to deliver a speech on no tax on tips. So again, this has been a challenging road for Hegseth to officially get the nomination and now be sworn into office. But of course, he will continue to serve there in President Trump's cabinet as well. Do want to also show you this shot that we have in just a few minutes. Is going to get underway here. The official swearing-in ceremony for Kristi Noem. She's going to be sworn in as the DHS secretary. This happened very quickly there because, of course, she did just officially have the votes to confirm her at 11:30 a.m. Eastern time. And now this nomination and vote and official swearing in ceremony is set to get underway. So we do know that she did win that vote 59-34. It wasn't nearly as tight as the Hegseth vote. But Noem is a Trump ally, and in her second term as governor there with South Dakota, she has now left that to become in charge of Homeland Security. And she says she is now promising to fulfill President Trump's plans to crack down on illegal immigration. In a statement afterwards, though, specifically to this point, she said she hopes to secure our southern border and fix our broken immigration system while working to detect and prevent terror threats, and will deliver rapid assistance and disaster relief to Americans in crisis. So again, the Homeland Security Secretary does oversee U.S. Customs and Border Protection, immigration and customs enforcement, as well as citizenship and immigration services as well. But beyond those agencies, the department is also responsible for securing airline transportation, protecting dignitaries, and responding to natural disasters and much more. Do want to put up this tweet as well from the account of Kristi Noem on X. She says, "Thank you, Mr. President," and tags Trump. She says, "for the confidence in me to serve as the Secretary of Homeland Security. I will make America safe again." And again, we have another tweet here from Leader John Thune. He says, "Congratulations to fellow South Dakotan Kristi Noem on being confirmed as Secretary of Homeland Security. I know she's ready to get to work for President Trump and the American people." I want to go back to that tweet, though, from John Thune. He also made a comment. He's the Senate Majority Leader. He said that on Friday, he hopes that Kristi will be able to fix this crisis and restore respect of the rule of law. He says that this is one of President Trump's and the Republicans' top priorities, and he believes that Noem is going to be able to be that decisive and committed leader of the department. Do want to go ahead and go to the next one as well. They're from Speaker Mike Johnson. He says, "Congratulations to our new Secretary of Homeland Security. President Trump is already hard at work to get control of the border catastrophe that Joe Biden created." He also goes on to just talk about how Kristi is a trusted friend and a former colleague and a proven leader who is ready to secure the border. So we also, again, hit this tweet as well from Senator Ted Cruz. He says, "Congratulations to my friend and now Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem. I look forward to working with her to accomplish the mission at hand." And as well, like I said, we still have this shot there as we are waiting for this hearing and not hearing, but the ceremony to get underway, where Kristi Noem will officially be sworn in as the Secretary of Defense, I should say, of Homeland Security. So we do know that in this vote, though, Democrats were often split still on how to handle the border enforcement. Some still did not vote for Kristi Noem, although some did. And earlier this week, we did hear from Democratic leader Chuck Schumer. Of course, he's there from the state of New York, but he did say that he voted against Noem. He said he pointed to bipartisan solutions instead that he would like to see fix the mess at our border. And he believes that Noem seems headed in the wrong direction. I want to put this up as well from the White House. They've also put out a notice on Kristi Noem's confirmation, saying that her confirmation as Secretary of Homeland Security underscores President Trump's commitment to strengthening our nation's security. America is back. And that is a picture there, of course, of Kristi shaking hands with Trump. Again, she's the former governor of South Dakota. So, again, in her confirmation hearing, though, this happened a little bit ago, she was repeatedly asked by Democratic senators as well whether or not she would administer disaster aid to states, even if Trump asked her not to. Of course, this has been on the forefront of so many people's minds as those devastating wildfires have broken out in Southern California, as well as some states are still trying to recover from the hurricanes that struck, including North Carolina. We did see Trump visit North Carolina, the western part in particular, just on Friday to visit those places that still have not gotten back up to par since those storms came through. But during that hearing, Noem did avoid saying that she would defy the president, but instead told lawmakers, I will deliver the programs according to the law and that it will be done with no political bias. So in his first term, for just a little bit of history here, 6 people did cycle through as Homeland Security's secretary during the first Trump 4 years in office. But Kristi Noem has said that does not concern her. She was asked that same question during her Senate confirmation hearing. All right, so as we're still waiting for this to get underway, we're going to step away for a 2-minute break. But on the other side, we'll be right back on Live Now. Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now. As you can see, we're bringing this shot back to you that we have there from our nation's capital as we are awaiting Kristi Noem to be sworn in as Trump's DHS secretary. So again, we've been waiting on this. Her confirmation did just come, that vote, just a few hours ago there in the nation's capital at 11:30 a.m. Eastern time. And a quick swearing in will happen on the other side. So this is our shot that we have there in the room As I said, we're waiting for this to get underway. We're expecting it to come any minute now. Also want to show you this other live shot that we have there in Las Vegas, because as we know, Trump will not be there at Kristi Noem's swearing-in ceremony because this is where he's expected to be. He's expected to be in Las Vegas, Nevada, to discuss tax on tips, that policy that he often touted while out on the campaign trail this year. Of course, Nevada was the state where he first announced that this will be his policy. He gave a big speech there, but now this is going to be another big return since he has officially been in office to speak on this policy. So we've been monitoring this shot. We have seen a few people step up to the mic, but again, the presidential seal is already there on the podium. So we are expecting the next person to come to speak will be President Trump. We'll bring this to you as well when it gets underway. In the meantime, though, as far as President Trump's cabinet now shaping up, earlier this week, we also saw the swearing-in ceremony of Secretary of State Marco Rubio as well. Let's go and revisit that ceremony that happened in Washington, D.C.
Well, good morning, everybody. How are we doing? I want to give a special welcome to Senator Rubio's family, especially his 4 beautiful kids and his wife. Thank you guys for being here. It's a great occasion. I will say that it's pretty hard to top being sworn in as vice president and then the Buckeyes win the national championship the very same day. But this is a hell of a start to a run because Marco is one of my favorite people in Washington. And you know, he's a son of Cuban immigrants to this country. He grew up in very humble beginnings, but he has an incredibly deep love of our nation. He is a bipartisan solutions seeker, a guy who can actually get things done, but a conservative of great principle and great vision. And I think more than almost anybody that I've met in Washington the last few years, Senator Rubio, I think, understands the distinctive priorities of President Trump and why it represents such a significant and frankly important and needed departure from a generation of failed foreign policy. Senator Rubio will be the chief diplomat of the United States of America, but he will remain a friend. I'm proud to know him, and I'm proud to do this. So, Senator Rubio, thank you. I also, of course, want to thank President Trump for nominating Senator Rubio and giving me a first easy swearing in. This is the first time I've ever sworn in an official in the United States government. And I want to thank Senator Jim Risch and his family for making this easy. You guys got this done and got it done very quickly. 99-0, right? I think even I wouldn't have got close to 99-0. So Senator Rubio, it's a great testament to your career of service. And this is a new chapter, man, but I think you're going to do great. So great. So I think that we're going to administer the oath, and then, Senator, you'll say a few words. Is that right? Let's do it. Okay. So please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Marco Rubio.
I, Marco Rubio.
Do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
That I will support and defend.
That I will support and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
Against all enemies.
Against all enemies.
Foreign and domestic.
Foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
The duties of the office on which I am about to enter.
The duties of the office of which I'm about to enter.
So help you God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, for making time. It's been a busy 72 hours, yeah, maybe longer, but 96 hours, I guess. But first, I want to thank Jeanette, my wife, who has been so supportive. As the Vice President knows well, it's impossible to do any of these jobs we do here, including the Senate, but now in this new role, without the support of our family and particularly of our spouses. And so thank you for being supportive every step of the way. I would not stand here before you today without that. I'm also thrilled and grateful that all 4 of my children are here. They're the most important legacy any of us will leave behind. The most important job I'll ever have is that of a father and a husband. And I'm honored that they are able to join us. Amanda, my oldest, Daniela, my second, Anthony, our third, and then Dominic. I'm very happy they're able to see this today. I also want to thank my colleagues, Senator Risch and Ms. Risch, for joining us. He did a great job managing the committee, which brought us here to this point, but he's also been one of my closest friends in my time in the U.S. Senate. In fact, we, by reason of chance, certainly not by design, we wound up basically being first and second behind one another on seniority in every committee. So we even sat next to each other on the floor. So people thought it was a plot. It was not by design, and but it's one of the most special relationships I've established. And obviously, it's an honor to be with the Vice President, who I think is going to be phenomenal. It's someone I knew and admired and actually relied on for policy ideas before he was even elected to the Senate. And now will do an extraordinary job and for the President. I can't think of a better voice for the world and for the President's policies. As far as the task ahead, President Trump was elected to keep promises, and he's going to keep those promises. And his primary promise when it comes to foreign policy is that the priority of the United States Department of State will be the United States. It will be furthering the national interest of this country. And he's given us a very clear mandate. President Trump's made it very clear, everything we do, and this is true in government, but especially at the Department of State, everything we do must be justified by the answer to one of three questions. Does it make us stronger? Does it make us safer? And does it make us more prosperous? If it doesn't do one of those three things, we will not do it. And so that is the goal, and that is the task, and that is the promise that he was elected to keep, and that is the promise he will keep, and we will help him keep. It's a transformational moment. The United States, I think, is now, as President Trump pointed out last night, and I believe deeply, we are headed into a new era that I think will make the world a safer place. We have a president who yesterday, President Trump made clear in his inaugural speech that one of the primary goals of American foreign policies is the promotion of peace. Of course, peace through strength, peace and always without abandoning our values. But I think it's extraordinary that it's something that needs to be said and hasn't been said enough in recent memory. And we look forward to being a key part of helping the president achieve his agenda that he has a clear mandate to keep. If I may take the liberty for just 15 seconds to say something in Spanish, because I know a lot of people back home would be very proud, and I want to make sure I acknowledge that. Quiero darle las gracias a Dios, a mi familia que no está aquí con nosotros hoy, a mis padres que vinieron en este país en el año 1956. Y el propósito de su vida fue que nosotros pudiéramos vivir los sueños que no fueron posibles para ellos. Es un honor increíble ser el secretario de Estado del país más poderoso y más bueno en la historia de toda la humanidad. Y es un gran honor y le doy las gracias al presidente Trump por esta oportunidad. I just said I saved a bunch of money by switching to Geico. That's what I said. So. And I want to end by thanking Almighty God and my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. That is truly the singular purpose of our lives. It's the most important priority. It's the only thing that will matter when we take our last breath on this earth. But this is an extraordinary opportunity that would not have been possible without God's blessings. I'm honored and I'm privileged, cognizant of responsibility, and I want to thank President Trump for his confidence. We will work hard every second of the day to help him achieve the agenda the American people have given him to achieve. Thank you. Thanks for being a part of this today. God bless all of you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Bye, y'all. Thank you.
All right, that was the swearing-in ceremony for Marco Rubio as he was sworn in as Secretary of State, one of the highest offices in our entire country. We did want to bring that to you here on Live Now. Again, we're still monitoring this live look there in our nation's capital as we are waiting for Kristi Noem to be sworn in as the Homeland Security Secretary. Again, her confirmation vote was just a few hours ago there in D.C., but now they are already moving on to the confirmation, I should say, to the official ceremony where she will be sworn in. All right, we are going to step away now for a 2-minute break. Stay right here with us on Live Now. Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now. Again, still waiting for this swearing-in ceremony to get underway there in Washington, D.C. for Kristi Noem to be confirmed as the Homeland Security Secretary, but also still monitoring the shot that we have out of Las Vegas, Nevada. We're still awaiting for President Trump to step up. We've seen a few folks step up and speak there as he's set to deliver a speech on no tax on tips. Of course, this was a big part of the campaign trail and his messaging that he put out to the folks of Nevada. So we are still awaiting for him or other speakers to step up to the podium there. We do see the presidential seal, so we are sure that he is just moments away from being there. In the meantime, though, we still want to take you out to some of the other big events that happened earlier this week. Secretary of State Marco Rubio officially had his remarks heard as well after he was sworn in. Let's go ahead and listen into some of that here on Live Now.
Mr. Secretary, your career exemplifies a life of public service, advocating for core American interests all over the globe. In these challenging times, we need principled, strong leadership. That is why we are so happy to have you with your experience, your dedication, and your energy to lead us. Thank you. Your team, who are obviously very happy to see you, have proudly supported so many of your trips abroad, where you've advanced security in the Middle East, helped us to sustain our counterterrorism fight, and inspired so many with your walk across the Simon Bolivar Bridge. Mr. Secretary, the men and women of this department are ready to get to work, advancing the agenda of President Trump and of yourself. And with that, I will welcome you to the Department of State. Colleagues, the 72nd Secretary of State, Marco Rubio.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's a blessing and an honor to be with all of you today. And I want to introduce you to my family. I want you to meet them. We've been able to manage them for the last 20-some years and counting. And so I said this earlier today when the Vice President swore me in. My most important job, I believe the most important job any of us will ever have, is the job we do at home. And I don't mean that both here at home domestically in our politics, but in our lives. And I'm very proud of my wife, my 4 children, and their support. My wife, Jeanette, who... her parents immigrated here from Colombia. Anybody here from Colombia? Anybody cover Colombia? And then my oldest daughter, Amanda. Say hello, Amanda. And then came Daniela. And now Anthony. And our youngest, Dominic. So these three are in school, meaning, college and even jobs. We're still working. He's doing good. He's a junior in high school. And obviously my family beyond that is here who made this possible. Jeanette's mom, Maria, is here. And my sisters, Barbara and Veronica, are here. And a lot of friends that came from Miami who joined us here today. And I'm grateful. And thank you. I also want to recognize my former colleagues from the congressional branch who also happen to be appropriators and authorizers. And so I thought it was important. 3 people I've known for a long time, and by coincidence, Florida is very well represented in the authorization and appropriations in the House. Mario Diaz-Balart, who I've known as a personal friend. We served together in the Florida legislature. In fact, sat next to each other on the floor. Who would have thought, Mario, back in the day? And now here we are, 2 Cuban Americans. If we had a third, they'd call it a conspiracy, but there's only 2, so we're in shape. Congresswoman Lois Frankel, we also served in the legislature together. Again, I know this. I know it looks suspicious. She just happens to be from Florida as well, and she happened to be on that committee. And then, of course, my colleague, Brian Mast, who thank you for being here as well. I have asked them as a personal favor to be nice to each of you who we send over to testify and appear before their committees. So, and to be nice to us when they write those appropriations bills and pass those laws. But we are great. I'm really grateful you would join us because our partnership will be critically important. I want to thank President Trump for nominating me. This is an extraordinary honor and a privilege to serve in this role, to be here, frankly, to oversee the greatest, the most effective, the most talented, the most experienced diplomatic corps in the history of the world resides in this building. And it's important to remember that obviously they serve our national interest and our foreign policy. They also serve Americans. And as a member of the Senate, we often would get calls for a brief period of time, panicked calls about passports. As you remember that era, when everyone forgot their passport expired and their cruise was on Saturday and it's Friday, 5 p.m. So we were, why are you guys chuckling? Is that, you know it's true, it happened. And then, of course, but we also serve Americans that sometimes find themselves overseas and lost their passport, or even worse, something terrible or tragic happened and their families are impacted by it. And so it's important. It's an important task and one that I know is critical to our mission. Beyond that, this is the face of the United States. In fact, if you think about it, for many people on this planet, their only interaction with America, most will never travel here, their only interaction with America in many cases, whether they be leaders or everyday people, will be the men and women who serve us abroad and do so with tremendous integrity and dedication. They are literally the face of our country, whether it's through the aid we've provided or through the services. I also want to say hello. Is this being live streamed somewhere? Are people watching this in all of our missions? Good. I want to thank them. I know they can't be with us here today, and depending on where they are in the world, it's probably not as cold as it's been, at least for a Floridian. So I also think the brilliance of this organization shows by hosting these events indoors, which it's already showing, and we're grateful for that as well. But I want to tell you that I want to thank you, all those who are serving overseas and abroad, some in places that are strong and stable and others that are more tenuous and dangerous. And I want to do something also special. I want to also thank the locally employed staff, the nationals of those countries who work with us. Without their help, without their support, it would be impossible for us to conduct our mission. And in many ways, years later, I've literally run into people in the United States that are either conducting business or visiting as tourists or what have you, and they will tell me they were locally employed they were local employees of our missions abroad, and as a result, their love for our country is never ending. I am new to this department. Today is my first day on the job, literally, but I am not a stranger to it. I've interacted with many of you, both in my travels abroad and in our daily functions. My job now is different, and our job in some ways will be different. In our republic, the voters decide the course of our nation, both domestically and abroad, and they have elected Donald J. Trump as our president when it comes to foreign policy on a very clear mission. And that mission is to ensure that our foreign policy is centered on one thing, and that is the advancement of our national.
All right, so we do have to leave this event now because just stepping up to the stage there in Las Vegas, Nevada, is President Trump. He is there to give his speech on no tax on tips. We've been waiting for his arrival. A couple of folks have also spoke ahead of him taking the stage here, but as you can see, he's there to greet those folks who've come out to hear his address on no tax on tips. This was a big part of this when he was going on the campaign trail, promising that this is a policy that he would enact. So did want to go ahead and go to this shot right now. They're playing a bit of music, I believe. Let's listen in. Yep, that is his normal intro music there. But as you can see, it's been a very, very busy week for President Trump. Yesterday, he was out there in North Carolina making sure to visit those folks who had been affected by the hurricanes and still have not recovered at this point. And then after that, he did fly all the way across the country. He headed over to California, where he was able to talk and speak with those officials there in the state in order to talk about the wildfire recovery. We've covered that also extensively here on Live Now. But right now, as you can see there, President Trump is on stage as he is awaiting to talk to folks about the no tax on tips policy. Of course, we do know that there in Nevada, the tip-heavy hospitality industry is about a fifth of the jobs in the state. So there is a lot of folks. Again, we've heard from a few others who spoke there. Michael McDonough, the Republican Party chairman, also spoke a bit earlier at this event. And we also heard from the actor, or I should say, the personality on Pawn Stars. He was also there to speak on stage as well. So it looks like he's stepping up to the mic now. Let's listen in.
Las Vegas, hello Las Vegas, hello Nevada. Thank you. Thank you. Well, we won. And it's great to be back in this beautiful city to celebrate the historic first week in the White House. That was definitely historic. And I had a lot of help in winning. Joe Lombardo, your governor, is here someplace. Where's Joe? Thank you, Joe. You're looking good, Joe. Thank you very much. What a group. Look at who you have next to you. How can you fail with that guy? Also, Lieutenant Governor Stavros Anthony. Stavros, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Where are you? There you are, Stavros. You're very good. Is he doing a good job, Joe? I think so, huh? He's all right. Huh? Nevada GOP Chair Michael McDonald. He did something which not a lot of people have been able to do, but I think Republicans are going to start winning the state. You know, typically they don't necessarily do so good. We did really well. We won in a landslide. That's really why I'm here, I must be honest with you. Republican National Committee woman Sigal Chattah. Sigal, thank you, wherever you may be. Hi, Sigal, thank you very much. Republican National Committeeman Jim DeGraffenreid. That's a hell of a beautiful name, but I know the name so long, it's easier to say. One of the greatest people, I'll tell you, a man who's done so damn well. I don't know what it is with him. He's just a legend. He's one person, you know, we can all sort of be replaced, although we don't like to think that. Maybe it's not true. But this is a guy that can't be replaced. There's nobody like him. Dana White.
All right, we are going to go ahead and switch to another feed that we have there of this shot.
Well, I'll tell you, a man who's done so damn well. I don't know what it is with him. He's just a legend. He's one person, you know, we can all sort of be replaced, although we don't like to think that. Maybe it's not true. Harrison, Rick, thank you very much for being here. You're around here someplace with Dana. Mr. Phil Ruffin, his wife Alexandra, and their two beautiful children, Richard and Marlena. Phil, where's Ruffin? Where's Phil Ruffin? He's right here, so he's some legend, I'll tell you. He's a legend in Las Vegas and beyond. Phil, he's here. He'll be coming out. Today we talk about how we're going to end the economic suffering and stagnation and disaster of the past 4 years and create the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. That's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen. And as I said in my inaugural address, which, by the way, it got the highest rating in the history of Fox. Did you believe that? That's nice. The golden age of America begins right now, but I have to be honest with you, I'm really here for a different reason. I'm here to say thank you. I went to North Carolina yesterday, and then I flew to see just an unbelievable problem, and just a mess in Los Angeles, right? And I said, you know what I ought to do? I want to come to a state known as Nevada. Has anyone ever heard of it? And don't ever mispronounce the name. You're not allowed to do that, Joe. You mispronounce the name, you got a problem. You ever see somebody when they say it's Nevada? Nevada? No, they're in deep trouble. I want to come to Nevada to pay my respects, because this is the only Republican win of this state in decades, and it was a very big landslide. So, but I think Republicans are going to win a lot now. But we had a big win, and it was an early win, and that was a bad signal for the Democrats. They heard that we were leading so big here, and Joe helped us so much, and a lot of people in this room helped us a lot. Special group. And so I said, you know what I'll do? We're going to fly around it. And I said, let's fly right over it. Let's land, and I'll do something, and I'll just say it. But I want to say it, and I'm almost saying it right here for the media. I just came here because I wanted to thank the people of Nevada for giving us such a big win. A lot of great friends. I better not introduce them all. I'll be here all day. Under our leadership, we're going to defeat inflation, bring down prices. We're going to raise those wages. They're going to go up. They're going to go up. Put more money in your pocket, secure our borders, restore law and order to our cities, and we're going to make America great again. And for 4 long years, the last administration waged war on the American middle class and everybody else. They had a lot of wars. We had no wars when I left. We defeated ISIS, and we stayed out. Nobody wanted to mess with us. They had a lot of wars. We're trying to put them out. We'll get them put out. Don't worry, we'll get them put out. We were headed to World War III. I'm telling you, we would have had problems like you wouldn't believe. They shut down American energy, buried you in crippling regulation, imposed hidden taxes, and spent trillions and trillions of dollars on waste, corruption, and radical left lunacy. These were lunatics. The result was the most brutal inflation in a half a century, perhaps ever, in this country, I think ever, and soaring prices for food, groceries, and other household goods. The people of Nevada are now paying nearly $1,200 per month more to make ends meet since I left office. Think of that, $1,200 at least. But since I became the 47th president at noon on Monday, I've been moving with urgency and historic speed to fix every single calamity of the Biden administration that they've created. And this week alone, I took nearly 350 executive actions to reverse the horrible failures and betrayals that we inherited from a group of people that didn't know what the hell they were doing, what they've done to this country, especially the open borders, where they have, think of it, 21 million people came in. Many of them are criminals, murderers. Well, we're getting them out. You see it. You see it yesterday, first day. Our message could not be more clear. America's decline is over. American decline is over. We're laughed at all over the world. Now we're not laughed at anymore, I'll tell you. What the world witnessed this week is nothing less than a revolution of wealth creation for everyone, and also common sense. It's about common sense. It really is. We're the party of common sense. On day one, I directed every member of my cabinet to, and by the way, Pete Hegseth got approved. And Kristi Noem just got approved, Governor. She's going to keep it. She's tough. She's a tough one. She's a tough one. And she's going to do a great job. On day one, I directed every member of my cabinet to marshal all powers at their disposal to defeat inflation and bring down the cost of daily life. We want to bring prices down. Too high. They went way up. They didn't come down. I imposed a federal hiring freeze, a federal regulation freeze, a foreign aid freeze. Oh, that's a nice one. And I created the new Department of Government Efficiency, and we're going to have a lot of good people. Elon, we're going to get Elon Musk to get involved in that a little bit. He already is. People like him. I terminated the ridiculous and incredibly wasteful Green New scam. Wasn't the environment supposed to eat us up like in 12 years? But that was like 13 years ago. What happened? We're still here. We're still here. Remember, we have 12 years to live. Remember that? Done by somebody that never even took a course on the environment. AOC +3. Do you remember those three? They would tell us about the environment. AOC +3. This action alone will save hundreds of billions of dollars of American taxpayers' money. I withdrew from the one-sided Paris Climate Accord. And I canceled the insane and costly electric vehicle mandate, keeping my sacred pledge to America's auto workers. Boy, did we get a big vote with the auto workers out there. And the Teamsters, any Teamster in the room? We got a tremendous vote from the Teamsters. Thank you. And they're pointing like one guy on it. But they voted for us in the millions. So we had a lot of Teamsters voting for us. I withdrew from the World Health Organization, where we paid $500 million a year, and China paid $39 million a year, despite a much larger population. Think of that. China's paying $39 million. They have 1.4 billion people. We pay $500 million. We have, nobody knows what the hell we have. Does anyone know? We have so many people pouring in. We have no idea. We go up, but we're going down a little bit now. You don't mind that, do you? Gonna take some bad ones out. I withdrew 4 years ago, but Biden immediately went back for even more money. I mean, he went back, and they offered me at $39 million. They said, we'll let you back in at 39. So we're going to reduce it from 500 to 39. I turned them down because it became so popular. I didn't know if it would be well received even at 39. But maybe we would consider doing it again. I don't know. Maybe we would. They have to clean it up a little bit. But China pays $39 million for $1.4 billion, and we're paying $500 million for $325 million. I don't know. What the hell is wrong with these people? And then when Biden went back in, they immediately went back in. They paid more than we were paying in the first place. They paid more than the $500 million. So they knew they could have had it for 39. They paid more. You wouldn't do that, Joe, right? Now think of it. They know they have a deal at 39, so they went back in at $525 million. What the hell? Man, oh man. It infuriates you, doesn't it? I declared a national energy emergency to unlock the liquid gold under our feet and pave the way for rapid approvals of the new energy infrastructure. The United States has the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we may be a very substantially enlarged country in the not too distant. Isn't it nice to see, for years, for decades, we're the same size to the square foot. Probably got smaller, actually. But we might be an enlarged country pretty soon. And one of the things we're going to be doing is drill, baby, drill. Because that's going to bring everything down. It's going to bring everything down. My administration has also begun the largest deregulation campaign in the history of our country, far exceeding. I had the record for you. We had a great economy, the greatest economy that we've ever had 4 years ago. But this is going to be better. You watch. This will be better even than the first term. And the reason I got elected was because of the first term. Somebody said, what was the reason you got elected? I mean, you won by so much. I said, my first term. That's all I did. I just said, well, take a look at the numbers. Take a look at the numbers. In total, the Biden administration imposed $50,000 in additional regulation costs on the average American. I mean, think of this. The average American was paying much more than $50,000. And just think of it. Nobody can even believe the numbers. I promised to eliminate 10 old regulations for every new regulation. So if we put in a regulation We have to get rid of 10. That's what I did. I did it 1 in 7. We're going to do 1 in 10 this time, which will soon put many thousands of dollars back into your pockets and the pockets of American families. As a result of the reforms, we've just begun to implement economic confidence, and it's soaring. So this week, Oracle, OpenAI, and SoftBank announced Stargate, a $500 billion investment in AI infrastructure, which is going to be very big for Nevada, I have to tell you, the largest in history, and which will create an estimated 100,000 American jobs. Saudi Arabia just said that they're going to invest at least $600 billion. This is because of the election, by the way. And I believe they'll make it $1 trillion. I'm going to ask them to make it $1 trillion. What the hell? The money means nothing to them. You know where they made their money? From liquid gold, right? They got a lot of liquid gold. We have more. We have more than Saudi Arabia. They've got a lot. We've got more. We got more than anybody. We just don't use it because of the environment. These people are crazy. And many other companies likewise are looking to invest, but I don't have enough time to do that. And we have a lot of news conferences. Everybody wants to have a news conference. You know, they're calling up by the hundreds. We want to have a news conference. We're going to invest $12. I said, no, I don't do that. I said, it's got to be $1 billion or more for a news conference. It's $1 billion or more. Just 2 days ago, because of our tariff plans, Stellantis announced, that's a very good automobile company, the revival of its Belvidere, Illinois plant, saving 1,500 American auto jobs that were previously headed to Canada, along with major investments to expand American auto production in Detroit, Michigan, Toledo, Ohio, and Kokomo, Indiana. Good place. All of these investments are happening only because of our historic victory. And if we didn't win, it'd be just the opposite. They're pulling out. They were pulling out. They were really pulling out. So they would be withdrawing money. Our country was on the verge of some of the very bad things, and bad things were happening. And now there's light, not only over America. I've heard it from even our enemies. They call up and they say, sir, we hate you. We do hate you, but there's light over the world right now. They hate me. Some of them hate me. If they liked me, you got a problem, right? They like Sleepy Joe. What's not to like? You know, they'd call up. It's funny. I was told today by one of the big leaders of the world, would call for a telephone call with the President of the United States a year ago. And they'd say, we'd like to speak with, who is this? It's the head of Germany, the head of, name it, the head of France, the name of any country, it didn't matter. He would never pick up the call. They'd say, he'll call you back in 2 months. 2 months. Yeah, it's the schedule. He's extremely busy sleeping. No. Macron of France, he'll call you back in 2 months. So 2 months comes along and there's no call. They say, he didn't call. The stories are, I mean, these stories are not very exaggerated. I want to tell you, they're a little bit for laughter, but, you know, it's only for laughter. The fake news will say, oh, he exaggerated. It was only 1 month, you know. But he'll say he'll call you back, and then he'd never call, and then they could never get him on the phone. And the problem I have is that when I speak to and I speak to them immediately, they'll say, could we speak to the president? Would that be possible? We could do it anytime over the next month. They're so used to this, right? I say, no, I'll pick it up right now. Is he on the phone? Yeah, hello, how you doing? That's what, you know, get it over with, right? Get it over with. The only problem, they were so starved for love from the United States, I cannot get them off the phone. I can't get people, if you can't, I say, I have to go now, King, or I have to go now, President. But you can't get them off the phone. They're starved for love. You know, for years they haven't spoken. They didn't even know we had a president, if you want to know. But under our leadership, America is back open for business, and it's really a big deal. It's really a big deal. And they have, though. They said, you know, there's like a light all over the world now. It's not just here. We feel the light over our country. Everyone does. But there's a light all over the world. We've accomplished more in 1 week than other administrations have accomplished in 4 years, and we're just getting started. We got rid of the woke. We got rid of the woke crap. What a lie. What a lot of stuff. What a lot of crap that was. It was, and you know, these people were petrified of it. I'll tell you, these companies, they run these big companies, they were petrified of it. It was like, you know, I don't think they believed it. I'm sure they didn't believe it. Some I know didn't believe it, but they were so afraid. Near the top of the agenda for our historic Republican majorities in Congress is to pass a massive tax cut for American workers and families. Last year, we campaigned across the country in a pledge that I'm sure most of you didn't hear too much about. Pledge to take the Trump tax cuts and make them permanent, and that's exactly what we're doing. In the coming weeks, I'll be working with Congress to get a bill on my desk that cuts taxes for workers, families, small businesses, and very importantly, keeps my promise for a thing called, and I know you didn't hear anything about this, and I'm sure it had no influence on the state, the fact that we won this crazy, massive majority, a state that hadn't been won by a Republican in decades. But I'm sure you haven't heard, but we're going to get it for you. No tax on tips. No tax on tips. So if you're a restaurant worker, a server, a valet, a bellhop, a bartender, or one of my caddies, I go through caddies like candy. If I play badly, I always blame my caddy. Or any other worker who relies on tipped income, your tips will be 100% yours. Won't that be? Joe, Governor, do you think that had an impact on the election? You do? Like what, a half a point? Pretty big. You had an impact, let me tell you. Nationwide, over 4 million workers depend on tip income, including an estimated 700,000 single moms. And here in Nevada, we will have a quarter, think of it, a quarter of the typical restaurant worker's pay comes from tips. I didn't know that much. That's a lot. You haven't been reporting them for the last 10 years. So here's our deal. We're going to have no tax on tips from now on, but we're going to go after you viciously for all the money you didn't report for the last 10, 15. We're going to go after you for all the money you didn't report for. I'm only kidding. I'm only kidding. I have to say to the fake news, because they're going to say Trump is after all restaurant workers. Many of these workers are some of the very citizens who were hit hard and very hard by the ravages of the Biden economy, which was inflation. When I think of Biden, I think of incompetence and inflation. Not being nice by saying, I'm being nice when I say that. Yet even in the midst of the suffering he created, Joe Biden launched a cruel campaign to extract more money from tip workers. And that's what happened. I'm telling you, a young waitress, I won't say beautiful because you're not allowed to say that as a politician. Used to be you could say young, beautiful waitress. This was a young, beautiful waitress, but I won't say that because I feel like I want to continue my political career. If you call the governor won't say it. If you call a woman beautiful today, it's the end of your political career, so I won't do it. But a young waitress, I think you can call young. You're probably not even supposed to say young. Probably supposed to say a waitress. But a young waitress came up, and I said, how are you doing? And in my restaurant in the hotel in Trump, I said, how are you doing? And she said, not great, because they're after me so viciously for tips. They just want my tip income, and they don't believe me and all of this. And she said, it's terrible. You know, sir, you should have no tax on tips. I said, what? I said, what'd you just say? No tax on tips. That was about the amount of my consultation. It's true. No tax. I said, what did you just say? Say those words again. Sir, no tax on tips. I said, thank you very much. You just won the election for me. No, we did research into it. I think it's going to be great. But under the Trump administration, the forgotten men and women of our country are going to be forgotten no longer. You know that. They weren't forgotten 4 years ago. On day one, I immediately halted the hiring of any new IRS agents. You know, they hired or tried to hire 88,000 new workers to go after you, and we're in the process of developing a plan to either terminate all of them or maybe we'll move them to the border. I think we're going to move them to the border. Well, they're allowed to carry guns. You know, they're so strong on guns, but these people are allowed to carry guns, so we'll probably move them to the border. Yeah. She said no tax on it. How about just no tax? You can do that. You know, if the tariffs work out like I think, a thing like that could happen, if you want to know the truth. You know, years ago, 1870 to 1913, we didn't have an income tax. What we had is tariffs, where foreign countries came in and they stole our jobs, they stole our companies, they stole our product, they ripped us off. And, you know, they used to do numbers, and then we went to a tariff system, and the tariff system made so much money. It was when we were the richest, from 1870 to 1913. Then we brilliantly came in with an income tax. No, we don't want others to pay. Let's have our people pay. And then you had the Depression in 1928, 1929. I call it 1929. That was a bad time, but, you know, you didn't have tariffs, and you had tariffs that ended in 1913. But it was the richest our country ever was. That was President McKinley. In fact, we're renaming the mountain, Mount McKinley in Alaska. You know what else we're renaming? We're renaming the Gulf of Mexico into the Gulf of America, right? And Mexico, actually, they were thrilled when they heard. They said, that's nice. A few months from now, when I sign our tax cut into law, we're going to deliver for the tip-earning men and women who make it all work. I mean, it's going to be something very special, I think, for you. It's going to be a big difference. And with us today is Jessica Angiano, an employee here at Circa. This is a nice place, by the way, and I just met your owner. He's a nice man. He's rich, too, very rich. But Circa's very nice, and a hardworking single mother of two with incredible children. Jessica's struggling to pay for medical bills to remove a tumor behind her right eye. She's had some real difficulty, and she's currently saving up for a second surgery, which will hopefully be very successful, while also paying for her children's daycare. Jessica says that no tax on tips would transform her life. It would make such a big difference. So, Jessica, we're going to get that for you. Where are you, Jessica? You around here someplace, huh? Hi, Jessica. Oh, so beautiful. Very nice. It's working out medically good? Everything good? Gonna be good. It's gonna. You look fantastic. It's good. You look great. Also with us is Lexi York, a 28-year-old cocktail server here at Circa, who's got big dreams of being an entrepreneur. Lexi says that no tax on tips will help bring those dreams much closer to reach, and she's going to be one of the biggest proponents for it. We're going to have a lot of support when we go before Congress very soon to get that passed. Lexi, where are you? Where are you? Hi, Lexi. Wow. Good. We'll get it done. And we're also pleased to be joined by Rosanna Maeda, President and CEO of the American Hotel and Lodging Association, which strongly supports this pro-worker reform. And Rosanna, would you like to come up and say a few words on behalf of so many people? Come on up. Come on up.
Hello, Mr. President. On behalf of the American Hotel and Lodging Association, I'm so honored to be here today. We represent 30,000 members around the country in an industry that represents more than 2 million hotel workers. And I'm here to tell you that the American dream is alive and well in the hotel industry today. It is still one of the few places where you can have and grow your career, starting a job as a housekeeper or a dishwasher or bellhop, to running a hotel, to owning a hotel or a few, and to even becoming the CEO of a global brand or President of the United States. Mr. President, in 2017, the tax bill that you championed cut taxes for so many working families and American workers. It helped small businesses, hotel owners in our country who make up the majority of the industry reinvest in the economy, spurring jobs and growing and strengthening the economy. And the no tax on tips builds on that momentum. And so we're so excited to support you in that effort. That's why we're here today. We stand with you to urge Congress to pass this proposal so that more than the 800,000 hotel workers who benefit from these from tips, many who are here in the room today, representing all types of jobs, from restaurant workers to housekeepers to bellhops and so many others, can take home more of the pay that they earn every day. So thank you for having us and for promoting this proposal.
Thank you very much, Jessica. Great. After 4 long years, and these were long years of a government that always put you last. They put America last, they put you last, they put everybody last that was associated with us. You once again have a president who's putting our workers first, putting our families first, and above all, putting America first. And we're going to keep America first, and you see it. We're restoring our prosperity. We're restoring our borders. We're restoring our strength, our dignity, and our pride. We've been hurt badly by this group of people. This group of people, they didn't have a clue what the hell was happening. It's so disgraceful that they were allowed to do it. But quite honestly, we're restoring our country. Within hours of taking the oath of office, I declared a national emergency at our southern border. I sent active duty troops to the border to help repel the invasion. Tom Homan is leading the charge, you know that. We like Tom Homan, right? Doing a great job. We immediately halted all illegal entry and began sending every border trespasser and violator back to the places from which they came. I signed an order that will designate the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. It's a big deal. That's a big deal. Biden didn't want to do that. No, I don't want to do that. Biden didn't know he was alive. He didn't want to do it. He didn't want to do that. I always wanted to do it, you know. I mean, think of it. Is that a terrorist organization or what? And we began to leverage the full and immense power of federal government and state government and enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks bringing devastating crime to American soil. And we don't allow people to enter our country and to dump their prisons into the United States of America anymore. When we see that, our people are instructed to do whatever they have to do. They can do whatever the hell they want to do. Throughout this week, the heroes of ICE have been hunting down and arresting hundreds of illegal alien criminals. And its immediate expulsion, including those with charges of convictions for rape, child sexual assault, terrorism, and even murder. Members of the savage Venezuelan prison gang known as Tren de Aragua. You know that gang? This is not a nice group of people. They formed in prison, and then they dumped their prisons into our country. So we had them. We had them all over the place. Ask Colorado, the governor of Colorado. He doesn't know what to do about it. They're all over the place. We'll get them out. We'll get them out. They're, in a sense, they're in the real estate business. They go into a building and they take it, you know? See, when you buy a building, you have to go out and get a mortgage or use your own cash. They just go into a building and take it. And they actually said, well, it's not that bad. They haven't taken that many buildings. Can you imagine that? They haven't taken that many buildings. Oh, they're not that bad. But they're as bad as the bloodthirsty MS-13 gangs that we have gotten thousands and thousands of them out. In fact, over 11,000 murderers were released into our country by other countries all over the world because of Biden's open border policy. And when I heard about that, I said, they're just going to, everybody's going to empty out their prisons into our country. I said that. I'd do that if I were heading up any one of the many countries that you know about, not just South America, all over. They take their prisons, their mental institutions, and they empty them out into our country. Can you imagine a person doing this? Can you imagine somebody doing that to our country? For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 was truly Liberation Day. That was really Liberation Day. This week, I also signed an order to end the weaponization of our government against American people and political people like me. We never had a thing like that. He went after his political opponent. Who would have thought he helped me? I think he helped me get elected, Joe. You want to know the truth? I became much more popular. I'm the only guy that ever became more popular when something like that happened. But these guys were just so inept. We had the guy deranged Jack Smith, deranged. He was a deranged human being. But they thought this way Biden could sneak by and he could win an election, another cheating in another election. That's what it was. But we won. We won. You think that was fun? You think that was easy? It wasn't fun. And investigate all of the abuses of power. I pardoned hundreds of political prisoners who had been viciously persecuted by the Biden regime. Hundreds of people were persecuted, including Christians, pro-life activists, 2 Washington, D.C. police officers just yesterday, whose lives were destroyed from chasing down a dangerous illegal alien criminal. And of course, I was very proud to pardon the J6 hostages. Once and for all, I stopped government censorship and we brought back free speech in America. We brought it back. We did more of this last week. People can't even believe it. I also signed an order to declassify and publish all remaining files related to the assassinations of President John F. Kennedy, Robert Kennedy, and Martin Luther King, Jr. I signed an order that will end all of the lawless diversity, equity, and inclusion nonsense all across the government and the private sector. We abolished 60 years of prejudice and hatred with the signing of one order, all approved by the United States Supreme Court. We're allowed to do it because we are now in a merit-based world. We're a merit-based country. Did you ever think you were going to hear that again? It's based on merit. If you've got the talent, if you've got the work, the ethic, the whole thing, it's based now on, it's not based on any other thing. It's based on merit. It's based on your capability. The United States has now become, again, a meritocracy. Isn't that a beautiful word, a meritocracy? Based on merit. If you do your job well, you're going to go places. And I made it the official policy of the United States government that there are only 2 genders, male and female. Male and female. Every single day of my term, we're living by the motto, promises made, promises kept. I kept my promises. It's why we won. It really is why we won. We won because of the past 4 years. We won because of that. But this is going to blow it away. Because when I came in, I had no experience. I didn't do this before. I never did this. I was never a politician before. I was talking J.D. Vance. By the way, hasn't he done a great job, J.D. Vance? Because J.D. went right to the Senate, and then he went to the vice president and said, J.D., you're really upwardly mobile. He said, you're more so than me. I said, why do you say that? He said, you went from being a real estate developer to to the president. That's a pretty big, I never thought of it that way. I guess I'm the most upwardly mobile politician in history. I didn't make any stops along the way. It will be the greatest honor of my life to serve not once, but twice, or 3 times, or 4 times now. Headlines from the fake news. No, it will be to serve twice. For the next 4 years, I will not rest, I will not yield, and together we will not fail. We will win, win, win. We will bring back the American dream. We're going to bring it back. You know, in recent years, our nation has suffered greatly, but we are going to make it great again, greater than ever before. We'll be a nation like no other, full of compassion, courage, and exceptionalism. That's what we're doing, and that's what it's all about. And you see that. I think you see it more in the last week than you've seen it in years. And I walked up the stairs of that massive plane that's waiting for me, that big 747, and I said, there's no way I'm going to let myself fall, because that was one hell of a... That triple fall was a disaster. I would call that a political disaster. You can fall once, you can fall twice, but you can't fall 3 times. You can't fall 3 times. What a disaster. I've used that in every ad I think I ever did. Our power will stop all wars and bring new spirit of unity to a world that's been angry, violent, and very unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again, including by the people of religion, faith, and goodwill. We're bringing back religion in this country. We will be prosperous. We will be free. We will be bigger, bolder, and more ambitious than ever before. And together we will make America powerful again. Make America wealthy again. Make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. Make America proud again. We're going to make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Nevada. Thank you, Joe. Thank you very much. We'll be back. We'll be back. Thank you. Thank you, my man. Great job. Thank you, everybody.
All right, as you heard there, President Trump there discussing no tax on tips while making his stop at Circa Casino today in Nevada. This is his first trip to the state since his reelection. So we do know that Trump, again, he spoke on no tax on tips and various other topics as he was standing there, though about 2,000 people are there inside of that venue. Do want to also show you this live shot that we have there of the White House. It's been a very busy day and a very busy week there in our nation's capital, as several events have happened and also several confirmations have happened as well to Trump's cabinet that is now shaping up. We do know, as he mentioned at the top of his speech there, that Kristi Noem was officially confirmed in a vote there in the Senate this morning. She will be the secretary of the DHS. We are still expecting to see her official swearing-in ceremony, so we'll keep you updated on that here on Live Now. All right, we are going to take this time to step away for a 2-minute break. On the other side, though, our coverage of this week's top events continues. Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. As I said, we do want to continue on with some of our coverage of the top stories that have been happening this week. So we do know we just saw President Trump there speaking in Las Vegas in Nevada. He's speaking there on the no tax on tips. But this is the tail end of a trip that Trump has been taking across the country. Earlier on Friday, he was there in North Carolina to survey the damage that was left behind from the deadly hurricanes that impacted the state late last year. Let's listen in to Fox's Rebecca Castor. She has the very latest on what his trip was like to visit the Hurricane Helene damage.
I think we're going to recommend that FEMA go away, and we pay directly. We pay a percentage to the state, but the state should fix it.
That's the headline from President Trump's visit to storm-ravaged North Carolina Friday, overhauling or even eliminating FEMA. For the first trip of his second term, he met with survivors of September's Hurricane Helene and saw firsthand the vast amount of cleanup that still needs to be done.
Like other people, no insurance on flood insurance, so we had to depend on FEMA. They did what they could do, and of course it's not enough.
It's been a nightmare, and I totally feel like that we have been forgotten.
To date, FEMA has provided more than $316 million in cash to storm victims. But President Trump says to get that relief, there's too much red tape.
I think when you have a problem like this, you want to use your state to fix it and not waste time calling FEMA, and then FEMA gets here and they don't know the area.
FEMA should not be 911. It was never designed to be 911, but the Post-Katrina Emergency Management Reform Act made it so, and it's never recovered.
Trump also heads to California Friday to tour areas scorched by wildfires. Recovery there will also rely on federal aid, but the president has some conditions.
We want them to have voter ID so the people have a voice, because right now the people don't have a voice because you don't know who's voting, and it's very corrupt. And we also want them to release the water.
California Governor Gavin Newsom refutes Trump's claim that he's withholding water and says there is no water shortage in Southern California right now. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Our thanks to Rebecca Castor for that story. Of course, those are all events that we brought to you here on Live Now. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break, but on the other side, we're going to listen in to some of those comments that President Trump did make as he touched down there in North Carolina as he was getting ready to view all of the damage from the hurricanes. Stay right here with us on Live Now. Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now. We do want to continue on with our coverage of the top stories. Again, as we teased before break, we're going to be listening in to some of these comments there from President Trump as he visited the folks who had experienced damage from Hurricane Helene. We're also going to be hearing from a Democratic governor of the state, Josh Stein, as well, as he made those remarks ahead of President Trump and some of those victims from Helene. Let's listen into that event here on Live Now.
Great honor to be here with these people today that have suffered so much. And to lose everything you have, and you just wonder what you're going to do and where you're going to go. And we just thank God, and I want to say thank God that He's given us the resources to be able to help. And a lot of people have helped. And not just Samaritan's Purse, but there's been many different organizations and volunteers that have just come to Western North Carolina and East Tennessee to help. I grew up, this is my backyard, I grew up about 8 miles or so from here. And went to high school right down the road, about a mile down the road. And so this is home to me. But we've got a family today. We've got the West family. This is their house, so we're here today to show the president just a little bit of the damage and the problems that the people of Western North Carolina are facing. So, Mr. President, thank you for what you have done for Western North Carolina. Thank you for coming again to see. Thank you, your son Don Jr., he came with us twice. And so they've taken a real interest. And this isn't a politician coming down here looking for votes. This is a man who wants to do something, who wants to see some changes, who wants to make life better for you. So thank you. And Melania, thank you so much for coming. It's an honor to have you here with us. So, Mr. President, please.
Thank you very much, Franklin. Thank you. All right, good man. He's done a great job. Fantastic job. And we've come to North Carolina with a simple message for all the people of this region who are hit so hard by Hurricane Helene. And that message is very simple. You are not forgotten any longer. You were treated very badly by the previous administration. And I'm here after a few days of the administration who are going to California, Los Angeles. They got hit hard, as you know. A lot of that could have been prevented, I think, if they had water, which they had plenty of, but they didn't use it. But I'm going there, and it was set up to go there. They said, well, what about North Carolina? They said, well, what would you? I said, I have to stop there first. I'm stopping in North Carolina. So we made the stop, and I feel very good. You're represented by some great people, great congressmen are with us, and we're going to get involved with them. And Michael Whatley is here, who is the head of the Republican Party. He worked with Laura Trump to take us through to a tremendous victory, one of the, as the media says, one of the most consequential presidential elections ever. They say in 129 years, whatever that may mean. But whatever it is, it was a great election we had, and we won your state. All 3 times we won your state. And all 3 primaries we won your state. So we won it 6 times, I guess, Mr. Congressman. Huh? And it's a great place, and I wanted to come here. And before I went anywhere, frankly, in the campaign, I promised that I'd come back to Western North Carolina to help the people of the state, and today here I am to deliver on that promise. And we have a lot of things in mind, and we're getting the Army Corps of Engineers all set. You need your riverbanks fixed. You need a lot of roads fixed, and we're going to get it done in rapid time. And I've asked Susie Wiles and all of my people to start calling up, get the Corps ready, and they're going to get ready to go. I don't know what it is. I don't know what took so long for the other administration. But remember, I wasn't here for the first 4 months or 3 months, whatever it may be. See, we can only start as of essentially 1 or 2 days ago, and we've made a lot of progress over the last couple of days, Michael. I understand we're going to get you the resources you need and the support that you deserve, and we'll be at your side through every step of the rebuilding, and no American is going to be left behind. The people that I just met are so great. And the people that own that house is going to be very beautiful in a little while. And who knows, if Franklin decides, maybe he'll rip it down and build him a new one, because sometimes he can do that just as easily, but we're going to take care of the people. I want to thank our great First Lady for coming today. She really wanted to be here. She said, no, I want to go. And, she sees what happened, and she felt very badly, and she wanted to go. And we're then going out together to Los Angeles, but she wanted to be in North Carolina. She saw what happened. She has a feeling like I do for North Carolina. So thanks as well to a great gentleman, Franklin Graham, and his father, Billy Graham. I used to go with my father to Yankee Stadium and places to watch his father preach. And he was some preacher. You got good stock. You come from the ultimate genes, I can tell you. But he was really something. And Franklin, though, has done so much, and his father's looking down on him right now. I guarantee for a long time he's been looking down on Franklin, saying, I'm very proud of you, son. He really is, because what Franklin's done with Samaritan's Purse is incredible. They told me just yesterday that Samaritan's Purse has been great, but the FEMA people sort of left you high and dry, but we're going to change that around. We're not happy with FEMA. As well as all of the representatives. You have great representatives here. Chuck Edwards, who's here someplace. Where's Chuck? Where's Chuck? Chuck. Tim Moore. Tim, thank you, Tim. Great job, too. Both of you guys. Virginia Fox, a power. She's a power, that one. Don't ever have her as your enemy. It's not good. It's not healthy. Pat Harrigan. Good job, Pat. Addison McDowell. These guys were just here, just put in, and they're doing a fantastic job. Addison, thank you very much. Great. Mark Harris. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mark. Brad Knott. Thank you, Brad. Greg Murphy, fantastic guy, my friend for a long time now, right? And the RNC chairman, Michael Whatley, who really, as I said, brought us to a great victory with Laura, the chairman of the party, the whole Republican. I took Michael Whatley from North Carolina because he did the best job and put him in charge of everything, and the job they did together was incredible. Last September, Hurricane Helene became one of the deadliest natural disasters in modern American history. Rainfall rose to far more than 30 inches, which is lethal, unleashing unprecedented devastation throughout western North Carolina and many other states, as you know, but you got hit the hardest. The highest responsibility and deepest obligation of the American government is to protect its people, and that's never truer than in times of emergency like this. Unfortunately, our government failed you, but it wasn't the Trump government. It was a government run by Biden. What a terrible situation. But our government failed the people of North Carolina in this horrible crisis. For 2 months, Asheville lacked running water, and even today, some North Carolinians can't take a hot water shower. They can't drink water. They don't know where to get it. It's delivered to them by some, or they just go out and somehow find some. It's been 4 months since the storm made landfill, and still 180 roads remain closed and in ruins. Earlier this month, the Biden administration kicked 2,000 displaced North Carolinians out of their temporary housing into freezing 20-degree weather. I don't know how they did that one, because it was cold, even while your government provided shelter and housing for illegal aliens from all over the world. But under the Trump administration, the days of betrayal and neglect are over. They are over. As I said in my inaugural address, we restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of the American government. And I think I said most of it in the inaugural address. We said a lot of things, but one of the groups of people I was thinking about is you in North Carolina. A lot of that was in reference to you and what you've had to suffer. I'm pleased to announce that under our leadership, the federal government will be surging housing solutions to the state that go beyond mere temporary hotel stays that ended up being very short term. The government wouldn't do it any longer, which is ridiculous. We'll marshal all available resources and bring back potable water and make your water and infrastructure dramatically more reliable very quickly. Today, I'll also be signing an executive order slashing all red tape and bureaucratic barriers and permits to ensure the rapid reconstruction of the roads here in western North Carolina. We're going to go through a permitting process that's called no permitting, just get it done. That's the way they built them many years ago, I guarantee you that, right? We will get them back very quickly, and we'll begin the work of fundamentally changing, terminating, or overhauling FEMA. FEMA's been a disaster, no matter where they are. We're honored to be joined today very quickly by several families affected by the vicious storm. I'd like to ask each of them to share their story. Chris and Kim West, you could come forward. Ramona Nix, Jackie Mitchell, and Thomas Gary Bright. And finally, the Wright family. And come on up and maybe say a few words, please. Thank you very much. Hello.
Hi.
Come on in here.
Whenever it started, we started moving our vehicles to the top of the road, and by the time we got the vehicles moved, the water had already hit our ankles in the house. And so I grabbed my purse and my little pug dog, and my husband grabbed dog food and put it in a trash bag, and by the time we got out into the driveway, it was already waist deep, and there was sticks and that kind of thing. I didn't think I was going to make it, but we did make it out, and we made it to the top of the road, and we were kind of stuck there for hours because we couldn't get out any of the ways because it was flooded all the way around. It took us hours, and we sat there, and finally it receded enough to where we could actually get out. It was probably like close to midnight, and it started like 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. We just lost everything that we had. Didn't even have a brush for like 3 days. So. Thank you.
Okay, good. Would you like to say something with that beautiful baby?
So, hey. When the hurricane storms hit North Carolina, hit our home, my daughter and my wife and I were actually out of town. But unfortunately, my dad was still at home, and my mother was staying at our house with our animals. And the waters got so high that it actually lifted between that and the tornado that came through, or microburst is what they've been calling them, and lifted his home and the house that I grew up in and crashed it into our barn. It took away his business. It took away all of our tools and tractors and everything needed to keep the farm going. And my mother was trapped in the house, and there was no way to escape because the water got so high. The only thing she could do was ride it out and wait till the waters came down. So we've been doing a little bit of battling with our insurance and FEMA. We did have proper insurance with flood insurance and homeowners insurance, but since we had proper insurance, FEMA's not been able to assist us with a whole lot of things. And again, we've been having some issues with trying to get some payout for our insurance in a timely manner. We had to do mold mitigation on our home, which is extremely expensive, before the structural engineer even came out in order to get our flood payout. And to me, that was not really acceptable.
Has the insurance company been responsive or not really?
Not so much. You know, again,
They give you the money they have to give you?
I'm hoping so. And we need some assistance with that. We reached out to an attorney.
What's the name of the insurance company?
North Carolina Farm Bureau.
You gotta move it, right?
Yep.
That's terrible.
That's what we're after here.
Are a lot of people having that problem too? With the insurance companies, general, different insurance companies, and they're all difficult, or just the one particular one?
I've heard different stories from others, and a lot of folks are.
More responsive?
And I've heard some good instances of even Farm Bureau themselves, but in my case, you know, they'd send out a third-party adjuster immediately. Well, they wound up firing that third-party adjuster group. He gave us a quote for a much higher estimate than what we received.
And he got fired?
And then he got let go. Yeah, he got fired. So then they brought in another third-party adjuster to come in and lowball us. We've not received any kind of, so the flood insurance is our primary insurance, and so there was roof leaks in the home that the inspectors found, the adjusters. Well, that contributed to us losing some of our personal property as it come in the third story where there's no, or second story living space, where the flood water, well above the flood waters. So they've neglected us for.
Is your mother saved?
Yes, she's saved. Yep.
She wrote it out?
She's right here.
Okay.
So we made it.
That was not exciting, right?
That's right.
How scared were you?
Very.
Did you think you were going to make it?
No.
You didn't think so?
Nope. I just started praying.
So you were sort of on a boat. Your house became a boat.
It's a big pontoon.
That's some story.
It was a beach house on the steps.
I'll bet this guy would like to say something.
I was next door to the house, and my son was out of town, so when he came in to Charlotte to my sister's, he called about 2 in the morning because at midnight the water was still in the stream, within the banks. So when he called, the water was coming up, so I started moving vehicles up to about 5:30 in the morning, and she was in the house, and I pulled up to the steps, and I said, hop on the fender and I'll get you out. Well, he built a beach house on stilts, 5 times higher than the floodplain. And she said, well, he said I'd be okay. So I'm staying with the dogs. So I went to higher ground with some vehicles, hers included, and the water covered everything. But I'd already seen it come around both sides of my place, so I got my blind and deaf dog and a bag of valuables and took up off the side of the hill behind my house, and then was heading to the cemetery back there because I knew it was open, because there was trees falling and uprooting. It was raining.
You never saw anything like that?
No, I've been through floods
There's never been anything.
all my life around there. Never nothing.
Never been anything like that. But you're okay, right?
Yep. House destroyed.
Yeah, well, we're gonna help you out. We're gonna help you out.
Appreciate it. Thanks for being here.
Anybody else? You guys okay?
Our day that morning began a little taller with some trees falling into our house, which our house is goes back 4 generations, 80 years, and never came close to flooding. And we woke up with trees about 4:30 or 5 in the morning, and our house sits 3/10 of a mile back off the road. And the water, we've had flooding and such in the lake, but nothing like we saw. And like most everybody else, we moved 5 vehicles this far up, and lawnmowers and everything else, and the water started coming in the house. And when I got up to about ankle high, we have a loft. I got her up in that and tried to gather what you might want, which was totally random. And when it made it to the loft and started getting up to about her hips, I built a little makeshift ladder, and we got out on our roof, and we spent 4 hours on the roof. I had a little baggie. I did notes on my cell phone to my 2 kids and my 2 grandkids, and something to identify me in case we were lost in it.
Did you think you were going to make it?
No, we're.
Oh, you didn't?
Yeah, we didn't think we were going to make it at all. I mean, our house was 25 feet underwater.
So you didn't think you were going to live?
No, we were watching houses, trailers, bodies coming by us. And we lived in the Azalea Road area in East Asheville. Yeah, we watched our garage float by.
You just lift up.
Yeah. But, we got to a point where it crested about 4 feet up on the roof. We took about 3 or 4 hours for it so we could kind of do everything in reverse, and got out in the mud to higher ground. And I got out higher ground up to a subway and got over to her daughter's house, where when she saw that I didn't have her, she lost it. And I was like, she's okay, she's alive. And we tried to make our way back in there and gather things best we could, but found a body right away. There's about 8 bodies in our area that first 2 weeks located, and we were lucky we weren't one of them, and blessed. But like other people, no insurance on flood insurance, so we had to depend on FEMA. They did what they could do, and of course it's not enough. Yeah, that's crazy. But again, we're thankful to be alive, but it's a long haul.
What are you doing now?
Staying in a camper. I've never been, if y'all notice, I'm a big guy. I don't sleep in campers very well. And the first night we spent in the camper, very grateful with the Asheville Dream Center coming through with one. And
Do you still have the land?
oh yeah, it's family land. Yeah, the land, it looks like a beach now. It's sand, but
Can it be built on?
yes.
Do you intend to do that?
Yes.
You want to build again?
Yeah, Samaritan's Purse, we're working with them. We're working with people. It's 80 years, 4 generations.
But the house is totally gone?
No, the house is there. It was down to, they came in and mudded it, but everything in it was completely destroyed. But it's tough. I think we're at a point in Asheville where people's forgot about Asheville, and it's stagnant. Everything is stopped. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Thank you, Jack.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm a pastor in the Hegseth Church right down the road. We had only purchased in May, and it's a big church. We're small.
All right, as you see there, we see Trump is visiting North Carolina to survey the damage that was left behind by Hurricane Helene at the end of last year. So we did want to play part of this out for you. We're going to continue on this event on the other side of our 2-minute break. Stay right here with us on Live Now. Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. This is going to do it for my live time here on the desk. My colleague, Austin Westfall, will be with you for the next few hours as he guides you through some of the top stories and live events that are happening here. So before we, though, listen back into that press conference that President Trump was having yesterday as he visited the North Carolinians to survey the damage left from Hurricane Helene. I also want to bring you this news that we just got in the last hour or so from Speaker Mike Johnson. He says that it is my distinct honor and great privilege to invite President Donald Trump to address a joint session of Congress on Tuesday, March 4th, 2025, to share his America First vision for our future. So that's going to be happening in just a couple of months. It was just again announced in the last hour that this will be Trump's first time addressing the joint session of Congress since his re-election. All right, as I was just saying before we went to break, we're going to continue on with those comments that we heard from North Carolina from President Trump and the victims of Hurricane Helene.
Small congregation, and I had people say, "What are you going to do with this big building?" And I said, "Only God knows." And we had our dedication, and the storm came the next week. And the outpouring of people, my son brought the first load of supplies, and from there, I stayed there for about 3 months. I slept on the floor for about 3 weeks because the need was so great. The people were so devastated, and I said, I want to be here for them. And they were coming in just day and night, so there's really no need for me to go home. But we had people from Kentucky, Tennessee, Texas, Indiana, Oklahoma, people from all over. We have not received any help, like from the government or anything. But I said, Lord, if you want us to do that, people.
So they came from
all over the states.
But FEMA did nothing.
It was the locals.
Wasted time and money.
The locals and the people that knew us. And before the week was over, our church was so packed with supplies we couldn't even walk. Even in our sanctuary, it was up to the platform of things, and in our halls and in our rooms, and we're just now beginning to get a little straightened out. But somebody said, how long are you going to be here? I said, I'm going to be here through the winter and even on, if possible, because when you meet people that's been through the struggle, I had a little lady come up, and I said, can we do anything special for you? And she said, I don't want to be selfish, but said, could I have a cup of coffee? And I handed her that coffee, and she stood there, and tears just poured. She said, you don't realize how important that the little things. It's not the big things in life that we have, but it's the little things and knowing that God is our source. I don't look to man, I don't have to have a lot of things. I had trees, about 20 trees down in my yard, but that didn't really matter, doesn't matter, because the needs of the people is what I want to be there for. God is good. He's very good. And my daughter now, her house is really in bad shape, and I'll let her tell you about that. But thank you, President. This is our president. We appreciate you so much.
I live out in the Fairview area of North Carolina and near the Bat Cave, Lake Lure area. And our area was hit. It was hit really hard. I was home alone, and my husband had stayed in town because we take care of a little lady that's 98 years old, and she lives out in the woods by herself. And I said, just stay with her and make sure that she's okay. And I got up the next morning, and my first thought was, I want to go see what our road and bridge looks like. So as I was making it down to the road and the bridge, there was no road and bridge. And so, here we are, we're like at a little island, we can't access the main road or anything. And then the fire department came by the next day and said that they were evacuating me and my neighbor because a landslide was going to come. And they told me to get my stuff and get ready. And so while I was getting my stuff and getting ready, there was a knock at the door, so I thought it was the fireman. And I went to the door, and there stood my 21-year-old son. His name's Nathan, and he had drove as far as he could to get to me, but he hiked 5 miles, and it took him a really long time. And he got there, and he said, Mom, grab a bag, we gotta go. And I said, son, there's no way I can hike out of here. And he's like, no. He said, we gotta go. So we started hiking out, and I seen one of my neighbors who, she had no clothes on. Her skin was like chunked up. It was just, she was blue. She had been in the waters, and where she had went or I don't know, but horrific is just all I can say. But then as me and my son hiked on out, we went through where this place, we call it Craigtown, but there were like a lot of family members there that passed away, like 11 of them, and there were people out everywhere looking for their loved ones, and there were dead bodies. You know, my son's like, Mom, you're going to see things you don't want to see. And so anyway, we got through all that, but I stayed at our church in our sound booth. My husband and I, we just slept up in the sound booth for a couple of months because we didn't have power or anything for about 2 months out there. And then we went back. I've been fighting with FEMA since day one. Our community, there's like 32 homes. We don't have a road and a bridge. We're driving through our neighbor's property. You know, I went to EMS and I said, look, my concern is if we have a fire or we have an emergency out here, you're not going to get to us. You can't get those big trucks up here. And I've called and called and called FEMA. And, you know, I said, this happened on September 27th. That's 4 months ago. Well, for us, today is still September 27th. You know, we haven't had help. And so when I talk to FEMA, I'm explaining the road and the bridge, and they send me a letter that tells me to basically fix it and send in my receipts, and they'll refund me some money. I'm looking at a road and bridge that honestly, the bridge itself is probably going to be $300,000, and the road could be close to that also, because the community has to have big boulders brought in. We're not a rich community. We can't fix it ourselves. You know, it's just, and as far as like house repairs, I'm still pending. I can't get money from FEMA until I fix the road and bridge and send in my proof that it's fixed and everything. It's been a nightmare, and I totally feel like that we have been forgotten. If it had not been for our fellow American citizens who stepped up to help us, I don't know what we would have done. I have 5 neighbors around me who completely lost everything. You know, I have damage to my house, and I don't feel entitled. I'm embarrassed to even say I need help, because, you know, and sometimes there's even that survivor's guilt is what they're calling it, but you feel guilty to even be alive sometimes. You know, when you look around, you see your neighbors that are gone, and it's just, you know, we need help. I wrote a letter to send to Congress. You know, I don't understand what's going on. If we can't get FEMA help, then will you guys help us? Will you step up and be our fellow citizen? Will you step up and be our neighbor and send us something? Help us get our community back. I could go on. It's just I don't know, it's just heartbreaking. I appreciate you.
Good daughter you have, huh? Good daughter. Take care of Mom. And your son must be great.
My son is great.
No, he sounds like a real leader, smart.
He really is. To hike in.
How would you have been if he didn't come and get you?
I don't know. I'd just would have been there because the only thing we could do, there was no way to get out there. The only thing we could do is just hike up to the church, the first church that was up there, about 3 miles, to get, you know, maybe what we needed or something. I don't know. He is. Thank you.
Well, again, thank you very much, everybody. So we're going to be here. We're going to be working with our congressmen and women, and they're going to do a job. And Michael Whatley is going to be very much in charge, and you'll get it done. And FEMA's ready to rock. They haven't done the job because they weren't really told to do the job by Biden. I guess Biden was thinking about other things, wasn't he? But they weren't told. What they did, what the past administration did to North Carolina is a disgrace. So I just want to wish you all well. I was here right after the event, and I couldn't believe it. I have never seen anything like it. I've seen a lot of bad things, but I've never seen anything like it. And it's an honor to meet the people behind me, and it's an honor to be with our congressional delegation and some of the other politicians in the area. And it's an honor to have Michael Whatley at my side, because maybe we wouldn't be standing here as president if he wasn't. Him and Laura Trump were unbelievable as the head of the Republican Party. So he happens to come from a place called North Carolina. So I said, Michael, fix it. So good luck.
Good luck. And we'll supply what you need. You know that. Okay? Thank you. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much.
Heartbreaking stories and how there's been so many local groups stepped up to assist these families.
That's one of the things you hear.
Any talk on having money instead of going to FEMA and going through the bureaucracy to go to them?
That's what I want to do. We want to bring it locally so that a state takes care of its problem, and then they can bring it down to a local level, like Samaritan's Purse and Franklin, because that's one of the better examples. But you had numbers of people that did a great job. You have groups that did a great job and organizations. The one that didn't do a good job was the government. They did a bad job. They did, in many ways, they did no job. They weren't even available. So, good question. The answer is we go local. I think it'll work much better. FEMA is a very expensive organization that really doesn't work out very well. It hasn't. This is not the only example. So it was up to me right now. It ended right now, and I just let the state take care of the problem. I mean, you can always have problems. Let the state, if it's Florida, it's a hurricane, let Florida take care of it. They don't need FEMA to come in. Yeah?
In FEMA, outside of FEMA?
Yeah, I envision a very important role for him. It's any role he wants. He's a very capable guy, Michael Watley, a very capable guy, and he's friends and works with these guys, keeps them elected, right? They have to do a good job. Otherwise, no matter how good Michael is, not going to work. But they've done an amazing job. They've been great. You're lucky you have great congressmen here. And woman, by the way, a great woman, very powerful woman. They're going to do a great job. They'll do it together. They'll work together, and we'll supply what they need as they need it. We'll coordinate that, and we will immediately get the Army Corps, Michael, because you need roads built. You know, we're talking about the bridge. We're talking about roads and things. So we got to get them built, all right? Okay? Thank you all very much. Thank you very much.
President Trump speaking earlier on Friday with those impacted by Hurricane Helene in western North Carolina, the storm which originally had made landfall in Florida, making its way up into western North Carolina, dropping so much rain in the western mountainous region of the state, unleashing complete havoc. You've been looking at those images in the bottom corner of your screen. Trump saying he wanted to make a point to visit western North Carolina just ahead of his visit to Southern California yesterday. The president has made a swing through 3 states now in the past 24 hours. North Carolina, California, and Nevada, as you saw him earlier today in the Silver State. A live look at the White House. 6 minutes past 5 on the East Coast. Our coverage continues in a moment.
Welcome back. I'm Austin Westfall. President Donald Trump rolling out a blueprint to beef up security at the southern border in a series of executive orders that began taking effect soon after his inauguration on Monday, aiming to make good on his defining political promise to crack down on immigration. So much happened this week that it can be hard to keep track, and here to discuss what you need to know is Nelson Baldino. He's the chairman of the Border Commerce and Security Council and a former Homeland Security advisor. Nelson, I'm going to start with an open-ended question for you, and it might be a big one, but let's try. What do you feel was the most consequential action that Trump took this week?
Austin, thanks for having me today. I'll tell you, so I think the one that's going to have the most far-reaching effect is the declarations of trans-organized crimes being, terrorist organizations. And I'll tell you why, because most of the people that come over to this country, the ones that we're seeing there on the monitor that are coming over, the ones that we've been seeing for years, over the last 4 years, hundreds of thousands per month, are mainly driven by the trans-organized crime that start from the Patagonia, south of Argentina, all the way through Mexico. These organizations have no boundaries. They're border agnostic. They operate on the U.S. side, on the Mexican side, and they're basically running a travel agency. And these people are paying anywhere between $3,000 on the cheap to up to $17,000 in some cases, depending where they're coming from, for basically a tour on the way to the border. So it's like a travel agency on a one-way ticket, and they deposit you, they school you, they tell you what to say, what not to say, what to carry. So by the time they meet a Border Patrol agent or they get interviewed, they claim asylum, you've been schooled for weeks, and you've been on the road for weeks. And again, those that make it, some never make it, unfortunately, and they run into tragic problems. But that is what needs to be needed to happen years ago, to look at how you destroy and you start dismantling these organizations that, again, not only bring in the human and the human trafficking, but also are the main peddlers of fentanyl, the precursors coming all in from China, over that border and right into many homes, and unfortunately killing nearly 100,000 people per year here in America.
I was reading earlier today, Fox quotes CBP sources saying that encounters on the southern border decreased by 35% when comparing the last 3 days of the Biden administration to the first 3 days of Trump's term. Nelson, does that mean just the mere presence of Trump in office is deterring people from coming to the border?
Well, I'll tell you. So remember, the CBP One app was bringing 1,500 people, actually 1,498 per day, over the border in a legal, quote unquote, legal type of what over the ports of entries. That got cut off for day one. So right there, you got almost 1,500 people less. You're always still going to have the people that are trying to make a run for it. Traditionally, 300 to 400 people a day. That's been the average for many, many years, even before the first Trump administration here in the United States. So, those are the things that are continuing to happen. Those folks are the more questionable folks. So there's no more catch and release. And certainly having the MPP, the Remain in Mexico, just blocking it, that right there will increase decrease the numbers coming over the border. And that's what's happened. So that's very easily countable. What also was canceled are the flights coming from Nicaragua, Haiti. In other words, these are tax-funded flights that were coming into Los Angeles, Chicago, and other areas directly in, that skipped the border altogether, that never were counted on the border. And again, these are also numbers that were kind of flying under the radar, so to speak. So absolutely, I think having the troops on the border, that starts sealing the border, and it lets the Border Patrol actually start working and arresting people instead of having to babysit, transport people, or doing administrative functions that they've been doing for years. Now you're letting them do what they were hired to do, and what they want to do is protect our borders instead of doing administrative duties. So having those augmented Army officers and Marine Corps officers and enlisted that were deployed, God bless what they're doing, really helps certainly secure the border.
I saw some reporting on Friday from Fox 5 in San Diego. They said that they're starting to see an initial batch of dozens of troops arriving to the southern border there. Of course, this is a part of that announcement from the Pentagon that 1,500 troops are going to be sent to the border. My question for you about that is they aren't there for law enforcement purposes, correct? I don't believe they're able to enforce the law. So what good does having more bodies on the border do? What are they going to be doing there?
So well, it's good to see military protecting our borders instead of a foreign border. That's for number one, to see the pictures, to see the Ospreys landing, Marine Corps and so forth. It's inspiring. But I will tell you, so like I said, these are administrative functions. You can have eyes on the ground, extra eyes on the ground. They can transport people. They can certainly alert Border Patrol of a presence they may see, anomalies, and a lot of the processing. When you bring an illegal alien into the United States or somebody that crosses, you need to process them. You take their photos, you take their biometrics. There's a number of things that they have to do before they're led into the country legally or on asylum. And these are the functions that the military can certainly do that alleviates the Border Patrol to be able to arrest, detain, and or turn back whoever comes to that border.
So the Justice Department is directing its federal prosecutors to investigate any state or local officials who stand in the way of beefed up enforcement of immigration laws under the new administration. From your perspective, is it very possible that stuff like this and other perhaps executive orders that we saw this week, is it possible that this stuff will in fact get tied up in the courts and it may be quite some time before any tangible action is actually seen?
So yes, a lot of this stuff is going to be challenged. We already seen the birthright challenge already from 24 hours after it was signed. You had over a dozen left-leaning states attorney generals take that to court. So that has been issued a stop at this point. So we're just back to normal until it goes through the court system. That's the first one to go and go through the system. But there's going to be a lot more. Remember, they're going to do everything they can to stop the executive orders, to put everything they can to make this difficult for Donald Trump, to make him look bad. But what I just go back to when 75 million people in the United States of America, the popular vote, and also every swing state voted for Donald Trump, knowing that what he was saying, what he was going to do, and still these states, many of them with Democratic leadership, are still in denial. I think it comes back and bites them sideways in the future. So those are things that need to be highlighted. They need to do with the will of the people. When you have 66% of the people, as of a poll that came out today, that support the deportation of illegal migrants, it's hard to beat. This is not a 30 or 40%. It's 66% of the population. The American people have had it. They have had too much of this, and it's time for them to be heard. And I think they need to start calling these left-leaning leaders and telling them, look, you need to get with the program, and they do need to be held accountable. If they don't help, they need to be held accountable.
Nelson Bolito is the chairman of the Border Commerce and Security Council. Nelson, nice talking to you. Take care.
Same here, Nelson. Thank you.
All right, slide away for a break. Back in 2. Welcome back into Live Now. I'm Austin Westfall. President Donald Trump on Thursday signing an executive order to declassify files on the assassinations of former President John F. Kennedy, his brother Robert F. Kennedy, and civil rights icon Martin Luther King Jr. Trump had promised to release the previously classified documents during his 2024 campaign after decades of speculation and conspiracy theories about the killings. Our friend, presidential historian and author, James Robinault, is someone who knows lots about this subject. In fact, he wrote one of Vanity Fair's most read articles a couple years ago, which was about the lone gunman theory. So, James, let's lay this out for people who don't know a lot about the subject. Why is there so much interest in learning more about the assassination?
You know, I think it's a number of factors. Number one, this is the greatest murder mystery in American history, and it really principally has been unsolved. People don't believe there was simply a lone gunman, and over time that is just built, and we've had films like, you know, JFK by Oliver Stone. So that's one thing. The other thing is, in the last 5 years, there's been a lot of emphasis by people on the deep state and the fact that the deep state was keeping information from the public. And I got to tell you, this is like a rallying cry for those people who have that feeling about the deep state, like people like Kash Patel. So it's been a combination of things. It's been building over 60 years, and we did just have the 60th anniversary of the assassination, so it's all kind of coming to a head.
Yeah, so Fox's Jackie Heinrich put this out yesterday. She says there's a Friday, February 7th deadline for presenting a plan on JFK records to present to Trump. So looks like there's no clear release date yet. If you had to guess, though, James, do you think we'll actually learn anything interesting when the time does come?
Yeah, I mean, the point is right that the people who have been designated to give a plan to the president, like the national security people and the attorney general, haven't even been appointed yet. So 15 days is February 7, but you know, they're going to have to extend that. And then with the JFK files, they're all just kind of sitting there, and they've been redacted in large part, about 3,500 of them. And there are others that have not been released, maybe about 500. Those I think they could release fairly quickly, but there's going to be a lot of interesting stuff in there, because 75% of these files are CIA. So there's going to be a lot of stuff about how the CIA has been following Oswald. We're following Oswald 4 years before the assassination. There's a lot in there that may be revealed about knowing that Oswald is in Mexico City 2 months before the assassination, going to the Cuban embassy. There's still a lot to come out, and heavy redactions on a 30-page document from J. Edgar Hoover, heavy redactions on Cuban hitmen. One of the guys in that who's designated, Rob Reiner, and his really fine podcast with Soledad O'Brien, said this was one of the guys who was in Dallas and was a shooter that day. So there's a ton to still come out, and it's putting pieces together. It's linking things up with other stuff that we already have.
We're watching footage from Thursday as he was signing a slew of executive orders, including this one. He was quoted while he was signing it saying, "Everything will be revealed." But realistically, you mentioned redactions. Once we see some of this stuff come out, could there still be redactions?
Yeah, I mean, you unredact names, for example, which is what has been happening over the last 20 years with some of this, and all of a sudden, these other people's files become relevant, and they're not in the JFK files per se. There's a guy named Joanides, was his name, a CIA guy who he was not included in this, and he clearly seemed to have been kind of a handler for Oswald. So there's once you open some doors, then other doors are opened. And if this is truly going to be a disgorgement of everything and a real looking into all of this, then there's stuff that we don't even know about that's going to come out, I think, if people are truly opening the doors to full disclosure. And, you know, it's one thing leads to another. And over the last 6 years, we know so much more about this assassination than we did after the Warren Commission report, just so much more, that it opens up a ton of questions about who was involved, how did it happen, and, you know, why this stuff was withheld and covered up over all this period of time.
JFK was killed 61 years ago. You and I spoke this past November on the day it happened, marking 61 years. Why has this information taken so long to see the light of day? Why are we just talking about this in 2025?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, it's a long story, and if people really want to dive into this, there's a website that is absolutely fantastic called Mary Ferrell, Ferrell. She's a woman who began collecting JFK stuff way back when, and it is the premier site to go find what happened. So you can go there and see the history of why this has taken so long. You know, the Warren report came out in '64, then more revelations happened in the 60s and 70s that caused people to, you know, scratch their heads. And then we had the JFK movie by Oliver Stone. That was in the 90s. We had in the late 70s a second House committee investigation, and then a board that was put together by the law that came out of Oliver Stone's film called the Assassination Records Review Board. And they were supposed to get everything out within 25 years of 1992. So it's been a long, complicated process. And all the way along, Austin, the real reason that we continue is there's been real pushback, principally by the CIA, but also the FBI, to protect sources and means and operations and stuff that they don't want to have out there. So they've been hyper vigilant about it, and it's been the reason that we continue to see this stuff trickle out over time.
You know, tell us about your lone gunman article that came out a couple of years back. The JFK assassination is obviously a conspiratorial hotbed, but is it fair to ask questions about the official account?
It certainly is. And when I wrote that article last year for Vanity Fair, I was writing about Paul Landis's book and his discovery of the fully intact bullet right behind where JFK had been sitting, and Jackie had been sitting holding him on top of the seat. And the fact that he found that intact bullet there and then took it into the hospital changes everything, because the Warren report has that bullet going through him into the governor in front of him and then falling off on the governor's stretcher. And if Paul's, revelation is true, that means that didn't happen. Therefore, there had to have been multiple shooters, given the timing in the Zapruder film. Once we know that, and the likelihood that there could have been, a shooter from the front, from the grassy knoll, then, you have an ambush here of multiple people involved in it. And then that takes you right back to who was involved. Was Oswald even involved? A lot of people who've studied this think he wasn't even the gunman. Most people think he was, even who've studied it. But it gets you back to this, who was involved, why was Oswald killed by Jack Ruby 2 days later, and why was there a studied cover-up by a lot of these agencies of really critical, evidence. I'll give you one example. There was an FBI agent in Dallas, and Oswald came to see him, a couple of weeks before the assassination, and left a note threatening him if he kept coming to his house, talking to his wife about what Oswald was doing, who had come back from Russia. That guy took that note and destroyed it after telling his boss about it. And, that's something that didn't come out then for decades. But, here's a guy destroying critical evidence of Oswald threatening the FBI 2 weeks before the assassination. These are the kinds of things that once you start connecting all the dots, you start to see that it seems improbable that there wasn't a conspiracy and that there weren't multiple shooters.
So before we go here, what's your gut feeling? Do you feel like whatever is eventually going to be released because of Trump's executive order, do you feel like this will actually quench people's thirst for more information, for any sort of closure on the assassination?
Yeah, it's going to depend on a lot of things about, what really comes out here. And frankly, I think there are a number of things that still need to be accounted for, even if we get all this out. For example, the second article I wrote for Vanity Fair about this spoof movie where Jackie and JFK play acted the assassination 2 months before it happened. The guy who took that film was Robert Knudsen, White House photographer. He also told his children and told a board looking at this that he took autopsy pictures of Kennedy at Bobby Kennedy's request. And those pictures have never seen the light of day. Nobody knows where they are. And so there's stuff out there that for some reason, and there's lots of explanations for this, but for some reasons, very critical stuff like that is still missing. And eventually, you know, if we do enough digging, if enough stuff comes out, if people find enough things, I think we should be able to connect dots and really at least come to a conclusion that there was more than one gunman and that Oswald was probably part of a larger operation.
All right, well, we'll wait to hear more about when exactly we'll see these documents. We always appreciate you, James. We'll talk soon. Thanks.
Okay, Austin, great to see you.
All right, let's slide away for a quick break. Back in 2 minutes. Welcome back. I'm Austin Westfall. Let's take a live look at the Gaza skyline. This camera planted in southern Israel pointed towards southern Gaza. Today was a big day in the Middle East. 4 female Israeli soldiers who were taken in the attack that sparked the war in Gaza returned to Israel on Saturday after Hamas militants paraded them before a crowd of thousands in Gaza City, then handing them over to the Red Cross. Israel later releasing 200 Palestinian prisoners in the second exchange of a fragile ceasefire. Fox's Mike Tobin with this report.
Surrounded by a massive crowd in Gaza City, Hamas released 4 female Israeli soldiers taken hostage during the October 7th attack more than a year ago. The women, the youngest who was 19, were handed over to the Red Cross, who delivered them safely to IDF forces. Emotional reunions with their families took place at a reunification center along the Gaza border. The women, along with a 5th female soldier not released today, were taken from a military base near the border where Hamas killed more than 4 dozen Israeli soldiers.
I love you all, the people of Israel, who supported our families and embraced them, and all the IDF soldiers that did everything for us. Thank you very much. I love you.
In exchange for their release, Israel freed 200 Palestinian prisoners, including 120 militants serving life sentences for deadly attacks against Israelis. Crowds of cheering Palestinians packed Ramallah in the West Bank to welcome some of the prisoners home. Around 70 of those released were sent to Egypt after being banned from returning to Palestinian territory. This exchange is the second to take place since a fragile ceasefire took effect last weekend, ending the fight in Gaza for at least 6 weeks.
We are gravely concerned over those in power who are actively seeking to sabotage the remainder of this life-saving deal.
While many celebrated the day, others worried about what may happen when these 6 weeks are over and not all of the hostages are released.
Our mission is not over until every single hostage comes home.
Talks for phase 2 of the ceasefire, which involves a complete Israeli withdrawal from Gaza, are set to start in February. In Tel Aviv, Mike Tobin, Fox News.
take a look at some footage of some of the moments, and it's not often we report on this war and we talk about happy moments. I want you to watch this, though. Of course, it's been since October 7th of 2023 that they've been able to see their loved ones. The IDF saying a hug 477 days in the making. Standing by to discuss is Dr. Alon Burstein. Alon, it's good to see you. As I mentioned, it's not often we get to talk about happy news when it relates to this war, but it's awesome to see those photos and watch the videos. But we were watching Mike's package together, and he said in his report, fragile ceasefire. Why do we hear the word fragile?
Good to see you, Austin. The ceasefire itself, or the truce agreement actually, is unto itself fragile. And in the last days, specifically even the last hour, we have seen violations of the agreement, which is making everyone worried. The agreement itself is fragile because right now it is built sort of stage by stage. There are now going to be releases of hostages every 7 days in exchange for the release of Palestinian prisoners, but everything about the deal, the order in which the hostages are released, the amount of Palestinian prisoners who are released, where they will be released to, are they deported to or not, the entrance of humanitarian aid into Gaza, IDF withdrawal and redeployment from the Netzarim corridor, all these things are scheduled to happen over the next 6 weeks. Each one of those facets is fragile. Each one of those facets can have kinks in it. Each one of those facets is not, I will say, completely ironed out in the deal. When I was myself reporting on the deal, I was talking about some of the things that are left relatively vague. For example, Palestinian pedestrians are allowed to return to northern Gaza as long as they are not armed, and they do not have to be searched. In turn, vehicles do have to be searched, but there is no mention of, okay, so how is it going to be verified that the pedestrians are not armed if they are not searched? Clearly, the IDF is going to search them. That's going to be seen as a violation of the deal, or they're not going to be searched. That's not mentioned. So it's fragile because a lot of the different facets of the deal are on shaky grounds. With that, there have been violations of the deal already. The first violation was not seen as that big. That happened on the day that the deal started. Hamas was late in submitting the list of hostages who will be released. Since then, however, we have seen more substantial violations. The biggest one thus far is that one of the female civilian hostages, Arbel Yehud, was not released. According to the terms of the deal, she was supposed to be released before the release of the female IDF soldiers. She was not released today. Now, theoretically, this might not have been a violation if she was dead, because it's supposed to release only the live people. However, in Israel, there seems to be the belief that she is alive, and Hamas did in fact say, well, she is alive, she'll be released next week. So Israel in turn said, okay, if that's the case, Israel's not going to live up to its side of the deal that was supposed to happen today. It's not going to evacuate the Al-Rashid Road and allow Palestinian civilians to return north. That was supposed to happen after the release of the female civilian hostages. In turn, Hamas, half an hour ago, was supposed to deliver a list of how many of the hostages that are to be returned in the first phase of the deal are alive and how many are dead. It hasn't done that. So we're seeing more substantial violations already, even as we speak. Will this lead to complete collapse of the deal? At this point, probably not. But each side is really starting to test the patience of the other side in terms of its violations, in terms of almost a game of chicken. What are you going to do next if I don't live up to my end of the bargain?
I mean, saying that one hostage is alive and is going to be returned and then not following through on that, that seems like a big deal. Is that causing some suspicion as to what might be going on there?
So again, at this point, it's hard to say. Initially, the way the deal is structured, there was supposed to be the release of all female hostages, all female civilians and children. then female IDF soldiers, then the elderly males, and then the injured males. But it also says, and all who are alive will be released before all who are dead. So when there are more than that one female civilian that I said, there's also Shiri Bibas and her kids. However, Hamas already announced that they were dead over a year ago. So it was, to some extent, unfortunately not surprising that they were not on the list of those to be released now initially. They are probably dead, and their bodies will be returned later. However, there's been no life sign or declaration of death of Arbel Yahud. So she was supposed to be released now. Then when Hamas yesterday said they're going to release the 4 female IDF soldiers in Israel, there was a big dilemma. Well, what do we do? Do we blow up the deal and say, no, if you don't release the female civilian, then we're not going to accept the 4 female IDF soldiers? So, of course, in Israel, they decided, no, we will accept those soldiers. We want them released. But then Israel said, but in turn, we're not going to hold up to our next stage of the deal. So, you know, blaming which side violated first. Yes, Hamas, in this moment, Hamas violated first. But both sides are saying, well, yeah, but it's not a big deal. Hamas is saying, it's not a big deal. We'll release her next week. She's being held by a different organization. Thus, we had a problem doing that. Now, Israel, you're going to blow up the deal and not get the rest of your hostages back from the first phase. It's a game of chicken. It's a game of chicken that each side is playing. Israel also, the biggest leverage that it has at the present time is the Netzarim corridor, is not allowing Palestinian civilians to return north. Once that starts, it's going to be very hard to stop it. So that is why Israel said, okay, then we're not going to live up to our end of the deal. It's supposed to start tonight of evacuating the Netzarim, parts of the Netzarim corridor and allowing Palestinian civilians to go north. So on the one hand, obviously, it's a big deal, and the lives of every hostage counts, the lives of every person counts on the one hand. On the other hand, it's almost within this sick game of hostages. It's a question of how much value do you place? Do you say, I'll blow up the deal because I'm not going to receive, because I was supposed to receive that hostage first? That would come at the expense of other hostages or not. And Hamas was sort of counting on the fact that Israel wouldn't blow up the deal, as in fact, at least until now, it did not.
So hostages are one part of the story, but 200 Palestinian prisoners being released in exchange for those hostages. You and I have talked about this several times over the course of this war alone, but let's put a fine point on this. In general, who are these prisoners and why do they matter?
So when the topic of Palestinian prisoners is discussed, who these are, they are Palestinians almost entirely from the West Bank and some now from the Gaza Strip who have been arrested by the Israeli Defense Forces, the IDF, and sentenced to jail within the Israeli military court system. The range of crimes ranges from active terror attacks and murder to planning terror attacks to things that are much more minor violations. It could be stone throwing, it could even be graffitiing or being a member of an organization that is suspected of committing acts of violence. So the range of Palestinian prisoners and who they are is extremely wide. That is the reason there's often a distinction drawn between what is called, quote unquote, heavy Palestinian prisoners. Those are Palestinian prisoners that are usually sentenced to life in jail in Israeli prisons, and that's usually for either carrying out or planning terror attacks against Israelis. And then the rest of the Palestinian prisoners often are more either associated with terror organizations. It could be affiliated with disseminating publications. It could also be if you spray painted graffiti that had the name of a terror organization, that into itself was a crime within the Palestinian territory. So there's a wide range. In total, up until now, 7 hostages have been released in exchange for 290 Palestinian prisoners. In exchange for the first release of the 3 female civilians, 90 Palestinian prisoners were released, and they were not heavy Palestinian prisoners. They were women and children who were held for different things in Israeli jails. Now, in exchange, according to the terms of the deal, in exchange for the release of the 4 female IDF soldiers, the price is much higher. 200 Palestinian prisoners were released, but that includes 120 of them who were serving life sentences in Israel. That usually means that either they took an active part in carrying out acts of terror or are more higher up in the leadership of terror organizations over the years, and they have now been released. Some of them, as I think was said in the report, were expelled from the region, either to this time was to Egypt, sometimes going to be to Qatar or other places. The rest were released, most of them back to the West Bank. Some of them are going to be released to the Gaza Strip also.
And we both know that Yahya Sinwar, the former internal leader of Hamas, was one of those heavy prisoners at one point. Before we go, Alon, where do we go from here? There's still more to come. This is only the first phase, if you will, but what is to come? What do we look for next?
So I'll say a couple of things and cut me off when I go too long. First, we are now looking, in terms of Gaza, we are now looking at each phase of the implementation of this deal. So the next phase is supposed to be next week on Saturday is going to be the next release of hostages in exchange for Palestinian prisoners. We're also going to start to see other mechanisms of this deal. Among them, a very interesting facet, is Israel's going to allow the entrance of industrial equipment to start coming into the Gaza Strip in order to start clearing the rubble that has accumulated in a year and change of bombardments. And that is coming under a lot of scrutiny because some of those tractors that are coming in, for example, are the same types of tractors that Hamas had used to carry out the October 7th attack to break through the fence. Now Israel's delivering them to essentially the Hamas administration in the Gaza Strip. So that's one facet. Then there's also negotiations over the second phase of the deal. Two more things that are very important to look at when we're looking at the war in two different arenas. One is the West Bank. Israel officially, as a result of this deal and passing it through the government, Israel officially changed its war aims and now includes within the war aims of the Israel-Hamas war what is called restoring security in the West Bank. As a result, a massive IDF operation has been launched in Jenin, and it is currently ongoing. And we have seen also the IDF deploy massive checkpoints throughout the West Bank. So that's slowly becoming another arena. And a third arena that's very, very important to take note of is Lebanon. On Sunday, January 26th, the 60-day transition period in the ceasefire agreement between Israel and Lebanon is ending. At the end of that transition period, the Lebanese military was supposed to deploy its forces in southern Lebanon, and the IDF was supposed to withdraw all of its forces. Israel has announced that the IDF is not going to withdraw all of its forces from southern Lebanon. It says that the Lebanese military has deployed, but hasn't deployed enough. It hasn't been effective enough in actually carrying out operations against Hezbollah. Hezbollah has made a lot of threats, but hasn't actually threatened to take action and has called on Lebanon to view this as a major violation of the Lebanese military to act against the IDF. Likely, again, we will not see this entire deal exploding, but that is another arena that, for the last 60 days has been calm, but now we're starting to see also there some violations or some pushback, and we'll see where that develops. So all these arenas, very explosive.
Right. Alon, it's been too long. We'll be talking soon, and it'll be interesting to see over time how the calculus in the Middle East changes now that Trump is in the White House and now that some of his cabinet nominees are starting to be confirmed. Alon, we'll talk soon. Thanks.
Have a good night.
All right. Let's slide away for a break. Back in 2.